Chapter 39-26. The first is more. Eternal Dark Prison, the ninth Dark Zone. In the vast expanse of void, a space channel has been temporarily opened. Wu Jianwushuang took his majesty with 41 slaves, standing in front of this space passage. This space passage is the exit. Across this, you can leave. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 41 slaves behind him, including the two most powerful lords, the Demon Dragon and the Demon Scorpion, now have unprecedented enthusiasm. Everyone, leave with me. After Wu Jianshuang said it, he stepped directly into the space passage ahead. The 41 slaves naturally followed immediately, and soon they disappeared into the space passage, and when Jian Wushuang and others left, the space passage immediately dissipated. Eternal Dark Prison has once again restored its former calmness. Hongsher Mountain, very deep. In front of the entrance passage on the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, the ancient night demon waited there. Of course, what is waiting here at this moment is just an incarnation of consciousness left by the ancient night demon. As for his deity, he has already returned to the ancient night demon palace. Buzzing. The original calm French channel suddenly lighted up, followed by a shadow of a person walking out of that channel. Come out, haha. Finally come out. Hundreds of chaos times. How many young people finally come to an end? This outside air is so good. Haha, I finally came out alive from the ghost place. A series of cheerful laughter sounded one after another, and these prisoners who had just stepped out of the Eternal Dark Prison could hardly conceal their excitement and ecstasy at this moment. Jian Wushuang, who stood in front of the crowd, seemed extremely calm. Ancient Night Demon King? Jian Wushuang also noticed the incarnation of the ancient Night Demon King in front of him, the Lord of the Blood Sword. The ancient Night Demon stepped forward, but his gaze was watching everyone behind Jian Wushuang. Thuiran, although he is just an incarnation of consciousness, not his deity here, he can still sense the incomparable strength of these people, and there are several of them he can directly recognize. Lord of the Demon Dragon. Next to this is the Lord of the Scorpion. There are two of the 10 kings? The ancient night demon glared. He also escaped from the Eternal Dark Prison by chance, but he is only a trivial little person in the first level of the Eternal Dark Prison, which is at the bottom. After all, he has not reached the third level, but now the people standing in front of him are all in the third series, and they are also the strongest in the third series. All of them are at the level of the strongest in the dark area, and they are all outstanding. As for the Lord of the Dragons and Lord of the Scorpions, let alone, it is one of the 10 kings. That is the high existence that made him look up. Sham, but now, these top powerhouses are all standing behind Jian Wushuang honestly, and judging from their expressions, obviously they have already become the mainstay of Jian Wushuang. Ancient Night Demon King, is your conscious incarnation left here? Jian Wushuang looked at the ancient Night Demon King in wonder. I purposely left the consciousness incarnation waiting here, just to see the results of your Eternal Dark Prison team, Lord of the Blood Sword. Now it seems that the Lord of the Blood Sword's gains from the Eternal Dark Prison are no small matter. The ancient Night Devil sighed, and looked humbler than ever. No way, the people behind Jian Wushuang at the moment are all capable of easily killing him, and they are obviously dominated by Jian Wushuang. If at this time they carelessly anger the Blood Sword Master, the Lord of the Blood Sword will let his subordinate take a shot at will, which is enough to easily kill him. It's okay to harvest. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. By the way, before entering the Eternal Dark Prison, I promised to kill the Star Demon Ancestor for you, and did it. The ancestor of the Star Devil is dead? The ancient Night Demon trembled in his heart, and an ecstasy and excitement appeared in his eyes. The ancestor of the Star Devil, who has turned it into a livestock, has spent a full billion years. That billion years can be said to be absolutely inhuman and inferior to life. Therefore, he also has an unprecedented hatred for the ancestor of the Star Devil. This is why Jinsho Shuang was asked to slay the Star Demon Ancestor for him. Now he heard that Jian Wushuang really killed the Star Demon Ancestor for him. How could he not be excited? I did help you kill the Star Demon Ancestors. At this point, several people of the Demon Dragon can testify. They saw it with their own eyes, but I'm not sure if the Star Demon Ancestors died. Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't be sure? Gu Yi Mo Jun stunned. How to say? I did kill him, but I suspect that the ancestral ancestor may still have an avatar living in the world, but it is certain that the ancestral ancestor in the eternal dark prison must be dead. The sword is unparalleled. This is enough. The ancient night demon holds both hands and has the thrill of revenge. Well, the ancient night devil, if nothing is wrong, we will go first. Jian Wushuangdo. The Lord of the Blood Sword is portable. The ancient night demon is smiling. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took his 41 slaves with his majesty and rushed directly towards the Red Rock Mountain. A large group of people passed through the inner area of Red Rock Mountain and did not deliberately hide the breath along the way. Encountered a lot of rulers on the way. Feeling the breath of Jian Wushuang and others, they were scared a big jump. You know, everyone except Jian Wushuang is the third-level leader. Although the rule masters can't tell the strength of these masters, even the weakest first-level leader, it is dominated by more than 40 people. In this star field, it is also called astonishing. Where we are now, should we be in a dangerous place? Yingai, should be. We passed by many places, and some places even gave me a sense of danger, and there are still many little guys who are the rulers here. Haha, the ruler. In the eternal dark prison, I haven't felt the breath of the ruler for a long time except the master. The servants of Wujian Wushuang also chatted along the way, but did not deal with the rule masters they encountered. He quickly left the range of Red Rock Mountain and set foot on the cosmic void, after which the Lord of Mars took out the cosmic boat. The matrix method on this cosmic boat is extremely damaged. Although the Lord of Mars improved these law arrays before, it only just adapted to shuttle in the eternal dark prison, and in the cosmic void, the cosmic boat can also shuttle, but it couldn't be too fast, but it was much faster than their speed. It didn't take long for the group to reach the void near the Shingo. End of this chapter. Chapter 39:27. Second more. Magic Dragon, you are waiting on this spacecraft. Yin Jian Wushuang commanded, even if Xian was alone and swept away toward the front of the star house. Okay. After nearly 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang returned to the horoscope, but was shocked by the sight. I saw the void in front of me, and 3 Earth stars came side by side. The 3 Earth stars are obviously the smallest in the middle, but they are the core. These 3 Earth stars are all surrounded by powerful French asylums and are connected to each other. A burst of mighty power spreads out, which is extremely deterrent. 3 Earth stars. The sword is not bizarre. You know, although the Star Palace originally occupied an Earth star as an old nest, it was only 1 Earth star. When did it become 3 Earth stars? And the soul power of Jian Wushuang permeated out and instantly felt a lot of strong breath on these 3 Earth stars. The number is much more than before. It seems that the years in which I entered the eternal dark prison have changed greatly. Jian Wushuang smiled, but people have appeared on the most central planet, and the law array on that planet has not been blocked. Yi, as soon as he returned to the Star Palace and took the initiative to release the power of the soul, the Xian Taoists and the Lord of Time and Space who had stayed in the Star Palace naturally noticed that a few silhouettes greeted him immediately. Haha, my dear friend, you are back? Jian Tianho. The sound of greetings sounded loudly and appeared in front of the sword without double sides. In addition to the 4 people of the Xian Shinto, the Master of Time and Space, the leader of the Cut Heaven Alliance, and the Heavenly Ancestor, there were 2 others. The 2 men also knew Sword Wushuang, who was from Xianyan of the 7-star Xuanzong and Emperor 13. Xianyan, as the Punishment Palace Master of Qixing Xuanzong, was already the master before the collapse of Qixing Xuanzong. He now appears in Xingong, and Jian Wushuang is not surprised. But Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor 13 in front of him. He could sense the unparalleled sharp breath on the ladder. The ladder stood there as if it had converged on the edge, but it still made people's hearts. The thrilling world sword. This Emperor 13, his breath is much stronger than before. Dominion. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light, followed by a smile. Emperor 13, congratulations. You finally broke into the domination. Good luck. Emperor 13 was flat. Good luck? Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He is very clear that Emperor Xiii's breakthrough to become the master is by no means luck. You know, before the fall of the seven-star Emperor Xuanzong, Emperor 13 was recognized as the first person of the ruler. Even when he used the ruler's realm, he had cut off the arm of the master. Although the master was in the beginning, the realm of the gods was suppressed, but Emperor 13 was able to do this, and he was still very good. He was already infinitely close to his master at the beginning. Unfortunately, before he broke through, the seven-star Xuanzong was greatly changed and directly destroyed. He also fell into a deep sleep and spent a long time in the chaotic world of ancient times. During that long time, because the environment of Tiandao is limited, his strength cannot be improved at all. Until recent years, Jian Wushuang has refined the eternal chaotic world and brought them all back to the beginning of the world, so that their strength can slowly recover and begin to improve. He added that God 13 fought against himself at first, and although he lost in his own hands, he also gained a lot of understanding, and then he closed it directly. And this time, Emperor 13 broke through and became the master. I can say that Emperor 13 can break through. It is purely to achieve its own strength, and it is a thick accumulation of thin hair. There is no luck at all. Tianho Xiaoyu, I'm afraid you don't know yet. This Emperor 13 has a very high understanding of the origin of Kendo. After the war with you, the retreat has been greatly improved in recent years, and he has perfected his sword system and made a breakthrough. After becoming the master, in these years he went to practice in the third Dao realm. Progress was even faster, and he learned a rule. Now, he has become a higher master in the realm, and in terms of combat ability he is as powerful as the top master. Now we are in the beginning of the divine world. Except for you, the Emperor, the 13 is the strongest. Xin Shindao laughed aside. Oh! Jian Wushuang couldn't help but glance at Emperor 13. How long has it been since he broke through the domination, and he directly has the top dominating combat power, which is better than the mysterious Shintos and the Lord of the Sky. It's mainly the triple path. It's too magical. Emperor 13 is still bland. He shrugged his shoulders without help. He had contacted Emperor 13 many times, and he knew that Emperor 13 was such a cold, dumb person. By the way, in the millennium I was away, how did the overall strength of the gods in the early days improve? Jian Wushuang asked. He gave the triple path to Xuani them very early, and countless practitioners in the world had already begun to improve their strength with the help of the triple path. Now after so many years, there should be some results. Seeing Jian Wushuang inquiring, the Shinto man looked at the people in the space-time hall next to him and laughed. Tianho Xiaoyu, the triple path world is really a treasure. It's amazing. In the past few years, a large number of practitioners in the realm of the gods have entered the triple path world to practice, and all of them have been greatly improved at the level of ruler alone. In the early days of my god world, more than 100,000 rulers have emerged in these thousands of years. Shinto humane. More than 100,000? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Do you want to know how many masters of the rule that the kingdom of God had before it all add up? I'm afraid it's less than 10,000. But now, thousands of years ago, there have been more than 100,000 rulers. This number is indeed a bit scary. Where is the master? In these years, could there be a new master from the triple world in the early world? Jian Wushuang asked again. This is not yet. The mysterious Shinto shook his head. The only master who was born in the world in these early years is Emperor 13, but Emperor 13 is the master who breaks through on his own. After the breakthrough, he went to the triple path. Cultivated. However, although the Miedao realm has not yet cultivated its master, it is possible to stay in the master of the many rules cultivated in the second Dao realm. There are already several people who are about to break through immediately. It is estimated that at most these hundreds of years in time, there should be several successive breakthroughs, and the fastest one among them should be your friend, Shenhua Lord. Shenhua? Jian Wushuang looked. The Shenhua Lord, who has been with him for a long time, is indeed one of his best friends. At the beginning, the Shenhua Lord has reached the most extreme level of the 6 realms of void, and is one of the people closest to his master now. Shenhua will be able to break through, and Jian Wushuang will be happy at the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39:28. Third more. Well, what are the 3 Earth stars in this horoscope? Jian Wushuang asked suddenly. This, haha. Xian Shinto smiled. Tenho Xiaoyu, you forgot. You went to visit the ancient night demon in person, and after the visit, the ruler of the emperor ran in person. Come to my star palace to pay for your sins, and soon afterward, news came out saying that you fought against the ancient night demon king. And you defeated the ancient night demon king. You know, before the ancient night demon king, this star domain is recognized as the first strongman. Even the top master Tianping master can't pass a trick in his hands, but you can win the ancient night demon king, and it's just the ruler. As soon as the news comes out, my star house's status in this star field will immediately change. Before, although my star palace was barely considered a big force because of your rise, it was still not the top one. But you did not need my star palace to do anything after the battle with the ancient night demon king. Most of the powerful people in this star field will naturally attribute my star house to one of the top forces, and there is no need to think of any way for my star house. There are countless strong people who come forward and want to join my star house. Of course, my horoscope is also coming. In less than 1,000 years, the ruler of our horoscope has exceeded 10,000 people. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. You know, when he first went to Eternal Dark Prison, the rulers of the Star Palace had all been just over 1,000 people. In less than 1,000 years, it has grown from 1,000 people to over 10,000 people. It's too fast. There are too many rulers, and a single Earth star can no longer satisfy the Star House. So in recent years we have spent some money. We have found 2 unmanned Earth stars in this star field. It moved here, and the 3 Earth stars were juxtaposed, so that it has the current palace. Xian Shinto humane. Is that so? Sword unparalleled. I have to admit that the current star palace is indeed much stronger than it used to be. It is a good thing that the Shingon becomes stronger. The more powerful you are, the more you will have to fight against the Devil Star, and I will have more chances of victory in the world. Jian Wushuang smiled. As soon as Jian Wushuang mentioned Demon Star, the look of Xian Shinto became dignified. Heavenly friend, there is something I must tell you. Xian Shindao stared at Jian Wushuang. What? How dignified? Jian Wushuang asked. It's Demon Star. Mysterious Taoist solemnly said, You know, my star house has been installed in the star field where Demon Star is located, and I've been paying attention to Demon Star's movements. Years ago, there was a message from the eyeliner over there. Lord of the Clouds, out of customs. Wu Jin's eyes narrowed sharply. He knows that the reason why Demon Star hasn't been moving for years is because the Demon Star has been in retreat, and it is still the most important stage of retreat. It's possible that once the Demon Star Master has cleared the level, I'm afraid that he should break through to reach the 4th level Master level, and he will definitely act. Jian Wushuang has been preparing for how to deal with the Lord of the Clouds, and he also hopes that the Lord of the Clouds will retreat a little longer and give himself more preparation time, so that he can deal with the Lord of the Clouds. The certainty will also be greater. But now, the Lord of the Devil Clouds, have you prepared to leave? Jian Wushuang asked. Not ready to leave, but has already left. Xian Shinto humane. According to the news from the eyeliner over there, Demon Star has already begun to prepare a long time ago. Just 1 year after the Lord of the Demon Stars went out, the Demon Star led his army to leave the star field directly. Most powerful people in that star field did not know the purpose of the Demon Star army, but Demon Star is waiting for me. How long do we have? Jian Wushuang asked. At most 1,000 years. Xian Shinto humane. What? Jian Wushuang was frightened. His eyebrows tightened. How could it be so fast? Wouldn't it take at least tens of thousands of years to get here from Demon Star? Yes, under normal circumstances, it takes tens of thousands of years for a master to be from the star field where Demon Star is located. But the Lord of Demon Star is the 2nd level astral planet. Lord, the means are extremely good, and he also has a cosmic boat in his hand. Mysterious Shinto man just said this. Spaceship? Jian Wushuang stunned. Before he met the Lord of Mars, he may not know what this spaceship is, but after meeting the Lord of Mars and riding the spacecraft himself, he is no stranger to this spacecraft. Jane is able to shuttle quickly in the cosmic void. Even the lowest cosmic boat, The speed of shuttle in the universe is dozens of times, or even hundreds of times faster than the average master. By the cosmic boat, instead of hurrying, the arrival time of the demon star army must have slowed down significantly. The cosmic boat is very strange. The speed of shuttle in the cosmic void is too fast. At most 1,000 years, the army of the demon star must be able to reach this star field, and it will not even take 1,000 years. In this millennium, I have to make all the preparations to meet the battle with the demon star. Shinto Man solemnly said. Within 1,000 years? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. The people in the space and time hall next to the Lord of the Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens and the Emperor 13 were not very good-looking. Within 1,000 years, a war with the demon star will erupt. This war is about the life and death of the gods in the early days. Once defeated, they may be able to flee elsewhere in the universe, relying on their own strength, like Jian Wushuang. With his strength and talent, they should also be able to live well in other territories. But in the early days, their hometown was over. In order to enhance his own strength, the Lord of the Demon Clouds will completely crush the pre-god realm. By then, the pre-god realm will collapse and disintegrate in the shortest time. Countless practitioners during this period, except for the top group, can outside the universe. No one else can survive. Jigua, no one can accept this result, such as Jian Wushuang, his relatives, his wife, and many of his friends are in Taichu God Realm. Taichu God Realm is the hometown of their birth and their roots. For Jian Wushuang, Taichu God Realm is still him. Shizuan Xuani had to fight to protect the existence. Xian Yi created him after he died, and he began to inherit his master's mantle and became a new perfect life. He had an innate mission. This mission was to regain the primordial deities and shelter the primordial gods, everything in the world. Therefore, they cannot afford to lose in this war. They must win. Chapter 39-29. Fourth More. Less than 1,000 years, too little time for us to prepare. Jian Wushuangdo. It's rare. It's not long before we got the triple path. It's only a few thousand years, and we have only just begun to build strong people. If you give us some more time, it won't take long. It only takes tens of thousands of years. There will be countless rulers and a large number of masters in the world. The overall strength will be increased. I do and T know how many times, but there is no way. We do and T have that much time. Now we can only make the best use of this time. Do everything. Shin Daoshin said. A few of the masters around him also nodded. They can't complain that the magic cloud star came too suddenly and the time is too short. They can only do as much as possible and do more preparations in the past millennium. I came back this time and brought back a group of strong men, Jian Wushuang said suddenly. At the scene, the eyes of several masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. A batch of strong men? How many? Shinto asked. Dozens of people. Jian Wushuangdo. Just a few dozen people? Shinto people disapproved. Those who are strong are now in the void outside the Star Palace. You still follow me to see for yourself. Jian Wushuang had already swept away outside the Star Palace. The 6 masters looked at each other, and although confused, they immediately followed. He and his party left the horoscope, and soon came to the void where the cosmic boat stayed. Across the distance, the 6 masters saw the huge spacecraft. What is this? What a big ship, and can stay in the void of the universe. Is this the legendary spacecraft? 26 masters all showed their astonishment, because they knew that the Demon Star army could resist this star field within 1,000 years, because the Demon Star had a cosmic boat in its hands. As for the cosmic boats, they have heard of some. They can shuttle in the cosmic void and naturally stay. The huge boat in front of them is obviously similar to the cosmic boat. It's a space boat, but it's not complete. Those strong men I brought back are waiting on the boat. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 6 masters also saw dozens of figures standing on the cosmic boat. Each of those dozens of figures exudes a terrifying atmosphere, or it is cold like a heaven and earth ice cellar, or it becomes a huge black hole, or it is unruly, or it is like an axe breaking the sky. One figure at a time, each one is enough to frighten people. Perceive the horror breath emanating from the dozens of people on the cosmic boat. the six masters, Shin Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens, the Emperor Zizing, and Xian Yin, all drank coldly. Qi, the bottom of my heart instantly caused a huge wave. Just now, they didn't take it for granted that Jian Wushuang had brought back a group of strong men, but now, this group of strong men stood in front of them, but made the six of them totally frightened. Master, all masters. It's not an ordinary master yet. I can sense that these dozens of people are all ridiculously strong, even stronger than the top masters I've seen before. Too strong. Who are these people? The six masters shivered. They had to tremble, so they stood there at the moment, standing in front of the spacecraft, and the dozens of powerful figures on the spacecraft glanced at them from time to time. Solid glance at them casually made them feel cold inside, as if they had already walked on the edge of death. So horrible. Sir, these dozens of figures, casually come up with one. Their strength is absolutely crushing them. I stand in front of a group of such top powerhouses. Although they are also the masters, they dare not come out. I only have Sword Wushuang, who fell on the cosmic boat indiscriminately. The host. Immediately, the dozens of horrifying figures shook the six masters of the mysterious Shinto priests, and they went down together to worship. And they worshipped and shouted, apparently Jian Wushuang. Master? The heads of the six Shinto men were a little cyanotic. Let's all get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. 41 slaves, including the Lord of Dragons, stood up, but the eyebrows still showed humility and respect. Heavenly friend, what is going on? Shin Shinto came forward, but his eyes still shocked like never before. I have just said that they are the strong ones I brought back from a dangerous place in the universe battlefield. They have been trapped in that dangerous place for a long time before, and I can help them get away, but as a condition, they have to follow me and play for me for 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang smiled. Serve for you? 100,000 years? The mysterious Shinto man took a cool breath, but immediately followed him and asked, what are the strengths of these people? How do I feel that their strength is very arrogant and very terrible? Each of them has the combat power of the third-level master, and they are still very strong in the third-level master. Of course, it is very scary for you. Jian Wushuang laughed. Third-level master? Xian Shindao stared at the back of the space and time hall master. The Lord of the Heavens and Heavens were also frightened. Even lips were trembling. He was only Emperor 13, but at the moment he was quite puzzled. What is the third-order master? It didn't take long for him to break through and become the master, and he had just entered the battlefield of the universe, and he didn't know some of the division of the master. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Master, divided into many different levels according to the number of rules that are merged. Although you are now the top master, but only the first-level master, if you integrate another rule, then that is, the second level dominates, and the third level dominates the gate, and the 6 rules must be merged at the same time. In our star field, the second-level master can be said to be an invincible power. Just say that Ancient Night Demon King, he is only the peak of the second-level master. These people behind me, you can easily take out one, and you can easily kill the Ancient Night Demon. Any of these people are better than the Ancient Night Demon King. Anyone can easily kill the Ancient Night Demon King? Even the cold-tempered Emperor 13 was completely shocked at this moment. You know, he has heard the name of the Ancient Night Demon King more than once during these years in the universe battlefield. For the most powerful in this star field, the Ancient Night Devil is still terrible. But now these people brought back by Jian Wushuang, even one of them is better than the Ancient Night Devil. But there are more than 40 people here. Chapter 39:30. A batch of rulers, less than 1,000 years. There's too little time for us to prepare, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, it's too little. We've only been in the triple realm for a few thousand years. We've only just begun to create experts. If we have more time, it won't take long. In just tens of thousands of years, countless principles masters will emerge in the divine beginning realm. A large batch of rulers will increase their overall strength by many times. But we can't help it. We don't have that much time. We can only make the best use of the nearly 1,000 years to do everything well, Taoist Shin God said in a deep voice. The surrounding masters also nodded. They could not complain that Devil Cloud Star's arrival was too sudden and too short. They could only do as much as they could and make more preparations in the last 1,000 years. Everyone, I have brought back a group of experts, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. The masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. A group of experts? How many are there? Taoist Xian God asked. Dozens of them, Jian Wushuang said. Just dozens? Taoist Xian God did not think much of it. Everyone, those experts are in the void outside Star Palace. You'd better follow me and see for yourself. After saying that, Jian Wushuang rushed out of Star Palace. The 6 rulers looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they immediately followed him. They left Star Palace and soon arrived at the void space where the universe boat was. From afar, the 6 rulers saw the huge universe boat. What is this? What a huge boat! And it can stay in the universe void space? Is this the legendary universe boat? The 6 rulers were shocked. They knew that the reason why the Devil Cloud Star army could resist this star field within 1,000 years was because Devil Cloud Star Master had a universe boat. They had heard of some universe boats. They could travel through the universe void, so they could stay there. The huge boat in front of them was obviously very similar to the universe boat. It's a universe boat, but it's not complete. The experts I brought back are waiting on the boat, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The 6 rulers also saw dozens of figures standing on the universe boat. Each of the dozens of figures exuded a terrifying aura. They were cold as ice, turned into huge black holes, were unruly, and looked like axes that could split the heaven and earth. Each of the figures was terrifying. Sensing the terrifying aura emitted by the dozens of people on the universe boat, Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, Heaven Ancestor, Di San, and Xian Yin, the 6 rulers, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts instantly surged. Just a moment ago, they did not take Jian Wushuang's words seriously about bringing back a group of experts. But now, this group of experts stood in front of them, making them completely terrified. Rulers, they are all rulers. They are not ordinary rulers. I can sense that any one of these dozens of people is ridiculously strong. They are even much stronger than the top rulers I have seen before. They are too strong. Who are these people? The 6 rulers' bodies trembled. They had no choice but to tremble. Therefore, they stood in front of the universe boat. The dozens of powerful figures on the universe boat glanced at them from time to time. Any one of them glanced at them, and they felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had been on the verge of death. It was too terrifying. Any one of these dozens of figures was definitely more powerful than them. Standing in front of such a group of top-tier experts, they did not dare to breathe loudly even though they were also rulers. Only Jian Wushuang landed on the universe boat casually. Master! Immediately, dozens of figures, which made Taoist Xian God and the other 6 rulers tremble in fear, bowed and kowtowed in unison. The one they kowtowed and shouted was obviously Jian Wushuang. Master? Taoist Xian God and the other 6 were a little confused. Get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the 41 servants including Demon Dragon Lords stood up. However, there was still a modest and respectful look on their faces. My young friend, what is going on? Taoist Xian God walked up, but his eyes were still filled with unprecedented shock. I just said that they are experts I brought back from a dangerous place in the universe battlefield. They were trapped in that dangerous place for a long time, and I can help them get out. But as a condition, they have to stay by my side and serve me for 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang smiled. Work for you? For 100,000 years? Taoist Xian God gasped, but then he immediately asked, how strong are these people? Why do I feel that they are very powerful and terrifying? Each of them has the battle strength of a 3rd-level ruler, and they are very powerful among the 3rd-level rulers. Of course, they are very terrifying for you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. A 3rd-level ruler? Taoist Xian God stared at him. Behind them, the Temporal Temple Master, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, and the others were also frightened, and their lips were trembling. Only Di San was puzzled at this moment. What is a 3rd-level ruler? He had just become a ruler not long ago, and had just entered the universe battlefield. He did not know about the division of rulers. Jin Wushuang smiled. He said, "Rulers are divided into many different levels according to the number of principles fused. For example, although you are a superior ruler, you are only a first-level ruler. If you fuse one more principle, you will be a second-level ruler. As for the third-level ruler, you have to fuse 6 principles at the same time. In our star field, a second-level ruler can be said to be an invincible expert. Take Demon Monarch Ancient Knight, for example. He is only the most superior ruler of the second level. Any one of these people behind me can easily kill Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. Any one of these people is stronger than Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. Any one of them can easily kill Demon Monarch Ancient Knight." Even the ice-cold D. Shursan was completely shocked at this moment. In the years he had been in the universe battlefield, he had heard of Demon Monarch Ancient Knight's great name more than once. For most of the experts in this star field, Demon Monarch Ancient Knight was still terrifyingly strong. But now, Jin Wushuang had brought back some people who were stronger than Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. But there were more than 40 people here. Chapter 39-31. The first is more. Our pre-God world was just one side of this star field, and it was just one side that had not been bred for a long time. If we hadn't relied on the relationship between the threefold worlds in the past, I would have produced a lot of strong people in the pre-God world. Otherwise, our overall strength and background are far worse than other astral circles in this star field. There are a lot of rule masters in this star field, and those rule masters who dare to wander through the 3 battlefields all year round are all very good. They are much stronger than the new rules that were born in the early world of God. As for the master, there are also many in this star field. If possible, I intend to recruit as many of these strong men as possible. My star palace has been very low-key in recent years, and its reputation in this star domain is also good. There are no enemies except for the sacred islands supported by the 3 holy places. And now that we have a large number of treasures, we can completely invite them to fight for me in the beginning. Wu Xin Shinto is smiling. Several of us have just discussed. Although this star field has a lot of rulers and a lot of masters, but because it is at the edge of the universe, the number of treasures in this star field is relatively small. After all, the only way for the strong in this star field to get the treasure opportunity is the 3 battlefields. Although there are a lot of treasures and chances in the 3 universe battlefields of Redstone Mountain, Magic Smoke Valley, and Quicksand Demon Realm, they can really get but very few. So, the power of this star field is lacking, especially the high-level treasure. Tianho Xiaoyu, for the first time, you brought back 100,000 pieces of pinnacle treasures from the Red Cloud realm. This is pinnacle treasure. Under normal circumstances, even the masters will pay great attention to pinnacle treasures, let alone the ruler. We can make a promise, but as long as the Lord of the rules above the Void Realm, as long as he is willing to fight for me in the early world of God, it will not take long for me to give my full strength to the battle with Devil Star after 1,000 years, and I will give them a weight. The highest peak treasure is the reward. As for those who are below the Void Realm, after all, the practitioners of the Void Realm and the Void Realm, we can use the top Arctic as a reward. I believe that when this news spreads, this star field will be a complete sensation. The rulers of countless rules in this star field will be crazy for them. I am afraid that for hundreds of years, there will be countless rulers who will aim for the peak, the top, and the top. Arcana, rush to my horoscope, and with this batch of arcana, in the beginning, the world of the gods could capture a huge army of rules in a short time. Hearing this, Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He has no doubts about the words of Xian Shinto. In this star field, the number of treasures is too small, and the quality is low. A peak treasure, even the master will pay great attention to it. Among the rule masters, except for a few special ones, or the rules with great backgrounds and opportunities outside the Lord, there are almost no peak treasures. And an ordinary pinnacle is enough to make the rulers of this star field crazy, including those who are extremely powerful in the 6 realms. As for the top emperor, the rulers of those 6 realms of the void will also be stunned. Now, as long as it is above the void realm, it will be given to the top peak treasure. while those in the Void Realm and the Void Four Kingdoms will be given the top arcana. The news spread. I am afraid that few rulers can resist this temptation. This is only the master of the rules. As for dominating this level of combat power, we now have a large number of the strongest treasures, and we can also, at the cost of the strongest treasures, so many of this star domain dominate the power. Although this star domain, the dominating combat power is not too much, but all of them can be regarded as a not weak force. Coupled with the army of countless rulers, in the beginning, the realm of the gods could gather more than 70% of the high-level combat power of this star field. When the magic cloud army kills it, we will have a better grasp of it. It's a lot. Mysterious Shinto again said. Good. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Compared to this star field, I still have a lot of gods in the beginning. If I can rely on the treasure to integrate all the high-level combat power of this star field, this will be a great deal for me. In the beginning of the deity, it was also a great help. As for these top treasures, they only paid a lot of peak and top treasures. As for the strongest, there is not much to give, and it has no effect on the beginning of my deities. It doesn't matter. Mysterious Shinto laughed. In fact, when you first brought back 100,000 pieces of peak treasures and 100 strongest treasures, I was already thinking about this step, but only then the strongest treasure we have is not too much. If all of them are used as a price to attract the strong, then after the war, the peak of the treasure is flooded, and the strong forces of all parties in the universe have a large number of peak treasures and the strongest treasure. At the beginning, I was on the top of the divine side and was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, www.novel. At that time, the only card I had in the world at the beginning was your strength, but at that time your combat power was not enough to deter the entire star field. I was worried once we act in this way, it will cause the madness of countless large forces in this star field. At that time, I am afraid that they will not only help us to counter the magic cloud star, but even directly take the treasure in our hands. Now, neither of them exists. The mysterious man paused and smiled. You brought us thousands of strongest treasures this time. With these strongest treasures in hand, even if the treasures flood in the future, I still have the gods in this star field, being in the absolute leading position. As for the other powerful powers, you are now the first recognized power in this star field. Even the ancient Night Demon King is defeated in your hands. Only you are shocked by this person. There is no star field. People dare to mess around. What's more, you have brought back such a large number of strong people now. With them in hand, even if the treasure in our hands is several times but dozens of times, it can be kept. This star field has no one, or forces, dare to hit the idea of my horoscope. Wu Jin smiled. He is not guilty. At the beginning, there was a large number of treasures in the Star Palace, but they had to hide it carefully and not dare to expose it. After all, the strength of the Star Palace was not too strong in this star field. But now, the master of a lot of rules of His Majesty will not say that the highest level of combat power, alone, or his servants can take one out, can sweep this star field. There is such strength. There is no need to worry about Star Palace anymore. Chapter 39-32. Second more. In this case, then make this news public as soon as possible, and let all the strong players in the entire star field know in the shortest possible time. Jian Wushuang smiled. As for the treasure, do and use it, let it go. I will spend some time. Go to Hongyunji again and bring back as many treasures as possible. Wu countless treasures in the Red Cloud realm, more than billions? Although Master Wu will have some restrictions on the strongest treasure and the strongest treasure on the highest level, if only the top level and peak level treasure, then the Master can say that he wants more. Yes, take it casually. At that time, he only brought 100,000 pieces of pinnacle treasure out, but if he needs it now, he can go to Hongyun realm to find that misty man. If he wants some top level, pinnacle level treasures, he believes that most of the misty man will promise him. With enough treasures, we can convene a large number of rule masters to form an army of rule masters, but there are too many rule masters. It is not easy to fully play their role. The best way is to let them practice and master some special battle formations, and cooperate with each other to develop stronger combat capabilities. However, Such battle formations are fine on a small scale, and large-scale battle formations do not exist in my star palace now. Frown. Large-scale battle array? Jian Wushuang looked. It is true that an army composed entirely of rulers must, of course, operate in conjunction with some special legal or combat formations in order to be able to exert stronger combat power. Now, the number of rulers on the side of the divine realm alone in the early days is more than 100,000. If you gather a large number of rulers in this star field, the number will be even more terrifying. I am afraid that it is always the number of rulers of hundreds of thousands. To be able to maximize the power of the masters of these rules to the extreme battle array, the requirements must be extremely high. Stone fire. Sword Wushuang opened. Master. The Lord of Mars immediately came to Jian Wushuang. Your accomplishment in the formation method is the highest among us. Have you ever been able to solve this battle? Jian Wushuang asked. But the Lord of the Martians smiled directly. Master, I don't hide it. Before I was detained, I had served in a military camp of a kingdom of God, and my duty was to specifically design and improve the army's formation and law. Of course, the high-level military formations of the Divine Kingdom Army are scary. There are nearly 100,000 people in charge of researching and improving this military formation. I am only one of them, but I understand the military formations and battle formations of this army. There are still many. And the army of one kingdom of God is tens of millions of casually dispatched. The scale of hundreds of millions of powerful people, compared to only creating hundreds of thousands, at most nearly 1 million, and all are only rulers. The battlefield is still much simpler. That's all right. Jian Wushuang's eyes lightened. That being the case, it's up to you. No problem. Stone Mars nodded, and his face was confident. Xin Shun, this master of Martian is a master of matrix formation. He has a very good understanding of matrix formation. I am afraid that even in many 4th series and 5th series masters, he is extremely high. In this star, the domain is absolutely incomparable, and in the battlefield, it is to him. Jian Wushuangdo. Then there is Mr. Luo Shihua. Xin Shinto arched. I just obey the command of the host. Your Excellency is very polite. The Lord of Mars returned the gift. Xin Shun. My Majesty, these people. I will also give them to you temporarily. You find a place to house them first, if they have any needs. As long as they do not go too far, they can be satisfied. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes. Xin Shinto nodded. Sword warriors turned around and looked at the many slaves behind him. Listen, this mysterious beside me is my elder, and I have great grace. When I am away, you all have to obey his orders. Of course, if you have any needs, you can ask him, and he will satisfy you as much as possible, but don't overdo it. In addition, you were all detained by Hongyun in the first place, and most of them have committed sins, and maybe even some of them are evil and poisonous. I don't care about them, but now you are under my hands, you must be honest one thing. Who dares to make waves in this star field? Then don't blame me for being polite. I already have a lot of slaves in my hands. Even if I kill a few, it doesn't matter. Wu Jian has a cold meng in his eyes. The servants in front of you were trembling inside. Among them, there are indeed many evil-minded people who have committed heinous sins, and they have been detained in the eternal dark prison for a long time. And now they have finally come out of the eternal dark prison. Each of them has gone crazy and has wanted to vent, and some even want to slaughter a lot. It is normal for them to slaughter some ants, but they are very repulsive to them. They are now controlled by Jian Wushuang's life and death, and Jian Wushuang's order is not dare to disobey. After all, although Jian Wushuang swears to the laws of the universe that they will be freed after 100,000 years, the premise is that they must obey Jian Wushuang's order. If they do not obey the order, Jian Wushuang can still kill them at any time. Xin, I'm going to Judy Pavilion. If you are in trouble, you can directly send me a message. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay, Xin Shinto nodded slightly. Demon Dragon, follow me. Jian Wushuang said again. Yes. The Lord Dragon nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord set off directly and headed for Judy Pavilion. As for the remaining 40 slaves, they were temporarily housed in the Shingon by the mysterious Shinto people and lived there. At the same time, a message spreads throughout the star field at the fastest speed. The news was personally conveyed by the Lord of the Single Palace. The main idea is that there are countless precious treasures in the Single Palace. This star field, if the ruler and master of the rule, as long as they are willing to fight for the sacred palace for thousands of years, they will get one. For exchange. Among them, the Lord of the Void 3 realms and 4 realms pays a top prize. To the Lord of the 5 realms and 6 realms of Void, the reward is a pinnacle. Dominate the strong, the reward is the strongest treasure. Regardless of how many rulers come, Star Palace guarantees that absolute is sufficient and sufficient. Even if it is 1,000,000 pieces of top-level and peak arcana, Star Palace will pay. The news came out. Instantly, the entire star field was sensational and boiling. He followed closely. After countless powerful people from this star field, after hearing the news, they all rushed towards the Star Palace. For a while, the horoscope was completely the focus of this star field. Chapter 39-33. Third More. 9 Emperor Pavilion is a large trading venue. When Jian Wushuang learned about the Judy Pavilion from the main entrance of the Space and Time Palace, he only knew that the Judy Pavilion was special. He did not fight for hegemony and did not participate in the competition for treasures. He only did his own business, even the deepest part of the universe. At that time, Jian Wushuang had a little curiosity about these 9 emperors' pavilions. Then, after conquering the magic flame, and after eternal dark prison, he conquered a large number of slaves. After communicating with them, Jian Wushuang had a new understanding of the 9 emperors' pavilions. Zhou, that is simply a giant. Although he does not fight for hegemony and does not participate in the competition for opportunities and treasures, the Judy Pavilion is located in all corners of the universe. Even at the deepest part of the universe, it has a pivotal position. Like the deepest part of the vast universe, there are eternal kingdoms of gods. These kingdoms are developed by the top and supreme, like a red cloud. These kingdoms should be the site of the pioneer, but these gods all have the Judy Pavilion, and the number is still quite large. He can spread the 9 emperor pavilions all over the universe and even infiltrate into one large kingdom of gods. The masters of those kingdoms have no opinion yet. The degree of terror of these 9 emperor pavilions can be imagined. The 9 emperors' palace can exist in the vast universe for so long, and the territory involved is so vast. Its strength and details are unimaginable, and the one who founded the 9 emperors' palace in one hand is bound to be a shocking powerhouse. I am afraid that at least it is the supreme invincible, that is, the level of supreme Ling Yun, and it may even be stronger. Jian Wushuang secretly said, 9 Emperor Pavilion is definitely a superlord in the universe, at least much stronger than Hong Yun. Sword Wushuang has no doubt about this. While the star field where he is now, although the edge of the universe, the power of Judy Pavilion still infiltrated. In the middle of this star field, a huge and ancient Earth star is hovering there quietly, and Judy Pavilion is located on this Earth star. The appearances of Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord appeared in the void outside the Earth. 9 Emperor Pavilion. Jian Wu's eyes calmly looked at the huge Earth star in front of him. Although there is a huge law formation above the ground star, Jian Wushuang can still clearly see the tall building attic in the law formation. The entire Judean Pavilion is extremely magnificent, and there are many practitioners on the planet who are walking around. Most of these practitioners are the strong ones who come to trade in the Judy Pavilion. Next to Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Dragons will be more domineering than Jian Wushuang. He glanced at the Judy Pavilion in front of him, and the power of the soul swept out unscrupulously. The heavy array on the Judy Pavilion failed, blocking the soul exploration of the Lord of Dragons. The Lord of Dragons had already seen the scene in the Pavilion of the 9 Emperors for a moment. There are 3 masters, 2 of whom are only the first series, but there is one who has reached the second series, said the Dragon Lord. Oh! Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't expect that there was even a second-level master in the 9 Emperors' Pavilion. You know, when the strong man in the eternal dark prison has never stepped out, this star field will be dominated by a second-level master on the bright side of the star field. Except for him, no one seems to have reached the second-level master, but it now appears that there is such a person in the Judy Pavilion. Let's go in. Jian Wushuang swept directly to the star. After the sword, Wushuang appeared in the void outside Judy Pavilion, and the power of the soul of the Dragon Lord swept away. The three masters in Judy Pavilion were immediately noticed. Huh, huh, huh. I saw three arrogant breaths rising from the Judy Pavilion at the same time, and three figures also appeared above the Judy Pavilion. The appearance of these three people instantly caused a commotion in the Judy Pavilion. Master, three masters? It is the three masters of the Judy Pavilion. The most central one is the master of the first court of the Judy Pavilion, Shen Yun, who is said to have reached the top level of dominance many years ago. The original Yu dominated at the time, but later Yu dominated the star field because of the rise of the ancient Night Devil. Now among the strongest in this star field, in addition to the top of the blood sword apart from the Lord and the ancient Night Demon King, this Shen Yun ruler should be the strongest. What happened? It turned out that the three masters of Judy Pavilion appeared at the same time, and even Shen Yun's master appeared. An exclamation sounded from below. Many rulers who came to trade in Judy Pavilion raised their heads in amazement one by one, looking at the three masters above. He followed closely, but the three masters, under their gaze, swept directly to the void ahead, where two figures came slowly. Obviously, the reason for the appearance of the three patrons was because of the arrival of the two. But who are those two people who actually attracted the three masters of Judy Pavilion to appear at the same time? Ha! The Lord of the Blood Sword is here. My Judy Pavilion is full of glory. The gigantic laughter emanated from the mouth dominated by Shen Yun. Hearing this laughter, the rulers below were immediately clear. Who am I? Turns out to be the Lord of the Blood Sword. Well, as Shen Yun dominates, now in this star domain, I am afraid that only the Lord of the Blood Sword and the ancient Night Demon King are qualified to meet him in person. The Lord of the Blood Sword? That's the Lord of the Blood Sword? Look at the breath, which is also the rule of the general rule. The general ruler? The joke is also the ruler. The main sword of this blood sword kills me and waits. It's almost like killing an ant. Don't say I wait. Even if it is the general master, the main sword of blood sword is afraid. You can easily kill him. You must know that he defeated the ancient Night Demon King. How good is the ancient Night Demon King? Who is the one-horned old man next to the Lord of the Blood Sword? I don't know, but it seems to be a very powerful person. The rulers of the rules below all talked about. For the ruler of these rules, the general masters are high above them, and the appearance of masters like Shen Yun is enough to excite and even tremble them. And the gods who have been passed on in this star field for a long time, with the rule of the Lord, and known as the Lord of the Blood Sword of the first strongest in this star field, are enough to make them crazy. It is a great luck for the master of these rules to be able to see these strong sides. Moreover, they are also the masters of the rules. They naturally admire and even admire the sword's unparalleled strength. I now see Jian Wushuang, just like Jian Wushuang's own idol. Chapter 39-34. Fourth more. On the void of Judean Pavilion, Jian Wushuang and the Lord of the Dragons stood there. In front of them were the three masters of Judean Pavilion. The eyes of these three patrons at this moment are not on Jian Wushuang's body, but on the Dragon Lord. This person, Shen Yun, dominated and looked at the Lord Dragon with a frown. He does not know the Lord of Dragons, and has never heard of such a strong man. Although the Lord of Dragons is standing behind Jian Wushuang at this moment, it gives a huge amount of oppression in his body. This oppression is strong, makes Shen Yun dominated secretly. At this time, the eyes of the Demon Dragon Lord also just swept over. It was just a simple sweep. Shen Yun's master only felt a twitch of his body and mind. So terrible strong. I feel not weaker than that ancient night devil, and maybe even stronger. Shen Yun is the master of the first pavilion of Judy Pavilion. When the ancient Night Demon King rose, he also dealt with the latter. However, the background of the Nine Emperor Palace is too large. It is said that the power of Xion can oppress many large forces in this star field, but it is not afraid to provoke the Judy Pavilion alone. Suddenly, Shen Yun dominated and found that the one-cornered old man standing in front of him at the moment gave him a stronger feeling than the ancient night demon. But the one-corner old man stood on the side of Jian Wushuang and was a little behind. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I wonder if this one around you is? Shen Yun asked him. He is just one of my servants. Shen Yun do not care. Jian Wushuang smiled. Servant? Lord Shen Yun glanced at the other two cabinet masters next to him, but his heart was even more frightened. Dominated by Shen Yun, I came to Judy Pavilion this time to do business. Jian Wushuangdo. Let the Lord of the Blood Sword come in person is bound to be a big business. I also invite the Lord of the Blood Sword to follow me to the cabinet, and we will discuss it slowly. Shen Yun dominated the invitation. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord, led by Shen Yun, ran towards the central loft of the Judy Pavilion. In the lofty loft, Jian Wushuang sat at a round table, and the Lord of the Dragons stood respectfully behind him. In front of him, the three lords of the Judy Pavilion also sat there. I don't know what treasure you need to exchange for the Lord of the Blood Sword? Lord Shen Yun asked directly. Spar. All kinds of special spar, but it must be high level. Jian Wushuangdo. He wants special spar, which is naturally prepared for demon flame. Although in the eternal dark prison, he beheaded many masters, conquered many strong ones, and obtained a large number of special spar, but these special spar, in addition to the Jin Song that was originally obtained from the 1,000-killed monarch outside of the boundary stone, most of the other spar levels are more general. Even if all of them are added up, it is not enough for the magic flame to restore the gold-swallowing body. Therefore, Jian Wushuang needs more spar, and they are all high level. This is easy to handle. I have a list of special spar in my 9 Emperors Pavilion. You can see the Lord of the Blood Sword. Shen Yun's master directly passed the list to Jian Wushuang. After Wu Jianshou took it, he browsed with the magic flame. After a few moments, the list is finished. No, the level is too low. The sound of the magic flame sounded in Jian Shuangshuang's heart. The spar on this list is very general, and the quality is lower than those of the master you get in the eternal dark prison. I've been on a few, and I've recovered a lot of gold swallows now. I'm going to continue to recover. This kind of ordinary spar won't be of much use even if swallowed. Only the higher level spar can make it. My gold-swallowing body continues to recover. None of the spar on this list can meet my requirements. Wu Jin's brows also frowned. He also listened to the demon flame before. As the gold-swallowing body slowly recovers, the quality requirements for the spar will become higher and higher. Up to now, although the gold-swallowing body of the demon flame has not recovered to 10%, but the general spar it had no effect on his recovery. Shen Yun dominates, it's true. The special spar level I want must be high. Like the spar on this list that you come up with, none of them can meet my requirements. Jian Wushuang said. No one. Shen Yun dominated in surprise. No, the spar on this list is extremely rare and precious in this star field, and several of them are almost extinct in this star field. Oh, no such precious spar can meet your requirements of the Lord of the Blood Sword? Master of the Blood Sword, can you tell me what you want these spar to do? Shen Yun's is indeed curious. Jian Shuang, but shook his head directly. This matter is important, I say and tell you, but I do need a higher level spar. I wonder if Shen Yun dominates your 9 Emperors Pavilion. Or is there another way to get it? The spar that I can take out for the time being is on this list. The higher level spar is probably very difficult to find, but if you really need the Lord of the Blood Sword, there is something else. The way can be found. Shen Yun dominated. What method? Jian Wushuang looked over. The Lord of the Blood Sword www. Novel. You should have some understanding of my 9 Emperors Pavilion. My 9 Emperors Pavilion is located in all corners of the universe and in various star domains, and this star domain is at the extreme edge of the universe. The barren land has naturally limited resources and treasures. The higher level spar is not available in this star field, but other star fields are available. If you really need the Blood Sword Master, Judy Pavilion can be delivered to you from other star domains. But it will cost a lot more to send it from other star fields. Shen Yun said. Wu Jinshuang squinted his eyes slightly, not surprised. The high-level spar he needs is indeed very difficult to get in this star field. Unless it is the deepest in the 3 battlefields and the opportunity is extremely bad, 1 or 2 special spars can be obtained. Ru Jianwushuang got a blood iron at the beginning, but hard to plant is pure luck, which can be encountered but not sought. With the resources of this star field, it is really not easy to get that high-level special spar. It can only be sent from other star fields. If you send it from another star field, the price will definitely be more expensive. After all, the universe is too vast, and one star field is extremely far apart from the other star field. Even if it is Judy Pavilion, you need to send treasures from a star field. It is not so easy to go to another star field. I want to know what are the highest level spar you can send to this star field in a short time. Jian Wushuang asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 39-35. Fifth more. This, I have to communicate with the masters of some nearby star domains so that I can get accurate information. Shen Yun dominated for a while and said, let us just ask the 2 to wait a moment here. I will immediately get in touch with the cabinet owners of those stars. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, without urging. Shen Yun dominated immediately and was presented with wine and food for Jian Wushuang to enjoy. After a long while, Shen Yun had the exact answer. Master of the Blood Sword, this list is just sorted out by me and can be sent to this star field in the shortest time. The special spar level on the list is much higher than the previous list. See if you are satisfied. Shen Yun dominated and resent a list to Jian Wu double-sided. After Wu Jianshou took it, his consciousness swept away and he nodded slightly. It is true that the special spar on this list is much higher than the previous level. Magic Flame. What do you think? Jian Wushuang communicated with Mo Yin internally. Not bad. The Magic Flame also said, although there are only dozens of crystals on this list, the levels are not low, and the highest level of them has the greatest 2 kinds of help to restore my body. One is the Ice Crystal. The other is the Golden Fire Magic Stone. Although the 2 crystals are still inferior to the Golden Songjie Stone, they are also very good, especially the Golden Fire Magic Stone. If there is a certain amount in a short time, you can restore 10% to 20% of the deities. I got a reply from Demon Flame, and Jian Wushuang immediately looked up. Shen Yun is dominated. Of these spar, I need 2 ice crystals and gold fire demon, but I don't know how much these 2 spar are worth. Bing Yuanjing, the golden fire demon? Shen Yun dominated his brows and laughed. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you have a good eye. On this list I gave you recently, these 2 kinds of spar have the highest level. Especially the Golden Fire Magic Stone, that is extremely rare in the edge of the universe. Dongran, of course, the higher the level, the higher the value naturally, not to mention that both types of spar need to be sent from other star domains, and the cost is even greater. Shen Yun's dominance only said that the cost was greater, but did not say the specific value of these 2 kinds of spar. Jian Wushuang said directly, I not only need to send these 2 kinds of spar from other star fields, but I also have a requirement that the speed must be fast. Within 500 years, I must send to this star field. And give it to me. What? Within 500 years? Shen Yun dominated his eyes. Why? You can't do it? Jian Wushuang glanced at Shen Yun. I can do it. I have 9 Emperor Pavilions in all corners of the universe, and have been connected with each star domain, and there are special space channels between each other. If you use space channels, let alone 500 years, even 5 it will not be a problem to send it to you in 10 years. But the key is the cosmic channel. It is no more than a space channel in the astral space. It is extremely difficult to open any cosmic channel. The cost is even greater. This is just a creation, and each time it is transmitted in cosmic space, the same it takes a huge price, as is the case with short-distance cosmic space channel transmissions, and the cost is even more outrageous if it spans star fields. Shen Yun's master frowned. I know the cost is huge, and I have already prepared mentally. You don't need to talk nonsense to me. Let's just say, how much it will cost to send these 2 kinds of spar to me in 500 years. Jian Wushuang said lowly. Shen Yun dominated for a moment, and then stretched out a finger, saying, a gold fire magic stone requires 1 universe source stone? Wu Jian's eyes narrowed sharply. The lion opens his mouth. The dragon lord next to him whispered coldly, and a little bit of evil swept out of him. When Sun felt this evil spirit, Shen Yuan was dominated, and the other two patrons of Judy Pavilion were taken aback. Qi Jian Wushuang waved his hand to signal the dragon lord to converge his breath. Is the source stone of the universe? Swordless eyes narrowed. Universe source stone, this is a special unit used for trading in the vast universe. In the vast universe, there are two kinds of currency for trading. One is the cosmic crystal, which is also the earliest cosmic currency that Jian Wushuang contacted. At the time he got the Blood North Heritage, he got some cosmic crystals. At that time, he didn't know the purpose of this cosmic crystal was later discovered in the cosmic battlefield. However, the universe crystal is only the most basic trading currency, and it is mostly used by the ruler and some weaker masters. And the masters who reach a certain level of strength, they use all the source rocks of the universe. In the universe, it is also currency. The ratio of the source stone to the universe crystal is 1 to 100 million. In other words, only 100 million cosmic crystals can be exchanged for one cosmic source stone. But in this star field, even those masters who have been roaming in the universe battlefield all year round and have the rules of the treasure, their total net worth is probably hundreds of universe crystals. Even if it is a first-level master, the total net worth is probably only about hundreds of thousands of universe crystals. If there is the strongest treasure in hand, the net worth may be more, but not too much. One cosmic source stone, equivalent to 100 million cosmic crystals, this is definitely an astronomical number for most first-order masters. Because on the market the value of a strongest treasure may be between 100 and 2 million cosmic crystals. One cosmic source stones are equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of strongest treasures. This is not to blame the demon dragon lord said that Shen Yuan dominated the lion's mouth, because under normal circumstances, a gold fire demon stone does not need one universe source stone at all, at most 0. One universe source stone is sufficient. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I know that the price is relatively expensive, but there is no way. Your requirements are too high. You must send it to this star field within 500 years. For 500 years, you can only rely on cosmic space. Channel. Shen Yun dominated solemnly. What about Bing Yuanjing? Jian Wushuang asked again. The value of the ice crystal is slightly lower than that of the gold fire magic stone, but if it is delivered within 500 years, it will also require a 0.9 source stone of the universe. Shen Yun dominated. Wu Jinso silent. In the bottom of his heart, he was asking Moyan, if your gold-swallowing body is to recover 20%, how many gold fire magic stones or ice yuan crystals do you need? If all of them are gold fire magic stones, 100 pieces are almost enough. If all of them are ice crystals, I'm afraid about 120 pieces are needed. Moyan replied. 100 gold fire magic stones, which means 100 universe source stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Chapter 39-36. Sixth more. Universe source stone, swords unique. That was obtained when he was slaying and conquering many powerful men in the eternal dark prison. You know, most of the eternal dark prisons are from the depths of the universe, and hundreds of chaos-era killings can survive. Every family is extraordinary. There are some cosmic source stones or cosmic crystals in their hands. These all add up, and now I have about 20 cosmic source stones on hand. But the 20 cosmic source stones are obviously not enough to buy the golden fire demon stone and Bing Yuanjing. Shen Yun dominates. This gold fire magic stone and Bing Yuanjing. I want a little more. Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Oh. Dominant Shen Yun immediately looked at Xiang Jianshuang. If it is pure gold fire magic stone, I need 100. As for Bing Yuanjing, I need 120. Jian Wushuang said directly. This? The master Shen Yun and the other two patrons heard it, all a little dazed. They know how expensive Shen Yun's price has just been. One cosmic source stone, a gold fire magic stone. Hundreds, that would be 100 cosmic source stones. In the universe, even if it is the master of the 4th or 5th series, all the net worth may not have 100 source rocks of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword can take it? Although the suspicion is extremely deep, Shen Yun's master still said, the Lord of the Blood Sword. Although I gave you this list, it does not mean that there are many spar on this list, especially the Golden Fire Demon. Stone and Bing Yuanjing have the highest levels. I have communicated with and calculated the statistics of many cabinets in the surrounding area. All the star fields around here only have more than 30 gold fire magic stones. As for the number of ice crystals, there are more, but they are not even 60. Even if I give it all to you, it won't meet your requirements. So, I can do everything possible to send you 30 gold fire magic stones and 50 ice yuan crystals in 500 years. Of course, if it is a slightly lesser crystal, such as the Blood Dragon crystal, there are quite a few star fields around here. I can get you 200 or 300. It is not a problem. What do you think? Blood Dragon crystal? Jin Wushuang frowned. It's okay. The sound of the demon flame rang in Jian Wushuang's heart. Although the level of the Blood Dragon crystal is not as high as that of the Gold Fire Magic Stone and Ice Yuan crystal, the 300 Blood Dragon crystals together are comparable. 30 or 40 Gold Fire Magic Stones, and all of them are enough. Jian Wushuang nodded. Just 30 Gold Fire Magic Stones, 50 Ice Yuan crystals, 300 Blood Dragon crystals. Okay. Shen Yun dominated the dignified look. You thought that you only need 1 or 2 gold and fire magic stones for the Lord of the Blood Sword, so the value will naturally be a lot higher, but now the Lord of the Blood Sword is a one-time one. If you need so many crystals are already in the same star field. You can get a lot of crystals in one cosmic channel transmission, so it can save a lot of cost. So I can give you the Lord of the Blood Sword in terms of price. Lower some. Let us do that. 30 gold fire magic stones and 50 ice yuan crystals are added together. I'll give you 50 cosmic source stones. As for 300 blood dragon crystals, it's all 30 cosmic source stones. 80 cosmic source stone. Lord of the Blood Sword, if you agree, I will definitely send these things to the Star Palace within 500 years. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. 80 cosmic source stone, although it is still a huge number, but what Shen Yun dominated before, it is indeed a lot of discount. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I don't know the 80 cosmic source stones. How did you pay for it? Shen Yun dominated it. I have a lot of treasures in your hand. Let's see how much it is. Sword Wushuang waved his hand and took out a ring of heaven and earth. In this ring of prey, there are a lot of resources and treasures that he got from the strong men who were killed by him after he killed in the eternal dark prison. Many of the resources and treasures here are extremely precious, which are not found in this star field, and the value is naturally extraordinary. After taking control of Qin Kuan, the master Shan Yun began to investigate carefully. When he saw the numerous and precious treasures in Qin Kuan Ring, Shan Yun's heart shook immediately. Good guy, Ba Feng Mein Vine, Feng Huxian Chao, Lei Sha Shuedan. Shan Yun dominated and called out dozens of treasure names. These treasures are hardly found not only in our star field, but even in the nearby star fields. You, the Lord of the Blood Sword, took out so many things at once, and most of the other treasures are also very precious. The levels are also very high. Most of them are difficult to find in our star field. Oh, terrific, terrific. Shen Yun dominated, constantly admiring. Of course, he admired the sword Wushuang's handwriting. Wu Mingming is just a ruler. The treasures that can be taken out are enough to marvel at most of the masters on the edge of the universe. Dominated by Shen Yun, tell me directly how much these treasures are worth. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The master of Shen Yun made a simple estimation and quickly replied, the Lord of the Blood Sword. Most of the treasures in this ring are extremely precious and rare, and there are several types of values that are even more amazing. All of them can be added together. Are you the Source Stone of the Universe, the Source Stone of the Universe? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. 30 cosmic source rocks, plus 20 cosmic source rocks already on him, are only 50 cosmic source rocks. I've got some treasures here, look at them again. Jian Wushuang took out another Qin Kuan ring. Shen Yun took over immediately. After investigation, he found that there were only dozens of treasures in the Qin Kuan ring, but the breadth of those dozens of treasures was extremely amazing, and they were all the strongest treasures, and not the ordinary strongest treasure. The strongest treasures in the highest level, dozens of them? Dominant Shan Yun widened his eyes, calmed down immediately, and smiled. Master of the Blood Sword, these dozens of treasures, I still give you 20 universes. The price of the Source Stone. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows finally frowned, and he murmured, these strongest treasures are all in the highest level, and each one is very amazing. It should be easy to exchange 1 or 2 million cosmic crystals, and among them there are arcana warframes, realms, and repression arcanas, all of which add up to more than 20 cosmic source stones? Master of the Blood Sword, you don't know about it. Shen Yun dominated with a smile. In a word, things are rare and expensive. If you only take 1 or 2 pieces of the best treasure of the highest level, the price is naturally different, but you can take out dozens of them at once. And I also get news. There are a large number of arcanas in the Star Palace, even the strongest arcana, which is obviously related to the Lord of the Blood Sword. Chapter 39-37. Seventh More. The Star Palace has a large number of arcanas, including the strongest arcana, and also use these arcadia to solicit powerful people. It is not surprising that it will not take long for this star domain's arcana, including the strongest arcana, to flood. In the future, this star domain, the value of arcana will naturally be reduced. According to local conditions, this principle, you should understand the Lord of the Blood Sword. Shen Yun dominated and looked at Jian Wushuang calmly. Jian Wushuang was silent. He did feel that the source rock of the 20 universe was a little low, but what Shen Yun dominated did not make him refutable. According to local conditions, if this star field itself does not have many strongest treasures, and there is no need for a universe of treasures at the highest level, the value is naturally different. Moreover, even if the price was lowered, he could not be angry, and he could not force the other side by force. After all, he is not facing a small force now, but Judy Pavilion. Although the host of the first pavilion of the 9 Emperor Pavilion is dominated by Shen Yun, although he has been polite to him from the moment he entered the door, in fact, this Shen Yun dominates him with no fear at all. I want to know that what stands behind him is a huge Juding Pavilion. He will only do business fairly and strive for greater benefits for Juding Pavilion as much as possible. The resources that I can exchange in my hands are almost the same, but I still can't get the 80 cosmic source stones unless... Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Dominated by Shen Yun, I still have a treasure in my hand. See how much it is. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. This time he didn't take out the ring, but took out a blue sword. As soon as the Scion sword came out, there was a horrific and fierce breath coming out, and the Scion sword faintly carried an incomparable force. That transcendental power is truly the law of the universe. This is the rule of treasure. The Lord Shen Yun and the other 2 lords of the Judy Pavilion showed horror at the moment they saw the blue sword. Not bad. This Scion sword is exactly the sword that Sword Master Wushuang received from the Lord of the Scorpions. The 5 rules of the Lord Scorpion Lord are precious. One of them is used by himself, and a purple stone stick is given to the Lord Dragon Lord. The 2 town monuments are refined by the sword unparalleled. As for the last item, this is the Scion sword, which is also contained in the Ring of Sword by the sword unparalleled in case of need. Shan and now, in order to get what he needs very much from the Judy Pavilion, Jian Wushuang took out the Scion sword. Master of the Blood Sword, do you even have the rule of treasure? Shen Yun dominated Jian Wushuang with a shocked expression on his face. Don't talk nonsense. You look at this rule arcana sword. How many universe source stones can be exchanged for? Jian Wushuang is cold. Sovereign Shen Yun immediately began to investigate the power of the Scion sword. Only a moment later, the Lord Shen Yun gave the sword Wushuang a reply. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the Scion sword you brought out belongs to the rule of the lower grade. And among the treasures of the rule of inferior goods, it can only be regarded as ordinary. In the vast universe, the rule of inferior quality is generally treasure, and the value is between the source rocks of the universe, and your rule of treasure war sword is estimated to be between 120 source rocks. However, I said before that things are scarce and expensive. Your best-in-class treasures are the strongest treasures. Because there are a lot of them, the value is naturally low. The rule is treasure. In addition to the town monument that was originally born, there is almost nothing in this star field. At least I have never received the arcane treasure since I became the first patron of the 9 Emperor Pavilion of this star field. Therefore, in terms of value, this ruled treasure knife will naturally be higher. Zhiyang, in this way, this low-level rule is a precious sword. I will give you the price of 150 cosmic source stones. What do you think? After Shen Yun dominated, he smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. 150 source stones of the universe? Jian Wushuang looked up at Shen Yun's master and nodded secretly. He had already asked the Lord of the Dragons on his way. Regarding the price of the ruler's sword, the Lord of the Dragons said that the value of the ruler's sword should be between the source rocks of the universe, and Shen Yun's master gave 150. The price is indeed relatively high. As he said, things are precious. Thon counting it like that, the most powerful treasures he sold before are not a loss. This rule is the 150 cosmic source stones of the precious treasure sword, plus the batch of resource treasures and arcane treasures, all of which add up to 190 cosmic source stones, deducting the 80 cosmic source stones that purchased the Gold Fire Magic Stone, Ice Yuan Crystal, and Blood Dragon Crystal. There are 110 cosmic source stones left. I still have a list here. There are some treasures in it, and see if you can get them in 500 years. Jian Wushuang took out a list again. On the list, there are hundreds of treasures. These treasures were prepared for Jian Wushuang to cultivate the supreme immortal body. The supreme immortal mystic body is from Ling Yunxing. It is Ling Yunxing's inner star mysticism. It is very high level and very powerful. Before the sword, Wushuang was only able to be refined into the first, but the body was greatly improved, comparable to the elementary universe treasure. I have to know that the supreme immortal mysticism is full of 11th order. Only at the main level of the rule, you can practice the first 3 tiers. Jian Wushuang was just the first tier. The reason why he has practiced the second most important thing in these years is that the cultivation of the supreme immortal iron requires a lot of geniuses and treasures, and those geniuses and treasures are very high. Starfields can still be barely found, but the treasures needed for the second start are almost impossible to find in this starfield. Jian Wushuang also came to the 9 Emperors Pavilion because he now has a lot of resources in his hands, and he just took out the treasure on that list, which is the second and third most important thing for him to cultivate the supreme immortal Shantai. There are hundreds of treasures needed, and almost any kind is hard to find in this star field. Wu Jianwushuang was also unsure whether the Judian Pavilion could be brought to him within 500 years. These treasures. Master Shen Yun and the other 2 masters of the Judi Pavilion looked at the treasures on the list, one by one sipping the air conditioner. Why? Is it difficult? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. The Lord of the Blood Sword. The treasures on your list are very high level, and they are relatively rare. It is very difficult to get 1 or 2 of them in this star field alone, but if you do not hesitate, if you look for it from the nearby star field, you can probably find a full 99%, but on this list, there is still a genuine god fruit. Shen Yun dominated his words, and his eyes were still a little shocked. Chapter 39-38. It's 8 more today. Genuine god fruit, that is a first-class treasure. It is said that this genuine god fruit, if only swallowed directly, can greatly enhance its own body. If it is refined into elixir, or used as an elixir for other uses, the effect is even more amazing. In some large territories in the universe, many of the 4th series and even 5th series dominate the genuine god fruit, but genuine god fruit is extremely valuable. To 50 cosmic source stones. This is just the price on the market, because genuine god fruit is generally available without a price. If a genuine god fruit is sold well, it is normal to sell a 70 universe source stone. Shen Yun dominated in that wonder. 9 Emperor Pavilion, a great family, even if this genuine god fruit is precious, but it is nothing to the Emperor Pavilion, right? Jian Wushuang looked over. Genuine god fruit is naturally nothing to the Jade Emperor Pavilion, but here is the edge of the universe after all, and the many star fields around here. I dare say, there is absolutely no genuine god fruit, blood sword. If you want the golden source fruit, you can only send it from some large areas in the deeper part of the universe, and within 500 years, the price will be much higher. Shen Yun ruled. Frankly speaking, how many universe source stones are needed? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. 400 universe source stone. Shen Yun dominated directly. Ba 8 times the price? The sword has no double-sided discoloration. It's too expensive. A single gold source fruit requires 400 universe source stones. I can't afford it. There are indeed too many cosmic source stones, even if he replaced the ruled treasure sword with cosmic source stones, plus the resources he sold before and the strongest gem, minus the purchase of those special spar. The next 110 cosmic source stones, plus 30 cosmic source stones on him, are only about 140. It is still a long way from the 400 source rocks of the universe. Master of the Blood Sword, do you really need that genuine god fruit? Master Shan Yun suddenly looked over. Of course. Jian Wushuangjing focused his head. If the Lord of the Blood Sword is really eager for you, there is another way. Shen Yun dominated. What method? Jian Wushuanglian looked over. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you may not know yet. In my 9 Emperor Pavilion, there is a special list called 9 Emperor List. Shen Yun, the master, began to recount. There are countless strong men on the 9 Emperor list. Among them, they are either supreme or dominated, and of course there are rule masters, but without exception, those who are qualified to include names in this list are necessarily true strong ones, even the rule ones. The Lord must also be the one who rules against the sky and has great potential. Lord of the Blood Sword, I heard that you went to the ancient Night Demon Palace and fought against the ancient Night Demon King. It is true. Jian Wushuang nodded. Shen Yun dominated Xiaowu and looked at Jian Wushuang. Many people saw the battle in person and recorded the process of that battle with mirror commands. I have one of these mirrors in my hands. Order and I and the other 3 took a closer look at the battle between you and the ancient Night Demon King and found that although you are the master of the rules, the power of combat is no less than that of the highest peak of the 2nd rank, and you the consciousness of the origin of the Kendo universe is so high that you even realize a bit of the law of the universe. There is no doubt that the Lord of your blood sword is the most supernatural genius in the vast universe. It is rare to see in the billions of stars. Such a super genius is definitely qualified to be among the 9 emperors. Qi Jian Wushuang was silent. It is not surprising that the picture of his battle with the ancient night demon fell into the hands of Judy Pavilion. After all, many people did see it at first. He is just the list of 9 emperors said by Shen Yun, but still makes him extremely confused. Shen Yun dominates. What is so special about these 9 emperor lists? Jian Wushuang asked. The 9 emperors list is actually a list of strong men. Anyone who is included in the 9 emperors list is my friend of the 9 emperors pavilion and will receive extraordinary treatment in the 9 emperors pavilion all over the universe. For example, you do not have enough cosmic source stones to buy that genuine god fruit, it doesn't matter. As long as you are on the list of 9 emperors, then my Judean pavilion can give you genuine god fruit first. You only need to pay for the universe you can get the source stone. When you have enough cosmic source stones, you will return. And the people in the 9 emperor list will be able to receive the greatest discount in exchanging treasure resources in any branch of the 9 emperor pavilion in the future, and even a lot of key intelligence information in the universe. If anything is useful to you, my 9 Emperor Pavilion will take the initiative to find you and inform you free of charge. You know, the universe is vast and the practitioners are roaming in the universe. A lot of information is not available in time, but the people on the list of 9 emperors do not have to worry about it. For example, the Lord of the Blood Sword, you will go to the universe in the midst of it. If something related to you happens somewhere in the universe, my 9 Emperors Pavilion would find you and notify you as soon as possible. Shen Yun, the master, smiled. This? Jian Wu's eyes glowed with strange light. He Shan listened to the dominance of Shen Yun that the people in the 9 Emperor list can indeed get great benefits from the 9 Emperor Pavilion. The information that is notified in a timely manner is of immense value. Wu Kejin Wushuang also understands that everything needs to be paid to be rewarded. Juding Pavilion serves such people in the Juding list, how can it not be returned? If I leave my name on the Judy Emperor's list, what do I need to do for Judy Pavilion? Jian Wushuang asked. One thing, Shen Yun dominated directly. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Shan Yun dominated and shook his head and laughed. Judy Pavilion will open a convenient door for all the strong in the 9 Emperor list, and do our best to obtain intelligence resources for these strong. And my 9 Emperor court only needs the people in the Jew Emperor's list to do one thing for me, Jew Emperor's court. But this thing is not fixed. But when you may just need your shot, I will ask you. Even if I went to invite you to Judy Pavilion, you can still refuse, but you can only refuse at most twice. But on the third thing, you must complete it, or you will not only be removed from the list of 9 Emperors, even in the future will be hostile to the 9 Emperor Pavilion. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and understood the significance of the 9 Emperors list. The Jujeta Pavilion will serve the strongest in the Jew Emperor list as much as possible, and meet some of the needs of the strongest in the Jew Emperor list, as well as sources of information. The people in the Jew Emperor's list owe a favor to Jujaj. In the future, Jujaj will ask him to do one thing. But what he does will depend on the actual situation. When will his shot be needed? The imperial court would invite him. But even if you ask, the other party can refuse twice. Chapter 39:39. The first is more. Shen Yun is dominated. You Judy Pavilion, you can really do business. Jian Wushuang glanced at Shen Yun dominated. Although Judy Pavilion did pay something, it can be exchanged, but it is the favor of a strong man, and these strong people are not ordinary people. Like Jian Wushuang, although it is only the master of the rules now, Judy Pavilion is not considered by the eyes, but Judy Pavilion knows that Jian Wushuang has mastered a little cosmic law. Super genius. Chanli, how great is such a super genius? He is worthless now, but when he grows up in the future, it will have a great effect when it is critical. The Judy Pavilion relied on some help to these strong men in the early stage, which made it unkind and included the name in the Judy Emperor's list, but they paid only some completely acceptable prices for the Judy Pavilion. For example, the so-called intelligence, Judy Pavilion, is itself for intelligence. It can be said that Judy Pavilion made a bet on a young strong man at a small price. Many of these young powerfuls may have failed to grow up and died before returning the favor of Judy Pavilion. Only 1 out of 100 people has grown up, which is profitable for Judy Pavilion. After years of accumulation, many names that still exist on the 9 Emperors list have grown into top-level existence, but they all owe the favor of the 9 Emperors court. What a terrible power! Yifan, a list of 9 Emperors alone, is afraid of the power that is enough to make the vast universe ignore the forces awe of the 9 Emperors Pavilion. It is no wonder that Judy Pavilion can become one of the giants in the vast universe, spreading its forces in all corners of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I wonder if you would like to be my friend of Judy Pavilion? Shen Yun dominated the smile and looked at Jian Wushuang. Of course I do. Jian Wushuang nodded. I have nothing to refuse. He really needs the Genuine God Fruit now, and the only thing he can get is the way of the 9 Emperor list. It is not a bad thing to include his name in the list of 9 Emperors, and it is not a bad thing to become a friend of the 9 Emperors. Although it will owe a favor to the 9 Emperors, I am afraid that this personal relationship will be obtained for a long time. When he truly becomes the top power after that, Judy Pavilion will ask him for more. Jiao now, and for a long time to come, Judy Pavilion will only serve him with the resources it has used. I don't know if there will be a chance to become a top powerhouse in the future. If there is a chance, I will return the favor of the Judy Pavilion at that time. Jian Wushuang smiled. Lord of the Blood Sword, there is a sign. You just need to leave your name and a drop of blood in the sign. Shen Yun dominated and laughed. More blood? Jian Wushuang stunned. Dongran, of course. Shen Yun dominated and laughed. The universe is vast. The number of practitioners is endless. The names are the same. I do and know how many there are. There is no convincing power at all, but the essence is the only one. Yes. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, even when the word blood sword and a drop of his own blood were left in the order. After staying, the Lingfu slightly lighted up a special light. When he saw this, Shen Yun dominated and smiled, took Lingfu back, followed him and took out another Lingfu, the Lord of the Blood Sword. Starting today, you are my friend of Judy Pavilion. There is a sign here to represent you. Wu Jianso nodded slightly and put the order symbol into the ring. I have done what you said, that Jinyuan God fruit. Jian Wushuang's words were not finished yet. The Lord of the Blood Sword, please rest assured that within 500 years, I will surely send all the Jinyuan God fruits and those treasures on this list to the Star Palace. As for the cosmic source stones needed, Blood the Lord of the Swords, you just need to give me the cosmic source stone you own now. As for the rest, you will return it later. Shun Yun dominated and smiled. Yes. Jian Wushuang also smiled. One more thing, now that I am already recognized in the list of 9 emperors, according to what you said, any information that has a lot to do with me, you Judy Pavilion they will notify me as soon as possible. So now you should know what I care about most. Dongran, of course. The Lord of the Blood Sword you care about most now is the Devil Star. Shin Yun dominated with a smile. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. The Lord of the Blood Sword, according to the information I received from the Judy Pavilion, the Lord of the Demon Clouds has been out of the customs not long ago, and has led his army to ride this cosmic boat towards this star field. It's so fast. It's no accident that around 950 years, the army of Devil Stars will reach this territory. Shun Yun dominated. Is it 950 years? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he said, I need your Judy Pavilion to keep an eye on the movement of this magic cloud star for me. No problem. You can leave a messenger for the Lord of the Blood Sword, but whenever there is news of Devil Cloud Star, I will send it to you as soon as possible. Yes. Jian Wushuang left a summoning order, and then left directly with the Dragon Lord. After Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord left, Master Shan Yun stood with the other 2 masters of Judy Pavilion, and all 3 smiled. Shin Yun, we have done a great job this time. One of the patrons laughed. It's a great achievement. Lord Shin Yun also laughed. The Lord of the Blood Sword has excellent talents, and his chances are also against the sky. After he fought against the ancient Night Demon King, I confessed some of his information going up. I paid great attention to the Lord of the Blood Sword. After all, it is the level of the ruler who understands a trace of the law of the universe, and it is still in the most marginal place of the universe. The above means that we originally wanted us to find a way and make friends, and to find ways to include his name in the list of 9 emperors. But it's not long before the name above was passed down. I have already done it, and I know above, it will definitely be credited to us. This credit does not say how much it rewards us. As long as we are transferred from here to those big a little territory, that's enough. 9 Emperor Pavilion, although a super force in the universe, can attach equal importance to genius, especially the super genius like Jian Wushuang, which is rare in the billions of stars. Under such conditions, although Judy Pavilion will not try to save its income like other great forces, it must be to make friends with it. Okay, after all, as long as such a genius does not fall, future achievements will never be low. I invited such a super genius to be a member of the 9 Emperor list, which is indeed a great credit. For Shun Yun, who is at the edge of the universe and the most barren star field, dominates the 3, their chances of making contributions are too small. The credit now is big enough for them. Chapter 3940. Second more. After Sun emerged from the 9 Emperor Pavilion, Jian Wushuang and the Demon Dragon Lord marched side by side in the cosmic void. Master, in fact, you can just let the Emperor Pavilion come to you to help you with a 4th or 5th rank master at the cost of a rule of treasure. After all, most 4th ranks include many 5th level masters do not have the rule of treasure in their hands. At the cost of 1 rule of treasure, I am afraid that there are many 4th rank and even 5th rank masters willing to come. Demon Dragon Lord said. You may be right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. It is possible to invite the strong to come out of Judy Pavilion, but the territory where we are now is at the extreme edge of the universe. Even among the many nearby star domains, I am afraid that it is difficult to find a 4th ranking master, not to mention the of the 5th series, so the Judean Pavilion was calculated. The strongest one you visit must be quite far away from our star field. Even if it depends on the cosmic channel for transmission, it may not be possible in a short time. Reach this star field. Furthermore, even if there are really strong people who can reach this territory within 1,000 years, I still have a lot of concerns. Jian Wushuang Zhangzheng said. Worry? The Dragon Lord wondered. Magic Dragon, You should know that I have NT practiced long, but it's only 200,000 years. But in such a short period of time, I grew up step by step. Although it is only the master of the rules, the combat power is even worthy. Dominate than the third grade, and have also realized a trace of the law of the universe, and can even come up with the rule of Polaroid you talk about. This is what ordinary people can do? Jin Wushuang looked at the Dragon Lord. The average person really can't do it. The master is talented against the sky. The Lord of the Dragons has not finished speaking. Talent against nature is only one of the factors. Jin Wushuang interrupted directly. No matter how good a talent is in this star field, if you don't get that kind of opportunity, it won't be possible in such a short time. This is the step to take, at least, others must think so. The Lord of the Devil Dragons froze, then nodded slowly. It is true that even him, Jin Wushuang, thinks that Jin Wushuang is too bad and too abnormal. Moreover, this kind of inverse nature cannot be achieved by purely talents. It must have obtained some great opportunities and great fortunes. You think so too? Then the question is coming. If I really invite a master of the 4th or 5th series with the rule of the treasure, this master can be completely out of my control, although I invite come, but who can guarantee his character? Maybe he will feel that there is a big secret in my body, and he will start directly. Jin Wushuang said. Yes, it is very likely. The Lord of the Dragons focused heavily. In fact, it's unnecessary to talk about others. Just say that the Lord Dragon himself, if he is not controlled by the sword, and he is the first time to come to this star field, knowing that there is Jin Wushuang, the incomparable demon genius, even if he is subject to when the other party invites him, he will certainly make the other party's idea. Wu Jinshuang has such concerns, and it is by no means unreasonable. Only an alien lord of the demon clouds has put me into a great crisis in the beginning. It is still on the verge of life and death. If another stronger person is attracted, who knows what will happen? Swordless eyes were cold. I dare not gamble, and dare not pin my hopes on strangers who I do and know and know. Rather than relying on strong external forces, it is better to rely on yourself. Magic Dragon, you go with me to Moyangu first. Jin Wushuang rode. Yes. The Lord Dragon nodded. Immediately, the two speeded up, and soon they came to the Magic Smoke Valley, one of the 3 major battlefields of the universe. Magic Dragon, you wait for me outside this valley of magic smoke. Jin Wushuang commanded. Yes. The Dragon Lord still commanded. Jin Wushuang went directly into the Magic Smoke Valley alone, and soon came to the depths of the Magic Smoke Valley. Life and death? Jin Wushuang passed through life and death, but then shook his head. When I left that special time and space, although I finally came out of life and death, the entrance to that special time and space may not be here. China, and there is a big crisis in life and death. I still don't take risks. Jin Wushuang did not choose to enter the time and space where Ling Yun's veins fell asleep through life and death. Instead, he went to the unexplored area of the Magic Smoke Valley in accordance with his own way of entering that space and time, and entered the area in accordance with the route. In that special time and space, the ash-like void is vast and immense. There is no light at all, and there is no sky or earth. I have, but nothing. Turasu, this special space-time is completely different from the outside space-time. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang is not the first time to come to this special time and space, and he was not too surprised by the environment of this time and space. He set off directly toward the dark void in front of him. The dark void, Jin Wushuang swept for a while, before they saw the huge high platform floating in front. With that high platform, Jin Wushuang couldn't be more familiar. When he first came to this special time and space, he was on the high platform and was trapped by the 18 piers on that high platform for a total of 97,000 years. In the end, it was very difficult to break through the 18th battle and therefore pass the test set by the Ling Yunxing master, becoming the inner star disciple of Ling Yunxing's vein, and practicing the supreme insecure technique. At the time, Jin Wushuang also saw Feng Imo, the top powerhouse from Ling Yunxing's vein, in this special time and space. Feng the Wind Demon, but an extremely powerful supreme, was just too injured in the original battle, and has been sleeping in this special time and space. And when Jin Wushuang left this special time and space, The Wind Demon also said that if you encounter any trouble later, you can come to this special time and space for help. Wu Jinshuang came this time to ask for help. Okay. As soon as Wu Jinshuang approached the huge high platform, he was immediately attracted by the scene on the high platform. I saw a young man wearing a battle armor and a wicked face on the high platform, waving a golden spear and fighting 6 human figures. The breath on the young man is obviously the ruler of the rule, and he has reached the level of the 6 void realms, which is also good in marksmanship. Unfortunately, his marksmanship is obviously not the opponent of the 6 human figures. Being crushed by the 6 human figures, the situation was completely sideways. Soon after, the young man was defeated and returned to the most central part of the platform. At this time, he noticed Jian Wushuang appearing in the void near the high platform. Chapter 39-41. Third More. Golden Snake Monarch. Wu Jian's twin shape flickered and appeared directly on the high platform. You are the Lord of the Blood Sword? When the evil-skinned man Golden Snake Monarch, wearing a battle armor, saw the sword unparalleled, he was shocked at first, but followed with ecstasy. I bet right? Gambling, right? Jian Wushuang doubted. Haha, Lord of the Blood Sword, you don't know. My golden snake has deep blood and enmity. My wife and children died in the same person, and that person is the king of Dongqing. The Golden Snake Lord laughed. Dongqing King. Jian Wushuang immediately remembered the Dongqing King who had great fame among the masters of the rules of the stars. King Dongqing is a powerful man who has reached the extreme of the 6 realms. He is much stronger than the Golden Snake King. I dreamed of killing the Dongqing King, but unfortunately I was not strong enough to kill him at all, and I knew that my talents were limited. Even if it would give me another 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, I'm afraid I would also take this Dongqing King. There is no way at all. So I can only go to these 3 battlefields to venture out, take risks, and long for a great opportunity to kill the Dongqing King. But that great opportunity can be met but not demanded. For a long time, I have not gained anything, until I knew that you came out alive from life and death. The Lord of your blood sword, before entering life and death, his strength was average, not even as good as me. But after coming out of life and death, his strength soared, and he became the first person in the rule of the rule. It's a rival to the master. Obviously, you are in the territory of life and death, and you have reached an incredible opportunity, so your strength has skyrocketed. The king snake stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. Thuyi, so, you have come to life and death? Jian Wushuang also looked at the golden snake monarch. Yes, life and death have always been a big forbidden area. No one has ever been able to come out alive, but you have come out. Since you can come out alive and get great opportunities from it, why can't I? So I choose to bet. I broke into life and death and suffered several hardships in life and death. Every time I died, I survived, but I had good luck. I went through many hardships along the way. Until now, I have only come to this special time and space. On this high platform, even now, I have met you. Haha, if I can meet you in this special time and space, it means that you really did get a good chance in this time and space. I bet, right? The Golden Snake Monarch laughed with a madness. Wu Jinshuang looked into the eyes of the Golden Snake Monarch with a touch of compassion. Jin, this Golden Snake Monarch is because he has his own lessons learned, knowing that he has come alive from life and death, and has gained soaring strength. So he actively broke into life and death to seek the same great opportunity. I have to say that the Golden Snake Monarch is crazy, perhaps because of the deep revenge on the blood. He has never found the hope of revenge, and finally has a chance to face him. Even if the chance is slim, he still wants to seize it. It's a pity that the Golden Snake Monarch is doomed to be disappointed. I got the chance in this special time and space, but as for the improvement of strength, I got up purely by my own ability in the process of getting the chance. And this Golden Snake Monarch has reached a bottleneck in his own strength. I am afraid that he cannot break through for a long time alone. He is now trapped in this 18 team. I am afraid that he will be trapped directly like the original Star Thunder Dominator. I can't leave without death. Golden Snake Monarch. Jian Shuangshuang said, this time and space is indeed the place where my strength soared. There is a great opportunity here, But the condition for this great opportunity is that you can break through the 18th battle in front of you. For 10 million years, if you can break through the 18th battle in 10 million years, you will have the opportunity to avenge the king of Dongqing. But if you can't make it through, you can only die here. Is it 10 million years? The king of the snake's eyes narrowed slightly, and Zheng Jianjian immediately turned his head. In order to get revenge on my wife and children, I will definitely break through. Good luck. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep look at the golden snake monarch and immediately left. He has already passed the test of the 18 final battles and is about to leave now. Naturally, the 18 humanoid statues on the high platform have never stopped him. Passing from the high platform, Jian Wushuang continued to glide forward into the dark void. The 18 peerless strikes vary from person to person. At first, because I was just an undead saint, the conditions for going through the 18 peerless strokes were not so harsh, but it took me nearly 100,000 years to barely break through. In the past, the Golden Snake Monarch was a ruler. If he wanted to break through these 18 games, the conditions would be too harsh. Unless he can, as I do now, have an understanding of Kendo even more than most third-level masters, and even created a big sword skill and 2 big sword arrays. Otherwise, he wants to break into these 18 unique battles. It is almost impossible. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. Of course, there is another way for Jin Shijun to break through the 18th battle, and that is to understand a little rule of the universe. But is this possible? Even if Jian Wushuang was in the dark, he went to the darkened demon realm and got the life core fragment of the undead ghost. With that life core fragment, he could comprehend a little cosmic law. This golden snake monarch has never touched the laws of the universe before. Trapped in these 18 arrays, how can there be a chance to understand? He knew this, and Jian Wushuang said that he wished the king of the snake good luck, because in his opinion, the king of the snake was afraid that he could not go out alive from this special time and space. This golden snake monarch may be because his wife and children have been killed. His heart has already collapsed and gone mad. For revenge, he can be disregarded, knowing that it is almost impossible to survive in life and death. He still has no reason to look back. To choose to bet. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. If millenniums later, my primordial world is defeated in the battle with Demon Star, then the primordial world will completely collapse. Many of my family and friends, as well as countless strong people in the primordial world, will be difficult to escape the demon cloud, the star's poisonous hand. Even if I escape by chance, it is estimated that like the Golden Snake Lord, he will be completely insane and will desperately seek revenge from the Lord of the Clouds. Seeing the Golden Snake Monarch, Jian Wushuang had compassion on his heart, and at the same time thought of the situation he faced with Taichu Divine Realm. His heart was also extremely heavy. At this time, a golden light had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 39:42. Fourth more. This golden light shines from the deepest part of this special time and space. As this golden light gets closer and closer, its light becomes more and more dazzling. When Jian Wushuang approaches, this golden light is like a huge golden sun, shining the whole time and space thoroughly. Wu Jingguang dissipated, revealing the appearance of a tall practitioner. He is tens of feet tall, wearing golden battle armor and boots, with a golden trench on his head, and a golden spear in his hand, a golden of war. Sword Wushuang, met Feng Ma predecessor. Sword Wushuang salute. I saw Feng Mo again, and Jian Wushuang was still full of shock. You know, this is a living supreme power, different from the Lord Wu of the Red Cloud realm. The Lord Wushan's body almost collapsed, and it has been relied on by the Red Cloud realm to barely maintain it. And what Jian Wushuang saw in the Red Clouds is not the Lord's deity, but just an incarnation of its cohesion. Extremely powerful. The Wind Demon in front of Yun Ke's eyes, however, is a real deity. Although the Wind Demon has not been at its peak, he may not have recovered 20 to 30% of his strength, but at this moment standing in front of Jian Wu, he feels as if facing the entire sky universe, so tall and tall, but himself it is a trace of dust in the universe, very small. Wu Jian's unparalleled feeling. If this Wind Demon is willing, with one look and one eye, he can let himself die countless times. Little guy, how long have you been away from this space and time? Come back so soon? A golden battle armor, like a of warlike wind demon. The narrow eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang's body. Oh, break through to the ruler of the rule and I feel a trace of the law of the universe on you. What is going on? Predecessor of the wind demon, I have realized a trace of the law of the universe, Jian Wushuang said, and he waved his hand, and immediately the power of that law of the universe had condensed in his hands. Sure enough, Feng Mo's eyes brightened, but then he laughed. His laughter was ancient and mighty, and this time and space trembled wildly. The ruler can understand a trace of the universe rule. Your kid is fighting for Ling Yunxing, and I really did not mistake you. Feng Ma seniors, don't hide it. I came here this time for your help. Jian Wushuangdo. Cho help? Feng Mo still smiled on his face. I did say before, if you have encountered anything, you can come here to help me and say, what? That's right, my hometown is very special in the early days. Jian Wushuang briefly recounted the cause and effect of the incident. Within 1,000 years, no accident should be more than 900 years later, the magic cloud. The army of the Lord of the Stars will rush to this star field, and when the time comes to fight, I am not absolutely sure that I can win. Is that so? Feng Mo knew, that is to say, after more than 900 years, you will face a master who has reached the 4th rank, and this master has taken away one of the astral realms. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's a bit of a problem. Feng Ma frowned. My brothers were too badly injured in the original battle. Until now they can only stay in this special time and space, and have been asleep by special means, even if I can wake up occasionally, but after a while I have to continue to sleep, and our deities have shot it in person. And before I asked you to come to us in case of trouble, because I can attach my own consciousness to you, you are a perfect life cultivator, full of divine power, and after reaching the rule of the rule, the divine power also it is comparable to ordinary masters. I really encountered a strong enemy. My consciousness directly dominates the body for you. Although there is only the divine power of ordinary masters, but with my means, I can still easily kill ordinary 1st and 2nd level masters. Even if they are 3rd level masters, I have weaker ones. Grasp the killing, this is reasonably enough in your star field. Unexpectedly, the opponent you met this time has reached the 4th level. The double-sided color of the sword is also slightly changed. This is because the wind demon has survived from that war to the present, and has been sleeping in this special time and space. Over the years, there are also some practitioners who accidentally broke into this special time and space. This wind devil from those the practitioner knows that the strongest in this star field is the 1st level top master, and occasionally a 2nd level primary master will emerge. With this kind of strength, even if the demon can't take the shot, it can be swept away by relying on consciousness to attach to a rule master. Therefore, the wind demon said to himself with such confidence that if he was in trouble, he could come to they. But now, it is clear that the opponent he met exceeded the expectations of the wind demon. A 4th level master, attached to you by my consciousness, will definitely not be able to kill. I can only give you some special treasures that will allow you to kill the Lord of the Clouds. Feng Ma murmured. I have a lot of such treasures, not to mention killing the treasures dominated by the 4th level, even if it is the 5th grade, the ultimate level, and even the weaker and supreme treasures, I have them, but the trouble is that most of these treasures require a certain level of repair to master or guide them out. It's like having a blood demon bead in my hand, which contains the power of the horrible blood demon. Once urged, it can easily kill the ultimate master. But just to urge the blood demon's power in the blood demon bead, the strength of the 4th level and above dominates. As for the other treasures, most of them are similar to this blood devil. Wu Jinshuang heard it, and was a little dumbfounded. He understood the meaning of the wind demon, that is, he had the treasures killed by the 4th level master in his hands, but the key is that these treasures are extremely high level, and were not originally intended to deal with the 4th rank master, but used to deal with the ultimate level of domination, to deal with the supreme. He used to deal with the 4th level of is a big deal. The most important thing is that even if the treasures are given to him, he can't use them. He can't lead the power out of those treasures. No way. I'm as supreme as I say, and I'm relatively strong among them. Although I collected a lot of treasures in my hands, these treasures must have a higher level. Those lower levels are only used to deal with the first. The fourth-ranked, fifth-ranked Dominator. I have long left it to his disciples, and now you want me to find a treasure that can deal with the fourth-ranked Master and that you, the ruler of the rule, can guide. It's not easy. Howling Wind Devil looks a bit bitter. Chapter 39:43. The first is more. You guys, don't worry. The Wind Demon laughed again. Although I don't have the treasure you can use, maybe my brothers have it in my hands. In this way, you just wait for a while here. I will go to my few brother asked. There are seniors with labor. Jian Wushuangdo. Immediately the Wind Demon turned and walked toward the deepest part of this dark void, while Jian Wushuang stood still and waited silently. After a while, the Wind Demon in a golden armor appeared again in front of Jian Wushuang. You guys, you have good luck. My brothers have 2 treasures in their hands that can help you. Feng Yimou smiled, turned his hands, a cyan bamboo leaf, and a unique breath. Scarlet pill appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Bamboo leaves, blood dan? Jian Wushuang stunned. So Shen, the first thing he looked at was the green bamboo leaf. The green bamboo leaf looks ordinary to the naked eye, and it is no different from ordinary bamboo leaves. However, with the consciousness of Jian Wushuang covering it, it is found that there is a terrible power hidden in this bamboo leaf. Yincang, this hidden power made Jian Wushuang frightened. This bamboo leaf was originally in the hands of a 5th-ranking master, and no accident should be made by the 5th-ranking master himself. It is estimated that it was prepared for his disciples. Unfortunately, in an encounter, the 5th-level master accidentally offended one of my brothers and was killed by my brother, and the bamboo leaves fell into the hands of my brother. The madman smiled. This bamboo leaf was made by the 5th-ranking master himself. Although the means are relatively general, it also contains some of the power of a 5th-ranking master. With your current strength, it just barely guided this might, and under normal circumstances, it should be no problem to kill the general 4th-level master. Jin's eyes flashed. A refined treasure that the 5th-ranking master dominates himself contains some of the power of the 5th-ranking master? It is no surprise that the Demon Cloud Master is only the 4th-level master level, and it has just broken through not long. If he guides the power of this bamboo leaf, he may be very likely to kill the Demon Cloud Master directly. Where is this blood dan? Jian Wushuang looked at the scarlet tan medicine again. The color of this elixir is like blood, and the breath is very unique. Jian Wushuang did not recognize this elixir at all. Not only him, but even on him, the knowledge was better. The magic flame that was dominated by the ultimate level during his lifetime was not recognized. This elixir is very special. The look of Wind Demon became solemn. It can bring your strength to a whole new level in a short period of time, but you also have to pay a huge price after the same thing. This price, it's very expensive, so I do indeed want you to swallow this elixir unless you have to. Wu Jinsho couldn't help but glance at the scarlet elixir and asked, if I swallow this elixir, will I die afterwards? It is possible to survive, but it is also possible to die directly. Feng Yimou said directly. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that the second treasure given to him by Wind Demon turned out to be such an elixir that would cost a great deal. Yidan, once this elixir is swallowed, it will have the power of life. I give you this elixir just in case, but I don't want you to swallow this elixir. Feng Yimou stared at Jian Wushuang. The younger generation understands. The sword has no double emphasis, and the wave of the bamboo leaves and blood color in front of the sword into the ring. Well, what you can give is already for you. You can leave. The Wind Demon waved. The junior retired. Jian Wushuang gave a little gift to Feng Yimou, even if he turned and left. I watched Jian Wushuang leave, but the corner of the Wind Demon evoked a special arc and followed him to the depths of this special space-time. There I was. A few consciousnesses had woke up briefly. Old Fourth, what's wrong? One of them asked consciously. I have given those 2 treasures to this little guy. Feng Yimou smiled. How did you tell him? Another consciousness began. I'm telling the truth about that bamboo leaf, but that elixir. I said that elixir can make him burst into higher combat power in a short period of time, but the price he must bear afterwards will be immense, and may even be caused him to die directly, said Feng Ma. How come you say that? The fourth child, this little guy, but you have been deceived. What if this little guy was really forced into despair one day and swallowed that elixir and found out that it was not what you said at all? What would he do? These awakening consciousnesses all started to talk. If that time comes, he will certainly have the determination to die. With this determination, if he swallows that elixir, the benefits will be even greater. Feng Ma said directly, well, what you said makes sense. Gulal, several ancient beings sleeping in this special space-time, all nodded. Gulal, these ancient beings are top powerhouses under Ling Yunxing's pulse. Each of them has supreme combat power, and they are still strong among them. At first, they followed His Majesty Ling Yun, who was the master of Ling Yun's horse. In that battle, they also played a very strong combat power. Unfortunately, Ling Yunxing's pulse was almost destroyed in the end. Countless strong the killer was killed, and even the Ling Yunxing Lord had left and did not know where he had gone. As for a few of them, they all fell asleep in this special time and space, and after a long period of deep sleep, they have hardly asked the world. And the reason why these consciousnesses have awakened one after another today is purely because of the relationship between swordsmen. After a long period of deep sleep, a little guy finally came into their eyes. The most important thing is that this little guy is so invincible that they will naturally pay more attention to one or two. And the wind magic had just handed 2 treasures to Jian Wushuang. Jane bamboo leaves are indeed a 5th series dominated refining, containing some of the treasures of attack power. But the real role of the Blood Dan is exactly the same as what Feng Mo said, but the price that must be borne after swallowing, etc., is actually all compiled by Feng Mo. Just kidding. Ling Yunxing's pulse is not much left now, and Jian Wushuang has only become the inner star disciple of Ling Yunxing's pulse in recent years. And not only has he passed the 18th set by Master Ling Yun himself, the test of perfection has now mastered a little cosmic law at the main level of rules. Such a dazzling genius, these strong men in Ling Yunxing's vein must have gone to great lengths to take refuge. How could it be possible to give Jian Wushuang an elixir that is at risk of death? The reason why Feng Mo will say that is that he only hopes that Jian Wushuang can survive the crisis on his own ability and do not use that elixir. End of this chapter. Chapter 39-44. Second more. Chu coming out of that special time and space, Jian Wushuang relaxed a lot. He came to find the strong man from Ling Yunxing's veins this time. Although he didn't get the absolute treasure and strength that can kill the Demon Star Master, his gain was still great. The 2 treasures given to him by the Howling Demon, that is, Bamboo Leaves and Blood Dan, are both huge cards that can be used to deal with the Demon Star Master. I have 2 cards in my hand, and Jian Wushuang's grasp of the Master of the Demon Star is naturally a little bigger. Jian Wushuang did not continue to stay in the Magic Smoke Valley, soon left the Magic Smoke Valley, and merged with the Dragon Lord, and then rushed back to the Star Palace as quickly as possible. After returning to Xingong, Jian Wushuang immediately went to meet a few people of Xian Shinto and the Lord of Mars. Xian Shun, during this period of time, have these people under me ever been honest? Jian Wushuang asked. It's okay. Mysterious Shinto smiled. I have vacated one of the 3 planet stars in my Star Palace to live for them, and in addition to these years, in addition to women's sexuality, food, wine, and other aspects apart from some of the small requirements of the United States, they are fairly peaceful. That's all right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Those people under me have been trapped in a prison for a long time. I'm afraid they've been crumbling. As long as they don't ask too much, some small demands, promise. They are. I know. Xian Shinto nodded with a smile. Where is the strong? The news of my Star Palace spread before. Should there be many strong come to the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang asked again. Of course, the lowest are top-level arcana, followed by the peak arcana and even the strongest arcana as a reward. How can the rulers of this star domain, including those masters, stop the temptation? It is only a few decades now. There are already a large number of strong men who either came in person or summoned me to the horoscope, promising to fight for my horoscope. This is just the beginning. I estimate that there will be more and more strong people invited from the back. In addition, in the early days, The gods in these early years rely on the triple path to be far from being born. Wait for the magic cloud star. When the army really arrives, our side can at least make up the army of the master of hundreds of thousands of rules. Shinto humane is the master of hundreds of thousands of rules? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. This number is still his expectation. Stone Fire, how are you preparing for the battlefield? Jian Wushuang looked at the next Lord of Stone Mars again. Back to the master. The battle formations used by the rulers are very easy to solve. I have prepared a full quartet battle formation. These quartet battle formations are performed by different numbers of people. The power is also different. The simple battle formation requires only 1,000 rule masters to work together. After the performance, the battle force of this 1,000-man battle formation can definitely surpass the first-level master, even if it is ordinary. Dominated by the second level, I am afraid that in the face of such a 1,000-man battle array, he can only retreat. As for the second-level battle formation at a higher level, which requires a full 10,000 rule masters to play together, the power is naturally stronger. The strongest fourth law formation can even let the 100,000 rule masters join forces, work together. The Flint Martian master Xiang Jian Wushuang slowly recounted that Jian Wushuang also listened very satisfied. I have to say that the war prepared by the Lord of Mars is indeed full, and the power is very good. In addition to the main army of the rules, I also designed some battle formations for the powerful ones who dominated the level. One of these battle formations is called the Fairy Battle Formation. This battle formation is extremely powerful, even in the deepest universe. At the same time, among the many kingdoms of God, there is no small reputation, and this fairy war battle array has 5 weights. One weight is heavier than the other, and one weight is heavier than the other. When I was in the army of one of the kingdoms of gods, I had contact with it. I can accomplish this together in the formation method, but I can only understand the first battle line. This first battle line, it takes 36 full-blown strong men to be able to perform. Stone Mars arrived. Immortal battle array? Jian Wushuang secretly surprised. One battlefield is actually divided into 5 different levels, and the requirements are obviously not the same. This battlefield can be at the deepest part of the vast universe, and the gods of that side have great fame, and their power can be I figured it out. 36 masters. My slaves are very tyrannical, and all of them have reached the 3rd rank, and they are also the real strong among the 3rd rank masters. Yes, if 36 people were selected from them to form this fairy battle, what would the power be? Jian Wushuang asked. Master, this is what I want to tell you. If the master can select 36 strong men from the servants to enlighten and cultivate this immortal battle, then even if it is only the first battle, and these slaves do not need mastering these battle formations to a very high level, as long as they are basically mastered, with the respective strengths of these slaves and relying on the battle formations, it is absolutely possible to easily erupt the 4th level domination. If they have a better grasp of this battle array, then they will be stronger through the outbreak of the battle array, said the Lord of Mars. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help getting excited. The Lord of the Clouds is likely to have reached the 4th level. No one of his slaves is one of the opponents of the Lord of the Clouds. Even if they are joined together, I am afraid that they cannot compete with the Lord of the Clouds. If you can rely on the battlefield and perfectly combine the power of these slaves, then there may be room for competition. What's more, this fairy battlefield put out by the Lord of Mars is still so good. Stonefire, I want you to immediately select 36 people from my slaves to form a fairy battle. Jian Wushuangdo. Master, it is not difficult to form a battlefield of fairy tales. The key is to master this battle of fairy tales. At least it must be a little bit lighter, so that the battle of fairy tales can be sure to deal with the Lord of the Clouds. The battlefield is extremely esoteric and complicated. Even the simplest battlefield is not easy to master. These servants of the master have strengths and weaknesses, as well as high and low perceptions. The key is that they have not much time left. They only have more than 900 years. I am worried that for such a short time, there is no way to master the fairy battle formation, let alone to master it. Well? Jian Wushuang frowned, but suddenly he stared. Yes, the Tower of Time and Space. the Tower of Time and Space and the Temple of Time and Space. At this moment, Jian Shuang Wushuang thought of the space-time tower originally seen in the space-time temple, but many thoughts immediately appeared in his mind. Chapter 39:45. Third more. The Tower of Time and Space can change the flow rate of time. Even the simplest first layer, when the cultivation time is inside, only 1 year has passed in the outside world, which is extremely magical. When Jian Wushuang saw the Tower of Time and Space for the first time, he was shocked by the Tower of Time and Space, and the Lord of Time and Space said that the Tower of Time and Space was made by him. Wu Ke later came to the universe battlefield and gradually understood the secrets of this star field. After having a certain understanding of the vast universe, Jian Wushuang knew that the Lord of Time and Space Palace was lying to him at first. Yes, the Tower of Time and Space did undergo the refining of the Lord of Time and Space, but the Lord of Time and Space only re-refined the Tower of Time and Space to restore it to some extent on the premise that the Tower of Time and Space already existed. The Tower of Time and Space itself is a special treasure that the Lord of Time and Space obtained from the universe battlefield, and it is still in the damaged stage. The master of the space-time temple itself is extremely clever in the use of time and space. Under the premise that the space-time tower already exists, the space-time tower was reluctantly restored to a part of its power. Tower. The Tower of Time and Space can change the velocity of time. Although entering the Tower of Time and Space can hardly sense the rules of heaven and earth and the laws of the universe, even Kendo, UCANT practice enlightenment, but in the Tower of Time and Space, it's okay to delve into something that has nothing to do with external factors and only takes a lot of time. For example, the formation method and some superb secrets. If it is outside, a powerful formation will take a long time to study, but if you study in the Tower of Time and Space, it will reduce the time a lot. Wu Jian's eyes have slowly lightened. Xian Shun, please trouble you to invite time and space. Jian Wushuang wrote. After a few days, in the beginning, the realm of the gods was in the mysterious realm where the Temple of Time and Space was located. Jingzhi, a delicate black tower, was suspended there quietly. This black tower was not tall, but it was divided into 3 floors. The Tower of Time and Space. I looked at the black tower in front of me, and a strange color appeared in the sword's eyes. When he was an undead sage, he knew that the Tower of Time and Space was extremely magical, but he didn't really practice it here. After all, in the Tower of Time and Space, although the flow of time is slow, it is isolated from the heavens and the earth and can only be used to study some special methods, but it is impossible to practice the rules of understanding the heavens and the earth. The Tower of Time and Space is indeed quite extraordinary. When I first got it, I thought it was a very special and most powerful arcana, even a rule of arcs. But later I discovered that it is not. It is just a special space and time. It's a treasure, and the most important thing is that it is too badly damaged. The internal structure and countless normal arrays have damaged 99%. After I got it, it took me a long time to rely on my understanding of space and time. Restore it to what it is now, said the Lord of Time and Space. Time and space. I will wait to enter the Tower of Time and Space to study array or battle array. Should not be subject to any restrictions? Jian Wushuang asked. There are some restrictions, the Lord of Time and Space solemnly said. First of all, if the time flow rate in the Tower of Time and Space is to run all the time, it will cost a lot. This price is only a bit for the Temple of Time and Space. It's heavy, but it's nothing to the current Star Palace, to the whole Taizhou Divine Realm. In addition, the legal array on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time and Space has not been completely perfected, so multiple people cannot enter it at one time. Only one person can enter at a time. As for the 2nd and 3rd floors, there are no restrictions. Wu Jianso nodded slightly and said, then please try your best to maintain the operation of this space-time tower over the years. No problem. The Lord of Time and Space nodded. Magic Dragon. Jian Wushuang looked behind him, including 36 of them. The 36 people were selected by him from his 41 slaves, including the 2 strongest lords, the Dragon Lord and the Scorpion Lord. 36 of you have entered the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time and Space from today. and are devoted to studying the immortal battle array given to you by the Lord of Mars. I will give you at most 800 years, and 800 years outside. In the second space of the Tower of Time and Space, there is a full 80,000 years. You should be able to master the battle array basically. After 800 years, you will practice the running it. Jian Wu Shuangdo. Yes. The 36 lords and other slaves took orders at the same time. Stonefire, you also go in to help them master the battle array. Jian Wushuang commanded again. Yes, master. The Lord of Mars also nodded. Immediately 36 people, including the Lord of Mars and the Lord of the Dragons, immediately entered the second space of the Tower of Time and Space. And after they entered the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang also directly strode toward the Tower of Time and Space. He went to the third floor. The third floor of the Tower of Time and Space is a simple open space. Jian Wushuang stands on the open space, but can clearly sense that the time flow rate of this open space is completely different from the outside world. The second layer of the space-time tower has a time flow rate 100 times slower than the outside world, and this third layer is 1,000 times. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly 1,000 times the time flow rate. In other words, he practiced here for 1,000 years, and the outside world only passed a year. Of course, the shortcoming is that this space is completely isolated from the outside world, and it is impossible to understand the rules, the laws of the universe, and even Kendo. However, it is okay to delve into perfection and perfect the sword array. I have created 3 major sword arts, including Wave Light Sword Art and Earth Guard Sword Array, both of which have been improved into Wave Light Sword Array and Earth Guard Sword Array, and these 2 sword arrays have already obtained a lot under the guidance of the Lord of Mars. The degree is perfect, but it has not reached the extreme. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. His 2 sword arrays do have a lot of room for improvement. Not only these 2 major sword formations, but also the hazy sword formation he created the strongest attacking swordsmanship. From the perspective of Jian Wushuang, it is also possible to transform into a hazy sword formation. Once the hazy sword skill is transformed into a sword array, his attack power will greatly increase. At that time, his 3 major sword arrays will kill the enemy, entangle the enemy, the strongest defense, and combine the 3. If there are any flaws, then his strength will naturally be different. No matter it is evolution or to continue to improve his sword formation, he needs a lot of time, and staying in this Tower of Eternity, the time flow speed is 1,000 times slower, which just gives him plenty of time to delve into his 3 major sword array. Let's start. Wu in the third space of the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang has begun to immerse himself in the evolution and improvement of his sword array. Chapter 39-46. 4 more arrived today. Time goes by day. I blinked in 400 years. For 400 years outside, you can be in the third space of the Tower of Time and Space, and the time flow rate is slowed down by the predecessors. Jian Wushuang has studied for 400,000 years. For Jian Wushuang, who has been practicing for only 200,000 years, this 400,000 years is extremely long and boring, but he has tolerated it. The purpose is naturally to further improve his sword array, and thus face when the Lord of the Clouds is in charge, he can be as confident as possible. In these 400,000 years, the Wave Lightsaber Array and the Earth Guard Sword Array that Jian Wushuang had evolved before have now become more horizontal, especially the Wave Lightsaber Array. Combining battles, that might be stronger. As for another attacking sword array, the Hazy Sword Array, Jian Wushuang has already been completed, and now it has been improved step by step, and the power has also been greatly improved. I reached this step, and by reason, Jian Wushuang had little room for improvement, but he was still enlightening in the Tower of Time and Space. Until the 410th year, which means 40,000 years in the Tower of Time and Space. Tian Ho Xiaoyu. The voice of the Lord of Time and Space suddenly sounded in the third space of the Tower of Time and Space. Time and space, is it all right? Jian Wushuang looked up slightly. Xinshin came over and said that Shen Yun, the first patron of the Judi Pavilion, was now in the Xingong Palace. Sovereign Shen Yun? Jian Wushuang looked. Many treasures I bought in the Judi Pavilion. Lord Shen Yun said at the time that it would be delivered to me within 500 years. Now it has passed 410 years. See, here comes all the treasures. Since Shen Yun's has arrived, Jian Wushuang naturally did not intend to continue to study in the Tower of Time and Space, but immediately left the Tower of Time and Space and even set off toward the Star Palace. The Xingxing Palace, the Magnificent Palace. The gods of Xian and the Lord of the Heaven sect all sit on the throne, while sitting opposite is dominated by Shen Yun. As for the other two masters of the Temple of Time and Space and the ancestors of the Xingong Palace, they are both in the early divine realm and have no conscious incarnations. Xin, you and I have had several faces. At the beginning, you personally went to my 9 Emperors Pavilion to exchange treasures. I remember when I first saw you. You seem to have been embarrassed by the enemy. Yes, but now, you are very beautiful. I heard that your current combat power has been able to catch up with the top masters, and there are several strongest treasures in hand. Alas, there are few people in this star field now. It's your opponent. Shen Yun dominated and laughed, but with a bit of praise in words. Shen Yun dominated the joke. In terms of strength, you are much better than me. As for the current scenery of my star palace, it is also because a powerful genius has appeared in my star palace. I am the master of the palace, but it's just a matter of trust Ho Xiaoyu's blessing. Xian Shinto also laughed, and was very happy in his heart. I am touted also depends on people. If it is said that the ruler of the Xian Shinto is standing in front of him, or a ruler with very ordinary strength, this kind of touting will dismiss the Xian Shinto. Sun Ke now touts him in front of him, but is dominated by Shen Yun. As the first master of Judian Pavilion, he is definitely the best in this star field. Of course, the toasts of such strong players are certainly happy in the heart. This shows that the current star palace is indeed tyrannical enough, so that even Shen Yun's dominion is polite to him. Yes, Xin, not long ago, the ancient night demon palace has left this star field. Shen Yun dominated suddenly. Ancient night demon king? He left? Xian Shinto stunned. Although the strength of the Star Palace has been increasing at a horrible rate in recent years, almost every day, the ruler and even the master actively take the initiative to come to the door and promise to fight for the Star Palace. In just a few hundred years, the overall strength of the Star Palace has now reached an incredible point. I said rudely, now that this star field is afraid that it has more than 50% of its combat power, standing on the side of the Star Palace. There is no way. The temptation of the top arcana, the peak arcana, and even the strongest arcana, in this star field, almost no one can resist. However, although the Star Palace is extremely powerful, it has gradually suppressed the Ancient Night Demon Palace led by the Ancient Night Demon King. But the Ancient Night Demon Palace is still a major force in this star domain, the Ancient Night Demon King, and under the premise that the Star Palace does not shoot, in this star field is still unbeatable. But now, the Ancient Night Devil has left this star field. The departure of this Ancient Night Demon King may be related to those strong men brought back by Xiahou Xiaoyu. Xian Shinto could not help thinking. He guessed right. If under normal circumstances, the Ancient Night Demon had just come out of the Eternal Dark Prison not long, had not enjoyed many happy days, and really did not rush away. Since Ku Wushuang entered the Eternal Dark Prison and brought back a large number of strong men from the Eternal Dark Prison, this Ancient Night Devil can't sit still. I want to know that the strong men brought back by Jian Wushuang can easily kill him. Anyone is the existence that makes him fully look forward to. Although he knows that these strong men are now slaves to Jian Wushuang, obeying the deployment of Jian Wushuang, it is difficult to guarantee that Jian Wushuang will relax the restrictions on these strong men. By then, any of these strong men will look at him unpleasantly, may kill him directly. After all, he is the master of a second-level peak, but he has created a great power in this star domain, becoming a party overlord, very happy. But these stronger third-level series, even the Eternal Dark Prison, the King's Demon Dragon Lord and Demon Scorpion Lord, they can only become slaves and follow Jian Wushuang's side, obeying Jian Wushuang's dispatch. This completely unequal treatment will inevitably make these people unbalanced and jealous. Therefore, the Ancient Night Demon King chose to leave this star field. It is relatively wise. Tian Ho Xiaoyu has returned to the Xingong. Xian Shinto suddenly looked up. Are you back? As soon as Shen Yun dominated his eyes, he immediately stood up. Soon, Jian Wushuang appeared in this temple. Shun Yun dominates. Qi Jian Wushuang smiled and said hello to Master Shun Yun. As for the Shin Shinto and the Lord of the Heavens, he nodded. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I heard that you have been staying in the Taiji Divine Cultivation these years to practice. I shouldn't disturb you when I arrive this time? Shun Yun ruled. My strength has already fallen into a bottleneck. Even in the past few years of training, progress has been extremely slow. There is nothing to disturb, but Shun Yun dominates your visit this time, hoping to bring me good news. Jian Wushuang looked at Shun Yun with a smile. Chapter 39:47. Chapter 1 is here. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I have brought all the things you want, and as I said before, they will be delivered to you in 500 years. Shin Yun's did not disappoint Jianshou Shuang, and he took out a ring of heaven and handed it to Jianshou Shou. After Wu Jianshou took it, his eyes lighted up immediately after his consciousness swept. Within the Changchuan ring, it is the special spar such as the Golden Fire Demon Stone, Ice Yuan Crystal, and Blood Dragon Crystal that he previously bought in the Nine Emperors Pavilion, as well as the second and third weight of his supreme immortal Shen body. Many special treasures are needed, including the extremely special Golden Source Fruit. Judy Pavilion really did not disappoint me. Jian Wushuangdo. Of course. Shin Yun dominated and smiled. Yes, the movement of the Demon Cloud Star has been paying attention to these 9 years. I have recently received information that the Demon Cloud Army is passing by a star field. At that time, I stayed for a while. Of course, I didn't stay for a long time, less than 1 year. As for the purpose of the stay, I don't know yet. I will make it clear for the Lord of the Blood Swords as soon as possible. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang thanked him. You're welcome. The Lord of the Blood Sword is a friend of my Judy Pavilion. These little things are nothing. Shin Yun ruled humbly. If there is nothing else, I will leave. Shin Yun, I'll send you off. Shin Shinto immediately got up to give away. Yen Jian Wushuang is standing in place, looking at the Qinkuan ring in his hand, his eyes glowing with a strong light. Before long, Jian Wushuang returned to the Tower of Time and Space again. Huanman, the time flow of the Tower of Time and Space is slow. It can be used not only to study the array, but also to practice mystery. Flames, 30 gold fire magic stones, 50 ice crystals, 300 blood dragon crystals. I now send them into the blood-colored gourd. You go to devour and absorb. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes. The magic flame nodded, his voice clearly with a touch of excitement. The master rest assured that with these spar, it won't be long before my swallowing gold body can recover 20% of the peak period. When my soul body will control this respecting the divine body, at the very least, I can return to the highest level of the third series, but with my means, even if it is only the highest level of the third series, I can also exert the fighting power of the fourth series. The Lord of the Demon Clouds should have just broken through to reach the fourth level. To defeat him, I have 90% certainty. As for killing him, I have no less than 50% certainty. Well, then you work hard. Jian Wushuang's answer to the magic flame is quite satisfied. I defeated Juqing by 90% and killed by nearly 50%. It was already very high, and it was worth his great price to get these special crystals for Demon Flame. After Jian Wushuang sent those gold and fire magic stones, Ice Yuan crystals, and Blood Dragon crystals into the gourd, he himself sat down. With a wave of his sleeve robe, special treasures appeared in front of him. There are dozens of these treasures, and there are dozens of them, which are used to assist in the cultivation of the second most important immortal body. Let's start. The sword is dignified without two sides. Extreme Supreme is the mystery of Ling Yongxing's veins. It is very high level. Even the strongest of the supreme level can practice, and after the cultivation is successful, it will be of great use to the supreme. The main level of the current rule of Jian Sword Wushuang can be practiced in the first 3 levels at the same time. It took a lot of time to practice the first level alone. As for the second level and the third level, it will naturally take longer. Fortunately, in the Tower of Time and Space, the flow of time is 1,000 times slower than the outside world, or even if these treasures are obtained, Jian Wushuang will not be sure that the second incarnation of the supreme immortal mystic will be before the arrival of the Demon Star Army Third Refining. Time has passed. In the Tower of Time and Space, a full 3,000 years have passed, and only 3 years have passed in the outside world. The supreme immortal mystery is the second most important. Buzzing. Jian Wushuang still sits on the third floor of the Space and Time Tower. The body trembles slightly, but Jian Wushuang can very clearly sense the kind of emanation emanating from his body at the moment, extremely sturdy and extremely arrogant. Yeah, it's tough and overbearing. Extreme Supreme is the most important of the indestructible mystic body, which makes the sword unparalleled body directly comparable to the elementary universe. Now that he is refining to the second level, Jian Wushuang has carefully searched and inspected it. He estimates that his current body is already up to the average top treasure, compared to the top-level universe treasures. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, the first priority of the supreme immortal mysticism is to get started. The refining of Chengdu can only be comparable to the elementary universe treasure. If the second priority is to be refined, the general deities can reach the higher universe treasure. People, you can reach the top-level treasure. The sword is unparalleled. Obviously, it is the kind of person with strong foundation and extremely strong physique. When he is refined, the body is directly comparable to the top treasure. This is only the second, and then the third. Swords were released from the eyes of his sword, and his sleeve robe was swung again, and dozens of various treasures appeared on him. In front of these treasures, the most conspicuous is the golden fruit. Jinyuan God Fruit. The value is amazing. Simply swallowing directly can greatly increase the strength of the body. In the vast universe, it is also a rare treasure. Many masters of the 4th and 5th series are eager to get such treasure, used to strengthen your own body. And if this Jinyuan fruit is combined with some special methods to make elixir, or it is combined with mystery cultivation, the effect is even better. Now, this Jinyuan fruit is the third most important part of the sword Wushuang's cultivation of the supreme immortal mystery. Wu in the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang once again cultivated the third resurgence of the supreme immortal Xian. Dithan, the third priority, is longer than the second priority. It took a full 8,000 years, but the outside world only passed 8 years. The supreme immortal mystery is the third most important thing. Wu Jianshou clenched his hands tightly and was able to feel the great transformation of his own body. Surprises and excitement appeared in his eyes. He can feel that after making the third immortal of the supreme immortal body, the body is 10 times stronger than before. If the strength of his body before was just barely comparable to the top universe treasure, then his strength of the body is already comparable to the strongest treasure. Yes, it is the strongest treasure. Extreme is the third most important immortal body. The limit that can be cultivated by the ruler of the rule. The body is the strongest universe treasure. This is the most extreme ruler in the vast universe that can be reached on the body, and this body is also a legend among the rulers. Chapter 39:48. Second more. Compared to the strongest treasure body, the strength of this body is much stronger than before. Jian Wushuang muttered. Before, he just made it into the first place. The body is comparable to the elementary high treasure, but now it is the strongest high treasure. There are several levels in the middle. How can it be the same? Now, he has such a terrible and overbearing body. If he encounters the first level master, even if the top master takes the shot himself, Jian Wushuang does not need to move when he moves, and he can bombard him on the opponent's attack. At best, it can only tickle him. After all, in this star field, the highest level magic soldiers used by the masters are the strongest cosmic treasures. The hardest of the most powerful cosmic treasures, the first series dominated with a full blow and couldn't shake the slightest. Even if his servants are his masters, all of them are the masters of the third series, and they are all very strong in the third series. But now the sword has no double-sided against these slaves. Even if they do not shoot, do not resist, these servants will not be afraid of his injuries too much. And if he wears the highest level of the best treasures of the most precious treasures, armor and soul armor, these slaves will be more difficult to hurt him. Moreover, The body is comparable to the strongest treasure, which for Jin Wushuang not only improves the strength of the body and the ability to protect the body, the power contained in such a powerful body is equally strong and outrageous. You must know that Jin Wushuang itself is only the master of rules. Compared with other masters in divine power, it has always occupied an absolute disadvantage. His divine power, even because he is a perfect life, is only comparable to the first-level elementary master. Even if he uses many secret skills, the willpower that has been given by the laws of the universe, etc., the divine power is still very weak, can only reach the second level, and then rely on the rule of the supreme treasure Wu Weeping Sword. The power can reach the peak of the second level. But this is also his extreme, unless the magic of dragon extinction is burned. But now, the strongest treasure body, the strength of this body alone, Jin Wushuang is estimated not to be weaker than the highest peak of the first level. He then performed a number of mysterious methods. His divine power could reach the peak of the second level, and relying on the Wu Weeping Sword. Now he is purely in power, and should be barely comparable to the third level. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement for his overall strength. The three major sword formations I have created are all very subtle. In the past years of research in the Ion Tower, I have even promoted these three major sword formations to the extreme. The sword formation is extremely powerful. Now my divine power, the power has also skyrocketed, and the three major sword arrays will become even more terrible. Sword Wushuang held it firmly with both hands. His own strength is also important to the next battle with Demon Star. Zhishao, after knowing that the Demon Star army will reach this star field within 1,000 years, Jin Wushuang has begun to calculate the combat power and whole card possessed by his camp. First of all, on the bright side, the Star Palace has gathered a large number of rulers of this star field in recent years, plus a large number of powerful men born in the early days with the help of the Triple Path Realm. When the battle with the Magic Cloud Star, it is inevitable there are an army of hundreds of thousands of rulers, and the rulers of these rules also have top arcane, or peak arcane. In addition, the masters of these rules also formed a battle array, and the combat power that can be shipped will be stronger. As for the master, there are also many in his camp, and they all have the strongest treasures, and even a master may have several strong treasures. These are all forces on the bright side. These forces are now no secret at all in this star field. Most people know that when the army of devil stars arrives, just ask someone to ask. It is estimated that there will be so many rulers in the early gods. Of the army, there are many. Many dominate the existence. However, this bright power can only cope with the army under the Demon Star. Demon Star, after all, is a second-level astral world. It has extremely high-level combat power. The Demon Star alone should be the master of the fourth rank. His Majesty also has a lot of strong. I am afraid that there are many masters in the series and the second series. These top fighting powers of the Demon Cloud Star, in the early days, the power of the Divine Realms camp relying solely on the bright side could not compete or even resist. However, in the early days of the Divine Realm, one side did not show up on the bright side, and there was a lot of hidden combat power. On the 41 slaves brought back from the eternal dark prison by the sword alone, this power is terrible enough to deal with the army of the Magic Cloud Star, other than the powerful Magic Cloud Star Master. The existence of these slaves is also a secret in the horoscope. Not many people know it. Even if Devil Star can get the news through some means, it is impossible to know what level these slaves brought back by Jin Wushuang. Strong. When the real war broke out, the two camps were fighting. The gods in the early days would be able to crush the Devil Star army if they were the best. But it is the Magic Cloud Star camp is really terrible, and the sword is unparalleled. There is always only one. That is the Magic Cloud Star Master. After all, it is a fourth-level master. Even if it is just a breakthrough, I am not afraid to mess with it. However, Jin Wushuang also prepared for the means to deal with the Demon Star Master. He now has 3 combat powers and 2 whole cards, both of which are used to deal with the Demon Star Master. First of all, it is himself. Now, he is undoubtedly the strongest combat power of the gods in the early days. When he was in Eternal Dark Prison before, he got 3 Town monuments, cast the Magic Town Magic Circle, and cooperated with his sword array to display. He already had the ability to kill the Dragon Lord. But now, He has deliberately studied for more than 400,000 years in the Tower of Eternity and has spawned 3 major sword formations, all of which are extremely arrogant. In addition, he has trained the Supreme Immortal to the 3rd level, which is comparable to the strongest treasure, God Body, so that his strength soared again. Now, if he is going all out to perform the magic of the Magic Town, he is confident that he will fight against the Demon Star Master. Even if he cannot defeat the opponent, he can rely on the sword array to entangle the opponent, and the problem should be small. Even if the power of the Demon Star is beyond his expectation, the big sword Jinshuang directly casts the Dragon Extermination skill, and the burning power makes his strength soar again. Then he can also fight the Demon Star. If the Demon Star Master has a lower strength than he expected, he will use Dragon Extermination to fully control the sword array. It is even more likely that the Demon Star Master will be killed on the spot. Chapter 3949. Third More. Shan Danjian Wushuang owns this combat power. He has the capital to compete with the Lord of the Stars. The second largest combat force is the battlefield of his sister-in-law, composed of 36 slaves. This fairy battlefield is the strongest battlefield that the Lord of Mars can come up with. It only takes 36 masters to work together, and all 36 of his servants are 3rd ranks. Dominating the combat power, 36 people are united in a battle line, and the combat power displayed in a short period of time can also reach the 4th level, and even in the 4th level is still very strong. In recent years, the 36 slaves have been staying in the Tower of Time and Space to enlighten the battle formation, and they have basically mastered it till now. Equals to the outbreak of the Battle of the Demon Star, this battle line must be able to play out. As for the 3rd combat power, it is the Magic Flame. At the peak of the Demon Flame, he was the master of the ultimate level. Although only the soul body is left, his gold-swallowing body has begun to be reshaped, relying on the gold fire magic stone, ice crystal, and blood that Jian Wushuang bought from Judy Pavilion Dragon Crystal. The magic gold-swallowing body can be restored to 20%. When the magic flame soul body dominates the gold-swallowing body, it is also a large 4th level dominating combat power. According to the magic flame himself, he has 90% certainty that he can defeat the Lord of the Clouds, even nearly 50% certainty in killing the sword warriors themselves. The magic flame and the 36 slaves formed the battlefield of immortals. These are the 3 strongest combat powers that sword warriors can get now, which are enough to pull the wrist of that magic cloud star. In addition, Jianwu has 2 cards in his hands. These 2 cards are of course the bamboo leaves and blood danks given to him by the wind demon. These 2 methods can be said to be 2 major killing tricks, which can be taken out at critical times to kill the Lord of the Clouds. Of course, the bamboo leaves are okay, but the blood dandelion. The Wind Devil originally said that it would cost a huge price to swallow the blood dandelion, and might even die. There is no doubt about this sword Wushuang, so this blood dandelion must be the final choice. Less than a last resort, he will never use this blood dan, but desperately with the Lord of the Clouds. 3 major combat powers, 2 major killing moves. This is everything that Swordsman has prepared. He believes that these means prepared by him should be enough to deal with the Lord of the Clouds. If even these methods still can't help the Lord of the Clouds, he has no other choice. Who? Breathed lightly, Jian Wushuang slowly stood up and looked around the void. In the years of the Eternal Tower, I have promoted what I can and can improve to the extreme, and even if I continue to practice here, I am afraid it will not help me much. Instead, it's a waste of time, and it's time to leave. Wu Jianshou smiled lightly, even though he stepped away from the Tower of Time and Space. After walking out of the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang did not go to the Xingong, but chose to return to the ancient realm of eternity. Nai Jian Wushuang's family lives here in the eternal holy realm. Father, mother. Wu Jinshuang stood in front of his parents. Both of his parents were here. Shuanger, I heard that soon after the beginning of the kingdom of God will be robbed, and life and death are unpredictable. Now the top leaders of the whole kingdom of God have gathered together and are trying to improve their strength for the upcoming scene. Prepare for the war. You are now one of the leaders of the gods in the early days. If you do indeed prepare for the war, what do you come back for? Jian Nantian frowned. I have prepared almost everything I can prepare for this battle, and my strength has now reached the bottleneck, and I can't improve it in a short time. So I will continue to work hard for hundreds of years. I'm afraid that it's hard to make a little progress. I might as well spend this time with you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Bai Shan filial piety first. Jian Wushuang had been working hard in the early calamity in the early world of God, and was preparing, but he had not been able to accompany his family, even his wife, who had been scattered for so long before. He only accompanied his wife alone. It's only 1,000 years. Sham, but now, the real calamity is coming. Jian Wushuang's most wanted to do is to accompany his family. You child, the divine crisis is at the beginning. What you should consider first is how to deal with this calamity. Luo Xinqin stepped forward, although she said something in her mouth, but she carried it on her face. The smile shows that she is still very happy inside. The next few hundred years, our family will be in this pre-God world. Take a good stroll. Shuanger, what do you think? Jian Wushuang looked at the peerless beauty next to him, but his eyes softened. I'll listen to your husband. Lung Rushuang smiled. Lung Rushuang, the safety of the whole world in the early days was not important. What she really cared about was being able to accompany Jian Wushuang, which was enough. Let's go, call Uncle Xiao together with them, as well as the boss Wang Yuan, the second child, the fourth child, and we set off together. Jian Wushuang laughed. It is good. Everyone answered. I soon passed out a message, and it didn't take long for Jian Wushuang and his team to gather hundreds of people. Among hundreds of people, there are relatives and friends of Jian Wushuang, as well as disciples and the children of these relatives. Hundreds of people were arrogant, riding a warship www.novel.com. They walked across a territory, from the ancient holy realm to the triple sky, and from the triple sky to the endless territory. Along the way, there were no obstacles, and no one or thing disturbed them. Jian Wushuang also gave up cultivation and spent all these hundreds of years with his wife, his family and friends. Men, they traveled all the way to the mountains and rivers, seeing all kinds of states in the world. If they are bored, they will stop in a territory and live for 10 or decades. The life is very happy and warm. What a pity, such a happy and warm life does not last long. It is only more than 530 years. One day after more than 530 years, Shan Yun dominated and sent a message to Jian Wushuang. The spaceship on which the Lord of the Blood Sword and the Lord of the Demon Clouds have arrived is near this star field, at most another month. We'll set foot in this star field. Are you finally here? Qi Jianhui's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked at his relatives and friends. Sorry, I have to leave first. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the warship, which was still laughing and laughing, suddenly fell into freezing point. They all understand that these hundreds of happy and warm days have come to an end. As for whether they will have such a day in the future, it depends on the outcome of the next battle. Chapter 3950. The vast and vast universe is dark, and you don't see any light. An ancient and huge cosmic boat travels through this dark void. This cosmic boat is extremely fast and obviously huge and heavy. It can travel in the dark void of the universe, just like a fish shuttles through the water. General, in the spacecraft, there is a strong and majestic atmosphere. Whether it is the cabin or the deck, there are a lot of strong men. Most of these people are the rulers of the rules, but there are also many masters. At the core of this cosmic boat, it is clearly a golden and brilliant palace. In the center of the palace, two figures are sitting on the towering throne, in front of which are wine and food. After a few days, I will be able to resist that star field. Alas, I said that I have lost one of the stars in this star field, but most of my deities stay in the magic cloud star. As for this star it's rare. I remember when I last came to this star, it was a long time ago. A middle-aged man with loose green robes and exquisite short hair, sighed with a bowl of wine with a unique smile on the corner of his mouth. This middle-aged man in green robe, at first glance, looks gentle and elegant, but his eyes are showing a strange golden color, which adds a bit of charm. and his identity is the Lord of the Clouds. It is also the source of the great calamity in the early days. Endless years ago, if it was the Lord of the Demon Cloud who came to this astral area, but unintentionally found the embryonic primordial world, and eventually lost it, then many things will not happen at all. It will happen, and in the beginning the divine realm will be extremely stable. Unfortunately, everything changed because of the arrival of the Lord of the Clouds. At present, the entire pre-God realm is in a distress because of the Lord of the Demon Cloud. Once it fails to pass through, the pre-God realms of countless souls will all lose their lives. Devil Cloud. I said yes. When you get to that astral world, you have to let me take a look at the astral world you have taken away. It is best to let me walk inside the astral world. Sit opposite the Lord of the Clouds, a purple warframe man said. The man in the purple armor is burly. At first glance, it looks like a mountain. He is sitting opposite the Lord of the Clouds, and his behavior is not accompanied by awe, and the Lord of the Clouds obviously communicates with his peers. Sihua, you can rest assured that my astral world, don't say you just look at it, even if you live there for a long time. As long as you want to, the Lord of the Clouds smiled. I don't intend to stay in your astral world for a long time. I was just out of curiosity and wanted to check it out. Although it is only a third-level astral world, after all, it was born by the vast universe by itself. Alas, it's enviable. The purple warframe man admired while showing unabashed envy. Haha, I'm just lucky. I was forced into desperation in Demon Star before I ran to other territories to try my luck. The result really made me run into luck. Demon Star laughed. Stand up. Of course you have luck, but you did not die while taking over the astral realm, but you succeeded in taking over, and this ability is not weak. The purple warframe man praised it. He knew very well that even if it was in one of the astral planes in the embryo, it would be a lifetime of death. The success of the Demon Star Master was also the result of his own encounter. He was forced into desperation and finally found a great opportunity. Naturally, he desperately did not leave himself any back road, and he succeeded. The Lord of the Clouds and the purple warframe man are chatting and laughing at will. Suddenly, the Lord Yunyun's expression moved, and the two people who had waited were aware of the void in front of the spacecraft. Get the two in front. The Lord of the Clouds sends a message to the strong man on the cosmic boat. Soon the spacecraft stopped in the dark void ahead, and the two people who had been waiting there came to the spacecraft and soon appeared in front of the Lord of the Clouds. Have met Lord of the Clouds. The two of them who came slightly saluted the Lord of the Demon Stars, and they both carried a hint of humility. Xinglua Wushen, you two are hiding here? The Lord of the Clouds stared at the two in front of him with interest. These two are the Lord of Xinglua and the Witch God. Dominated by Xinglua is the master as cold as snow, although this is a gorgeous dividing line. Tips for novel netizens. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous division, of course. He does not belong to the powerful master of the Lord of the Clouds, but he has also cooperated with the Lord of the Clouds. In the past, Jin Wushuang was trying to find the location of the Lord of the Stars in order to restore his wife as cold as frost. Turn up. As for the Witch God, when he was in charge of the Witch God religion in the early world of the gods, he stood in the same camp with the three sacred realms, and he also shot against the sword unparalleled. Later, after Jin Wushuang destroyed the three sacred realms, he was also looking for the trace of this Witch God, and wanted to find him and kill him, but this witch seemed to evaporate on earth without any trace. But now, the two men Jin Shoshuang are looking for, both are here. No way, now that Starfield is completely a star palace. The power of the Star Palace is everywhere in the star field. Even the three major battlefields of the universe, and their people are everywhere. Jin Wushuang has been searching for the trace of my two. If the two of us are still in the star field at this time, they have already been found. They can only stay at the edge of this star field and wait for the magic cloud star. Lord, you're coming. Wu Shengan smiled. Wu God, do you remember the original agreement with this seat? The Lord of the Clouds stared at the Witch God in front of him. Of course I remember, but since the three sacred realms were uprooted by the sword unparalleled, all of my planned methods have stopped, and I have nothing to do. Wu Shinto. This is not a problem. After I have leveled this star field and killed all the swords and other people around him, your methods can naturally be rerun. Demon Star said. The words are so, but now the sword Wushuang and the power of Taichu God Realm are not the same as before. It is not so easy to completely uproot the resistance of Taichu God Realm, said Wu God. Oh. Lord Ma Yun frowned. Then you talk about, to what extent has the resistance force of the gods in the early years reached these years? The Lord of the Demon Clouds, as far as I know, because of the relationship between the Lord of the Blood Sword and the Lord of Gods in the early years, he has received a lot of resources and treasures, and he has also collected a lot of powerful people. Especially in recent years, it brings together nearly 70% of the high-level combat power of this star field. The Witch God began to narrate. Chapter 39:51. The first is more. Listening to the description of the Witch God, until the Witch God finishes speaking, the look of the Lord of the Clouds has not changed at all. The entire star field, nearly 70% of the high-level combat power? The Lord of the Clouds' disdain smiled. It's just some of the rule-level ants. No matter how many, they are still just ants. In front of my army of the demon stars, it's basically not worth mentioning. Besides that, I also heard that Jin Wushuang brought back a group of strong men from someplace not long ago, about 30 or 40, and those strong ones do not seem to be weak. Wu God said again. Jin Wushuang brought back a group of strong men from the eternal dark prison. This matter is still considered a secret in this star field. Even in the Star Palace, not many people know about it. But this which has been hidden at the edge of this star field, how could he even know about it? A group of strong? How strong can it be? The Lord of the Clouds looked down. It should all be masters. As for the specific combat power, it is not clear. Wu Shinto. Haha, master. The masters of this star field, but they are only the first level hierarchy. At most, 1 or 2 second-rank masters will come out. In front of this seat, this can be regarded as a strong one. It's ridiculous. The Lord of the Clouds smiled, still not caring. I heard this. The Witch God took a deep look at the Lord of the Clouds, but didn't say more. Okay, nothing else, you go down first. Lord Ma Yun waved his hand. Yes. Wu Shen nodded and bowed away. After the Witch God left, the Lord of the Demon Star still looked calm, but the purple battle armor man sitting beside him frowned. Devil Cloud, who was that person just now? The purple Warframe man asked. It was a master who had come to me not long ago. He knew that I had taken away one side of the astral world, and he took the initiative to find me and worked for me. Although I had taken that side of the astral world before, I did not know how to maximize utilizing that astral world, or the witch told me how to use it. The plan was also he came up with. Demon Star Mastered. Is that so? The purple Warframe man nodded slightly, but then said again, I just saw this man, and although he seems to be dominating the hierarchy in general, he always gives me a feeling that I can't fully see through. Magic Yun. Have you ever felt that way when you faced him? You say that it is true that there may be some secrets in him, but no matter what, he is just an ordinary first-level master. You and I can kill him at will with a slap. Don't worry about what waves he will make, Demon Star said. This is also true. The purple armor man nodded slightly. Then the Lord of the Clouds looked at the Lord of Stars again. Xing Luo, take out the treasure of this seat, the Lord of the Clouds said. Lord Xingluo immediately waved his hand, and suddenly a black spear, exuding the breath of endless destruction, appeared in the void of the temple. This black spear not only exudes a strong sense of destruction, but most importantly, it also has a unique power, which makes the purple Warframe man look at him. Devil Cloud, what is this spear? It's obviously not a rule of treasure, but why does it make me feel so special? The purple Warframe man asked. Haha, of course it's special. This spear comes from the Diwu Temple with a trace of special power. Because of this special power, the value of this spear is much higher than the most powerful arcane treasure. Compared to the rule of treasure, the difference is not too much. Demon Star said, treasures from Diwu Temple? No wonder. The purple Warframe man appeared surprised, and then he was relieved. Xing Luo, thank you for taking back this spear for this seat. I owe you a favor. When this incident is over, this seat will completely wipe out this star field. This seat will give you what you need. Yours. Demon Star said. Then I will wait for the good news of the Lord of the Clouds. After the Lord Xingluo finished speaking, he turned and left. In the temple hall, the Lord of the Clouds continued to talk with the purple armor man, but the speed of the spacecraft did not slow down at all. Soon, it had already traveled through the vast dark void and officially entered the area of this star field. Taichu Divine Realm, Eternal Holy Realm. After being summoned by Shen Yun, Jian Wushuang returned with many of his family and friends. Father, mother, and everyone, you are sure. Do not leave the early world of God? Jian Wushuang looked solemnly at his parents in front of him and his relatives and friends. As soon as the battle was over, he planned to take his own close relatives and friends away from the early gods. With his current strength and methods, he completely finds a place for them to live in this astral area, such as in other astral realms, so that at least he can ensure that these close relatives are safe and sound. What a pity, when he raised this matter, none of his relatives was willing to leave. Neither of them intends to leave, but they want to stay in the early world of God. Schwanger, you don't need to say more. We have already considered it very clearly before, and stay in the Taichu God Realm, and live and die with Taichu God Realm. Jianan Tiandao. Yes, in the early days, the world gave birth to me and so on. It is our hometown, where our hometown is robbed. Even if I can't help a few people, I want directly abandon it and flee alone. Let alone we live, it's been long enough. And even if the next moment the kingdom of God will collapse, I will die after all. I have nothing to regret. Zhui Yunfeng also laughed. When you got into the enemy, you and I have fled once, and we have no plans to experience the second time in those days. Luo Xinqin also said. He is not only the parents of the two generations of Jian Wushuang, but also Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou and others. Embarrassed, no one chose to abandon Taichu Divine Realm and escape alone. They all planned to live and die with the gods of the early days and suffer together. In this regard, Jian Wushuang is also very helpless and cannot be forced. After all, he himself is also a member of the early world. At this embarrassment, he is going to carry the big beam for the early world. He himself also decided to live and die with the early world. Those for him all like this. How can I restrain or force the people around me? Jiran, that being the case, then this time, we will live and die with the early gods. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Many of the close relatives and friends in front of him also smiled, and their eyes were determined. Alas! Chapter 39:52. Second more. Looking at the determination in the eyes of many close friends and relatives, Jian Wushuang's heart has set off a dreadful wave. He knew that he had no retreat in the next battle. Once defeated, he cannot afford the consequences. Therefore, no matter how much the price is paid, he must win. You'll go first. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. I'll go with you. Lung Rushuang came over, holding sword unparalleled hands. Well, we are together. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, the couple left at the same time and headed for the place where the strongest gods in the early Taizhou gathered. Sun Jian Nantian, Ji Wuming, Zhui Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin, Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou. A swordsman's closest relative and his life and death brother, all watched Jian Shuang and his wife leave. In addition to their decisive eyes, they also have a look of expectations. The bottom of their hearts is screaming frantically. Must win. Be sure to win. Out of the realm of God in the early days, in the void near the edge of the universe, countless powerful people are gathered here at this moment. Among these strong men, there are a large number of strong men who came from the Taiji God realm in these years, relying on the triple path realm to rise up in the shortest time, and the masters of many rules that already exist in the Tai Chi God realm, a total of 140,000 rule masters. There are also countless strong men who have been recruited by Star Palace over the past few years, plus the strong ones who belong to their majesty. The number is even more exaggerated, with a total of 560,000 people. The master of the 560,000 rules of the Xingxing Palace, plus the master of the 140,000 rules of the early gods, is 700,000, the main arm of the 700,000 rules. Although the main strength levels of these rules are different, many of them are only at the level of the Void 2 realm or the Void 3 realm, but the Void 4 realms, the 5 realms, the 6 realms, and even the 6, there are many powerful men in the extreme. And there is another feature of the master of the 700,000 rules, that is, the manpower has the treasure, and the lowest is the top treasure. As for the strength, it is a little stronger, and the peak treasure is used. Of course, with the original background of the Star Palace, even if there were 100,000 pieces of peak treasures brought back before the Sword Wushuang, it is impossible for the 700,000 rule master army to have a top or peak treasure. The reason why now it was done because Jin Wushuang went to the Red Cloud realm himself a while ago. He found the Lord Wu in the Red Cloud realm, and Lord Wu agreed to send him another batch of treasures. This batch of arcana is 1 million pieces of top arcana and 300,000 peak arcana. With the addition of these treasures, the treasures in the Star Palace are naturally very abundant. Even if the top 700 soldiers of the 700,000 rule now have a top or even peak treasure, there is still a lot of surplus in the palace. This man has a master army of 700,000 rules at the top and even the peak. Under the command of the Lord of Mars, he has formed 7 huge battle arrays. Each battle has 100,000 people, which is equivalent to 7 legions. With the help of the battlefield, any army can explode into a horrible power. And if the 7 legions are separated, every 10,000 people can form a 10,000-man battle line, and the displayed combat power is not weak. The battlefield of 10,000 people is split again. It is a battlefield of thousands of people. In short, in less than 1,000 years, under the control of the master of the martial arts, the master of the Martian rule, the combat power of this rule's army has increased many times. This is only the master level of rules. As for the master, in the past millennium, the Star Palace has used the strongest treasure, and it has also attracted many masters. All of them have more than 30, and these masters have the strongest treasure. Some even have 2 or 3, and this combat power is not low. All these are the fighting powers that have now been revealed on the bright side. As for other fighting powers, such as those of the swordless pair, they have not appeared except the Lord of Mars. Huh. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the camp of the gods in the early days. Among these 3 figures, Jin Wushuang and Long Rushuang walked in front of them, and behind them, they followed a cold-looking Jinjia man. Jin, this golden armor man, is burly, like a tower, guarding Jin Wushuang. Hitting him is just staying in the blood-colored gourd, and he has also surrendered to the magic flame of the sword Wushuang. In recent years, because the flames have swallowed the gold fire magic stones, ice crystals, and blood dragon crystals, the gold-swallowing gods they have built have been continuously repaired, and 20% have been repaired before. Out of the scarlet gourd, turned into this burly man with gold armor, followed by Jian Wushuang. Stone fire. Jian Wushuang summoned. Soon afterwards, the Lord of Mars, the god of Shinto, and the Lord of Time and Space have already come to Jian Wushuang. Master! The Lord of the Martian Xiang Jianshou respectfully saluted. Heavenly friend, you are here? Shinto people just said hello. Stonefire, I'll let you give these rulers and my slaves to practice battle formation. What's the matter now? Jian Wushuang asked. The master rest assured that the main army of the rule has been practicing the battlefield in my way over the years. Although their battlefields consist of a large number of strong men, the battlefield itself is not too complicated. They are all ruler of the rules. It was very easy to master these wars, and now that they are basically skilled, they can fully exert the power of these battles. As for the masters and slaves, you have been practicing in the Tower of Time and Space, and you have already mastered the Battle of Xinyu by the speed of time. Later, you have secretly simulated and practiced for more than 300 years. Now they are immortals. Once the battlefield is on display, the might will be extremely powerful. However, this fairy battle array is a big whole card, including the strength of the slaves of the master. The magic cloud star should not have received the news yet, so I let them hide for the time being, and then shot at a critical time. Stone Mars said, Well, you did a good job. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and was very satisfied with what the Martian Lord had done over the years. Xian Shun, I don't understand. Why do you choose the place where the decisive battle with the demon star will take place, and choose the cosmic void that is closest to the primordial world? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Although it is already within the cosmic void, it is the place of the early gods. The distance is too close. Once the war breaks out, if the powers of the two sides are not well controlled, the attack of the powers may spread to the early gods. Above the realm, it will also cause a lot of damage to the early divine realm. Chapter 39:53. Third more. Heavenly friend, you don't know. We chose the battlefield of the decisive battle here, and there is no way. After all, we have to give ourselves and leave a back road for the countless powerhouses in the early gods. Shin Shinto humane. Backward. Jian Wushuang frowned, still puzzled. The mysterious Shinto man explained, Devil Star, after all, is a second-level astral world. Its overall strength, including how strong the Devil Master is unknown. In this battle, although we have assembled about 70% of the high-level combat power of this star field, as well as the strong men you brought back, can you really defeat the Devil Star army with these strong means? At least, no one is sure. If it is good to win in the end, but once we lose, then we have to plan for the countless practitioners in the early years of the gods, so we choose the battlefield here. Here is the cosmic void, which can allow the strong on both sides to exert the most powerful combat power, and it is entirely possible for the two sides to fight together. If our side has the advantage, we can naturally destroy the army of the demon star. And even if I lose, my strong man in the early divine realm can immediately choose to escape back to the early divine realm. In the early days of the divine realm, after all, it was only a third-level astral realm, and it was an exclusion of foreign powers, especially those who dominated the above. They could not exert much combat power in the early divine realm. It is the will of the heavenly gods to give up the early gods, but he also has to follow the laws of the universe. Even if his deity enters the world of the early gods, he will not be able to exert his peak power. By that time, our side, the faction, can continue to entangle with the demon star in the realm of the early gods and continue to fight. Of course, fighting in the early world of the gods is very passive for our side. The Lord of the Clouds can completely ignore us and continue to try to accelerate the evolution of the early world of gods. But there is no similar the existence of such a force as the three sacred realms. Our camp can always interfere with His Majesty's strong, more or less can affect his plan, and also give as much time as possible to the early gods. Wu Jianwushuang could not help listening to it. He understood the meaning of Xinshin. In the next battle, there were actually only 3 results. The first result, which is the result they are most eager to achieve, is the beheading of the Lord of the Clouds. As long as the Lord of the Clouds dies, all the crises can be lifted without the power of the heavenly will of his predecessor. The second result is that it is the second best thing. It can't kill the Lord of the Demon Star, but also completely defeats the Devil and Star army, so that the power of Devil and the Star can't penetrate into the kingdom of the early gods. That way, even if the Demon Lord is still alive and still dominates the heavenly will of the early deities, but if he has no help in the early deities, his plan to accelerate the evolution of the early deities and improve his own power will certainly be huge. Impact, even if not completely stopped, the speed will definitely slow down significantly, which gives Jian Wushuang a lot of time to break through the master. No matter which one of these 2 results is achieved, in the beginning, the deity side was actually acceptable. However, if the results of these 2 battles are not achieved, then only the last result is left. This kind of result is unwilling to be seen by the countless strong men in the early stage of the world. That is, the camp of the early gods was defeated by the army of the demon star. The rejection of the strong outside world by the divine realm continues to entangle and fight with the army of demons and stars. However, the results of this kind of warfare are too passive, and the Lord of the Clouds may not give them any chance. Like the original. Long years ago, Qixing Xuanzong fought. At that time, in the early divine realm, there was no capital to compete with Demon Star, so at that time, the seven-star Xuanzong did not dare to run out of the universe to fight against Demon Star, and could only stay in the divine world passively. The entanglement with the Lord of the Clouds, but in the end was still disintegrated by the Lord of the Clouds, directly bringing the three sacred realms to the powers of the early gods, and some of the external Lord of the Lords assisted and destroyed the seven-star Xuanzong. In the first battle, the gap between the two sides was too great. In the early days, there was basically no room for struggle on the part of the divine realm. The top forces in the early divine realm also knew this, so they would compromise. But now it's different. In the early days of the divine realm, there was capital to contend with the demon star. So I chose the cosmic void at the edge of the early divine realm to fight the demon star. I see. Let's go, let's look around. Jian Wushuang took his frosty hand, and the couple walked in the center of the void. Wu Xin Shinto, Stone Mars, and others also followed him. The power of the sword of the unparalleled soul has been covered, and it can sense the breath of the Lord of countless rules. Some of the masters of these rules are still known to him, such as the Lord of the White Star Temple, Batsong, etc. from the Temple of Time and Space, the spirit ancestors and ancestors of the Tianzu Dojo, and the masters of many rules from the Nine-Tailed family. The strong man he is familiar with is obviously stronger than before. Obviously, they have cultivated in the triple path in recent years. Although they have not made a breakthrough and become the master, they have made progress. It's also huge. Okay. Qi Jian Wushuang looked, but his eyes suddenly looked in one direction. In that direction, the breath of the Lord with dozens of rules gathered, and most of those breaths were women. Is the person who is too far into the valley of love? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the cold frost beside him. Schwanger, accompany me to see some acquaintances. Nodded coldly. As the swordless twin shape fluttered, he soon came to the void where the powers of Taisheng Wugwu are in. All of you who are too high in the valley of love, don't come without any sense. Jian Wushuang's voice was a bit cold, and his eyes glanced at these strong men who were too high in valley of love. Taisheng Wang Qinggu, in the early days of the realm of God, was indeed a great power, but it was not the top. The number of rulers has not been too much, but now the rulers gathered here are actually more than 30, apparently because of the relationship between the threefold Taoism. There are also many undead saints in the Valley of Tomorrow who have broken through and become the masters of the rules. Jin Tianho? Those who were too embarrassed by Wu Tai immediately recognized Jian Wushuang, and all of them were surprised. After all, compared to the original Jian Tianho, whether it is in strength or identity, it is already a far cry. Chapter 39:54. Four more arrive today. Meet the Lord of the Blood Sword. The gray-haired vicissitudes old woman, standing in front of Taisheng Wangwa Valley strong men, respectfully saluted and shouted. Is the old valley owner too forgotten? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had dealt with this old valley owner several times before, and it was precisely because of the old valley owner's relationship that he had to make concessions, and he could only leave with the frosty soul body, and later easy to wake up her wife's soul body and reshape her body. Looking at the old valley owner in front of him, Jian Wu's eyes were faintly cold, frozen and frosty beside him. At this moment, the moving eyes locked directly on the body of a beautiful figure behind Lord Laogu. Wu Jianwushuang also looked at the beautiful figure. That is a truly amazing woman, and whether this woman is looks or temperament, it is similar to the current coldness. However, because Lung Rushuang reshaped the body with the heart of the astral world, the body is more perfect, which is not comparable to the woman in front of her. Fu Jun. Who is that woman? Lung Rushuang asked with doubt. She is your second life, you are one with her, but now she is her, you are you. Jian Wushuangdo. Is that so? Lung Rushuang nodded slightly, but looked at the other side but was more curious. Jian Wushuang looked at the woman, but noticed that the woman's breath was quite arrogant, and she had reached the extreme of the 6 realms of void, and the most important thing was that the breath on the woman was too cold, and the cold perfection was not like no matter how emotional, she stood there, but no matter how the sword Wushuang arrived or looked directly into the frosty eyes, her look did not change at all. This is a real person with no emotion at all. Just like the purpose of Taishang Wangqing Valley, forgetting all emotions, she has obviously cultivated the unique divine magic of Taishang Wangqing Valley, and is more perfect than the old valley master, and the level of cultivation is higher. She is truly like a fairy, and does not eat on earth. There is no emotion anymore. What is the difference between such a person and the walking dead? Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. Wu Taishang's unique divine magic is very powerful, but the price is unacceptable to Jian Wushuang. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this one next to you, should be your wife, right? The old my lord looked over, and her face was still smiling. It seems that the Lord of the Blood Sword you found the ice heart glass jade now. Bingxin glazed jade? Jian Wu's eyes were cold. Speaking of this Bingxin glazed jade, am still very annoyed now. You are not brave enough. How dare you deceive me then? How to deceive? Lord of the Blood Sword, where do you start? Mai stunned. Huh, you said that my wife's soul was attached to the agarwood of the star and moon for millions of years, to ensure worry-free, even at most only hundreds or thousands of years. My wife's soul will wake up, but later after tens of thousands and even 100,000 years, my wife's soul never awakened. Until the end I met an expert, and he told me that the billion-year-old Xingyue agarwood couldn't maintain my wife's soul body at all. My wife's soul has always been attached to the agarwood of Xingyue. The soul has already been damaged. The ice heart glass jade can't recover her body at all. If I have not obtained a higher level treasure by chance, I am afraid I will never see my wife in this life. Jian Wushuang's voice was also extremely cold. What? Mai was startled. Why how? The billion-year-old Xingyue agarwood should be able to keep your wife's soul body intact. No, Lord of the Blood Sword, forgive me too shallowly. I really thought you the wife's soul is sheltered by 100-year-old Xingyue agarwood, and there will be no problem. I did not expect it to be like this. Raimi was also anxious. She knows the importance of cold as frost to Jian Wushuang. Otherwise Jian Wushuang would not be so crazy for cold as frost before. With Jian Wushuang's current strength and status, if she really wanted to investigate the previous incident, she would drop her anger a little, and it was not that she could afford it too much. Yan Jianwushuang glanced coldly at Mai, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He can see that this Mai is indeed not lying, at least not deliberately deceiving herself, but at the time she thought that the billion-year-old Xingyue agarwood was enough to protect his wife. Well, now that I've been reunited with my wife, I'm too lazy to punish you again, and the war with Devil Star is about to come. You who are too far into the valley of affection, still try your best in this battle. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly and turned and left. Cold and frosty, she just glanced deeply at the woman whose face and temperament were similar to her, and immediately left. When I saw Jian Wushuang leaving, these people who were too far into the valley of anger only exhaled heavily. After walking around the area where many rulers gathered, Jian Wushuang came to the place where many rulers gathered. Because of the relationship between the threefold Taoism world, in the early years, the world side has also added a lot of new masters over the years. Among these masters, a few are familiar with Jian Wushuang. Haha Shenhua, congratulations on your breakthrough and dominance. Wu Jianso went directly to the Lord of the Fire Lord. Shenhua Lord, in the early days of the Divine Realm, has reached the extreme of the 6 realms of void, and with the help of the Triple Realm, these years have already reached the level of domination, and he can be said to be the number 1 created by the Triple Realm, a master. As for Emperor 13, who broke earlier than him, in fact, he broke through with his own strength, and it has nothing to do with the Triple Path. Giantian who, no, now it should be called the Lord of the Blood Sword. It is a rare thing. With your current status, you can still remember me. Shenhua Lord smiled. You have been with me for so many years as a guard. How can I forget this feeling? Jian Wushuang smiled. When he was weak at the beginning, he was in the Divine Realm in the early days. There were not many friends around him, and Shenhua Lord was definitely one of them. And the Shenhua Lord did help him a lot. The Shenhua Demon Lord now broke through the master. Because of the sword Shuang relationship, he was immediately given several strongest treasures. Not only the strongest treasure warrior, but also the strongest treasure warframe, including domain, flying the strongest class of treasures, all have. With these strongest treasures, in the next battle with Demon Star, Shenhua Lord's life-saving ability can also be greatly improved. Chapter 3955. The first is more. Yin Jin Wushuang and Shenhua Lord trembled at will, but at this time he noticed the two figures next to him. Heaven, life? Sword Wushuang looked and walked forward. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Both the Bone God and the Meteorite King are extremely humble. You two, here too, Minggu, you have already broken through to reach the dominance? Jin Wushuang looked at the Minggu old monster and could sense the dominating level breath emanating from the opponent. It's true, long ago, I've broken through to dominate. But the ghostly old man said, "Oh." Jin Wushuang stunned. Heavenly friend, in fact, Minggu already stood by my star house long ago, but no one knows it. Shin Shinto said, "Is that so?" Sword unparalleled. It's no wonder that this bone-in-the-bone monster has been helping himself everywhere. It turned out that from the beginning, this bone-in-the-bone monster was someone in his own camp. In the beginning, the world was our hometown after all. Although I didn't have much ability, I wouldn't watch my hometown fall into desperation and ignore it. The ghostly old man laughed. As for his death, he told me Ben is a friend, and this time he came with me. Although the two of us were not very helpful in this battle, they were more or less capable. Wu Jin Wushuang nodded. The Great War was imminent, and many powerful men on the one side of the divine realm in the early days were extremely united. Only in this way, I have the hope of winning in the next battle with Demon Star. At this moment, Shen Yun's master suddenly passed. The Lord of the Blood Sword, there is bad news. Shen Yun's voice was a bit low. Why bad news? Jin Wushuang frowned. What's the matter? The Lord of the Blood Sword, when I told you before, the spacecraft in which Devil Star was traveling stopped for a while passing by a star field. Before that, my 9 Emperors Pavilion didn't know what the spacecraft was staying there, but now, I figured it out. Shen Yun dominated the pause and continued. The spacecraft of the Demon Star will stay in that star field because one of the star fields the strong, the beginning of God. Shihua Shinjun. Jin Wushuang remembered the name. The Shihua King is a master of the 4th series. Although it is only the elementary level of the 4th series, it also has great fame in many nearby star domains, and he and the magic cloud star the Lord himself is very familiar, and the two seem to have a good relationship. This time, the demon star passed the sea of knowledge in that star field, and invited him to come towards this star field together. Shen Yun dominated. What did you say? The sword has no double-sided color changed immediately. You mean that in the cosmic boat that Demon Star is now riding, in addition to Demon Star Master, there is also a starter who has also reached the 4th rank of Master level. Deity? That's it. Shen Yun dominated slightly and nodded. Damn. Jin Wushuang held his 2 hands, but he could not help cursing. A single Lord of the Cloud Star is already extremely difficult. In recent years, although he has prepared many means, these means combined give him a certain confidence to face the Lord of the Clouds, but he still has no absolute confidence to win in this battle. But now it's better. In addition to the Lord of the Demon Clouds, there is even a Shihua King. He is also the master of the 4th series. If this initiating prince shoots, his combat power can completely affect or even change the whole battle situation. Shen Yun is the master. Can you determine the relationship between the Lord of the Demon Cloud and the Shihua King? If it comes to a critical moment, he will surely shoot? Jin Wushuang asked. Of course, the relationship between the two of them can be ascertained. They are indeed friends. This point has heard about some of the strong players in the surrounding star domains. But after the start of the war, will the Shihua Shenjun take the shot? Can't guarantee it. Shen Yun dominated. Jin Jin's eyes suddenly narrowed. The Shihua King and the Lord of the Clouds are friends, and now they are on the spacecraft that the Moon of the Clouds rides on. At the beginning of the war, if the side of the magic clouds is not defeated, 80% of the King of the Stars will be shot. That is, said that in this battle, they have another enemy who reaches the 4th level to dominate the level. I was really bad news. Fortunately, although this Shihua King is also dominated by the 4th level, but the strength is not too strong. Our three strongest combat powers should be able to easily compete with him, and I came from the early gods' camp. Said, the real threat is still the Lord of the Clouds. Jian Wushuang groaned. The arrival of Wu Shi's prince unexpectedly surpassed Jian Jianshuang's expectations and brought him a certain amount of pressure, but it was still within his manageable range. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the cosmic boat on which the demon cloud star has arrived in this star field, and is now rushing towards the early divine realm at the fastest speed. It is estimated that it can be reached for at least half a day. Shun Yun Master again. Has it been a long time? Jian Wushuang looked cold. I was too prepared for all the strong men in the world, and I will treat them like death. Now, wait for them to come. In this void, where there are countless strong people, a solitary atmosphere has already condensed. With the news of the upcoming arrival of the Demon Star Army, a large number of powerful people in the void are ready, and the Master of Countless Rules has risen to form a group. Another huge battle line was lined up there. The masters of many rules in the battlefield are also ready to wait one after another. Half a day later, in the early divine camp, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of powerful men, an ancient and huge cosmic boat slowly sailed from the forefront of the cosmic void. Yuzhou, this cosmic boat is too big, at least 10 times larger than the cosmic boat originally obtained by the Lord of Mars. There are also countless strong men standing on this ancient cosmic boat. In the depths of the cosmic boat, there are still arrogant and even terrifying breaths circling. Devil Star Army, here it is. In a cosmic void near, 3 silhouettes stood calmly. These 3 figures are the 3 masters from Judy Pavilion, headed by Shun Yun. The 3 of them saw the huge and boundless cosmic boat descending in this void, and they were secretly amazed at the moment. The Demon Star is a second-level astral plane after all, and there are countless powerful people. There are nearly 100 masters. The Demon Star has previously lost one side of the astral plane, and now it has reached the first level. At the 4th level, coupled with the existence of an originalization god, this lineup does not know if the side of the early gods can resist it. Chapter 3956. Second more. If it can be blocked, but if it can't be blocked, this is a trivial matter at the beginning of the divine world. The key is the Lord of the Blood Sword. I'm afraid it will die. Another cabinet master frowned. For Jujie Pavilion, the life and death of the gods in the early days did not care. Wei Yi, the only thing they care about is the life and death of Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang is a real super genius, and his name has already been included in the list of 9 emperors. If he can grow up in the future, it will also be beneficial to their 9 emperors pavilion. Unfortunately, I do not fight for hegemony and do not participate in the battle between all forces. Although the Lord of the Blood Sword is a person on the list of 9 emperors, my 9 emperor courts will only provide him with some basic help, but it won't help him get out of crisis. This battle is life or death. All depends on himself. Shen Yun dominated his head secretly. 9 Emperors Pavilion will not care about the life and death of those who are strong in the 9 Emperors list, especially those who are young and not yet growing up. Like Jian Wushuang now, although Juding Pavilion pays more attention to his genius, it still does not give Jian Wushuang too much help. Even if Jian Wushuang encounters an extreme situation, Juding Pavilion will not shoot. This is, after all, there are so many geniuses in the Judy Pavilion. After all, if anyone encounters a threat and Judy Pavilion assists, Judy Pavilion will pay too much, and it will be too busy. Furthermore, it is impossible to sail smoothly along the way. Anyone who wants to become a top power must go through hardships. The talented man in the list of 9 emperors is in danger, but this is what Judy Pavilion is willing to see, because these dangers are some disciplines in Judy Pavilion's view. Only those who can truly grow up in this time, and time to reach the top level of the universe, can really be qualified to ask Judian Pavilion to take a shot. The current Sword Wushuang is too far away from that level. I hope the Lord of the Blood Sword can survive this time. Shen Yun's master can only think of it this way. An ancient and huge cosmic boat appeared in the void on the edge of the Taiji Divine Realm. In the Taiji Divine Camp, hundreds of thousands of practitioners looked at this ancient cosmic ship. Their faces became dignified. Finally, Here it is. Wu Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an astonishing fierce flash in the depths of his eyes. His wife was as cold as frost, standing next to him. The gods, the masters of time and space, the Lord of the sky and the ancestors of the heavens also stood next to Jian Wushuang. Many high-level powers and the early gods looked at the appearance of the ancient cosmic boats. One by one, was trembling, and their hearts were shaking slightly. Buzzing humming. The ancient spacecraft finally stopped completely in that dark void, followed by numerous dense figures rushing out of the spacecraft like wasps. These people are the strong armies of the Demon Star, and they are also the main level of rules. As for the number, they are much less than the camp of the gods in the early days, only 100,000 people. However, although the number of rulers in the Demon Star army is far from being comparable to the beginning of the Divine Realm, the rulers of the Demon Star are all wearing the same black armor, even holding in their hands. The magic soldiers are also the same standard magic soldiers. The breath on them is even more magnificent. The ruler of the 100,000 rules is at least the highest level of the Void Realm, and the Void Realm occupies more than half. Not to mention quality, the Lord of these rules of the Demon Star army is much stronger than the Lord of the rules of the early gods. In the early days of the Divine Realm, although there was a main army of 700,000 rules, forming an army of 700,000 people, but the strength of the 700,000 people was uneven. Although there were many rulers of the 6 realms in Void, but in terms of quantity, it is not as many as Demon. This is just a simple comparison of the number of people and the quality. They can really fight each other. The coordinated military formations, the degree of tacit understanding, and various means are the keys to victory. Although there were 700,000 troops in the Divine Realm at the beginning of the Tai Dynasty, it was really necessary to fight against the master army of the 100,000 rules of Demon Star. It may not be possible to have a complete victory. Suddenly, huh, 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 huh. Hundreds of streamers swept from the ancient cosmic boat at the same time and appeared in the forefront of the army of 100,000 rules. These streamers are truly the masters of the Demon Star camp, with hundreds of people, and the head is the Demon King and Shihua King. He is the Lord of the Clouds? Jian Wushuang stared at the most conspicuous person in the crowd ahead. It was a middle-aged man who looked extremely elegant. He stood at the forefront of the Demon Star army, carrying his hands, a smile on the corners of his mouth, and the pale gold in his eyes. Extremely evil feeling. The Lord of the Demons and Clouds, the root of this war is also the real source of the calamity in the early days of the gods. The Lord of the Devil Clouds looks ordinary, and it doesn't give people a terrible look, and I can't sense the specific breath on him. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He knows that the more ordinary he feels, the more the Lord of the Clouds proves. Should the purple armor man next to him be the Shihua Lord? Jian Wushuang looked at the Shihua Lord again. Is also the 4th level master. Jian Wushuang did not dare to have a little bit of stir for the Shihua prince. Huh. Jian Wushuang's look suddenly moved, his eyes immediately locked a master behind Demon Star. Xinglua dominates. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. His eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. He knows the Lord of Xinglua, but he stands next to the Lord of Xinglua. He has not seen the true deity of the god, but he can't recognize it. But the Shinto people, several of them, immediately recognize the witch. Is the witch god? This witch is very cunning. At the time, the 3 sacred realms were destroyed, and the 3 lords of the 3 sacred realms were beheaded and killed. But the witch has fled far away. But he couldn't find him. I really don't know where he has been hiding all these years. The gods of Xin and the Lord of Time and Space also looked at the witches with a hint of killing. Haha, I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you could reach this step. The sword is unparalleled. You are really surprised by this seat. The hearty laughter sounded suddenly. The faint golden light in the eyes of J Demon's main eye suddenly became dazzling and looked even more evil. Master of the Demon Cloud, this should be the first time I really see your deity, and I have waited for this day. I have also waited for a long time. Jian Wushuang said. His voice was cold. This seat has always been looking forward to meeting you. Sword is unparalleled. After all, You are the most talented genius you have seen so far in this seat. Even your master, Xian Yi, is purely talented. It's far from being comparable to you. The Lord of the Clouds smiled. Chapter 39:57. Third more. Master? Jianwu looked cold. Simple conversation, but it has caused Jianwu Shuang to have a terrible killing intention. After all, his master Xian Yi died in the hands of the Lord of the Demon Clouds. Sword unparalleled, I heard that you are now recognized as the number one in this star field. I am curious, what step has your strength reached now? The Lord of the Clouds smiled and suddenly waved. A towering throne formed out of nothing behind him. The Lord of the Clouds sat on the throne in such a big swing and looked down at everything. Snack food. Lord Ma Yun stared. Star-Lord. A man more than 2 meters tall and looking like a brown bear came out. Go up and try this little guy's strength, remember? Don't kill it at the beginning, otherwise it won't be interesting. The magic cloud star played with the taste. Yes. The burly man, like a brown bear, immediately stepped forward. Which is Jian Wushuang, come up and die. This burly man stood like a brown bear standing in front of the hundreds of thousands of troops in the early world of God, and uttered a loud drink. Qi Jian Wushuang frowned. What does the Lord of the Demon Cloud want to do? Will the battle be ahead of time? Is it necessary? Qi Jian Wushuang had doubts in his heart, but immediately he noticed all the eyes around with special expressions. These eyes all came from the strong men in the early divine camp. At this moment, the eyes of hundreds of thousands of strong people are focused on him. These eyes are full of anticipation and enthusiasm. As the Lord of the Clouds said, Jian Wushuang is now the undisputed strongest in this star field, and one of the greatest reliants of the camp in the beginning of this war. There are no doubts about the countless practitioners of the field in the beginning. It is based on him, and now the other party is actively inviting to fight. If this sword is unparalleled, it is okay if it wins, but if it is defeated, it will be a tremendous blow to your own camp. You know, now only one of the masters of the Lord of the Clouds comes to invite the battle. If you can't defeat even the swords, you don't need to fight again. The Lord of the Demon Cloud seems to want to win the battle more easily. Jianwu has two sides indifferent, perceiving the countless prospects around him. Jian Wushuang understands that he must not shrink from this battle. Must fight, but also extremely clean defeat and even kill each other. Only in this way will his morale be unaffected. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang stepped forward, stopping in the void in front of the burly man. You are Jian Wushuang, the ruler of a rule? The burly man glanced at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed disdain immediately. The ruler of the cricket ant. He doesn't know what his master wants him to do to deal with a cricket ant? Although he didn't understand, the burly man still said in a deep voice, I am Lord His Majesty the fourth god will eat. Lord said, do want to kill you from the beginning, so rest assured, I will ill let you die so soon. But if you are too weak, you can't even take my simplest attack, then it's no wonder that I die. You don't kill me the first time, but I will kill you the first time, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Haha, the kid is mad enough. Sure smiled coldly, but his body immediately had a fierce breath rising. This breath was so earth-shattering that many practitioners in the early world of the divine realm were astonished. Color. I can't help it. In this star field, the strength of the practitioners is really too low. The strongest before was worthy to reach the second series level, but now the simmering breath is clearly at the third series level. The master of the third level, the practitioners of this star field have never seen it before. Now I feel this breath, of course, terrified. Wu Kejian was unparalleled, but after he noticed this breath, he still looked calm. This breath is also the third-level primary dominating level, and it is very general among the third-level primary dominating. You can easily bring out a third-level dominator in the eternal dark prison. I am afraid that it is stronger than him. Strength. No need to waste time. Just kill. Wu Jianshou did not take this nibble at all. I saw that his right hand was turned over, and Wu Wei's divine sword appeared in his hand. The breath of the rule's treasure level spread, making many of the devil stars dominate. including Devil Star Master and Shihua King. It's a bright light, and Jian Wushuang has already shot directly. Buzzing. A hazy mist, like a field, swept across the mighty. In the blink of an eye, the whole world was covered by this mist. Within the hazy mist, a ape formation has taken shape. I was standing there, unable to stop the mist, and now he was at the very center of the mist. At the same time, he sensed the special power carried in the mist. This is it the array? He frowned, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a cold light lit directly. I saw in the mist of the sky a huge sword shadow cut directly. It's too fast. The speed of this sword is incredible, and it appears directly from the mist. I didn't see how Jian Wushuang shot it at all when he reacted. This huge sword, the shadow, had appeared directly in front of him, and he could not even wave the huge axe in his hand to resist the sword shadow. Wu Jianying was not hit by any obstruction on the sacrifice body of sacrifice. The sacrifice of sacrifice body was violently blown out, and the breath on his body was directly weakened by more than 20% at this moment. Zima, how is it possible? Taoshi widened his eyes. As the Lord of the Demon Clouds, he sat down as the fourth general. He obviously has a mighty strength, and the giant axe is already in his hands, but he hasn't had a shot at all, and the divine power has been annihilated by more than 20%. Howl is another huge sword shadow, followed by the third, fourth, fifth. Do not! Gourmet screamed violently, and he waved the huge axe in his hands, trying to resist. He could cut 5 swords in succession. He only resisted one of them, but the other 4 were directly bombarded on his body. All of his power was destroyed. Humming. The hazy mist of the sky also dissipated directly, and the heavens and the earth returned to peace. The sword and Wushuang had taken back the Wu weapon sword, and he stood quietly in the void of the universe, and at his feet was the cold corpse. From the beginning of the mist to dissipate, it is only a momentary effort, but the fourth of His Majesty the Lord of the Clouds will eat and still die on the spot. Chapter 39:58. 4 more arrived today. Dead. That tall eater is dead? For a moment, I didn't respond. What kind of fourth will be killed? Did you see it? This is the Lord of the Blood Sword, our first strongest in the star field. Too strong. The Lord of the Blood Sword is too strong. And there is the Lord of the Blood Sword, then there is no such thing as a demon lord. Numerous practitioners in the Taiyuan divine camp were shaken completely. Because the battle was too fast just now, they just saw that the mist was permeating. As for what happened in the mist, they hadn't had time to see it clearly, and the mist was dispersed again. And just now that was still clamoring and bursting, the dying fourth will eat and is dead. It was only a moment, and the absolute strength revealed by Jian Wushuang completely conquered them. Jigua, the result of this battle, also immediately boosted the morale of the practitioners in the early divine camp. Originally, there was still a trace of embarrassment about the outcome of this battle. Now, because of the relationship between swords and swords, they are full of confidence. Almost everyone thinks that they can win this battle. This battle, win beautiful. Heavenly little friend. He is really amazing. I just felt that breath, and I can feel his breath, much stronger than us, but in front of Xiaoho Xiaoyu, he was beheaded. The masters of the God Realm camp at the beginning of the Tai dynasty were also very excited. They all knew that Jian Wushuang's battle easily won and killed opponents, which had a great influence on the whole battle situation. The master's strength has increased again. Among the many slaves of the sword unparalleled, at this moment only the Lord of the Martian is standing in the power of the early gods, and everyone else is hiding. Suddenly, at the moment, the Lord of Mars was secretly astonished. He knows Giant Shuang's strength. Thousands of years ago, in the eternal dark prison, although Giant Shuang's strength was also arrogant enough, he could only trap the enemy with the wave lightsaber, and then slowly killed the opponent. For nearly 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang has been doing secret repairs in the Tower of Time and Space, and his strength has increased significantly, especially in the sword formation. Whether it is the Wave Lightsaber Array or the Earth Guardian Sword Array, they have been greatly improved. Of course, there is the third most important thing to make the supreme immortal mystery, which is comparable to the strongest treasure, which gives Jian Wushuang a stronger divine power. And just cast by Sword Wushuang, it is the hazy sword formation derived from the hazy sword skill. This sword formation is an absolute killing sword formation. It is equally powerful from the current swordless hands. The current sword is unparalleled, and even if he does not use his whole cards, he can easily kill the ordinary third-level master by relying solely on the hazy sword array. The entire universe is empty, and because of the battle between Jian Wushuang and Shishir, they are caught in a commotion and madness. In the beginning, the practitioners in the world were all surprised and excited, but those practitioners on the side of the demon star were exactly the opposite. When they saw that their fourth would be so simple and killed, each of them was shocked. They know very well how powerful this fourth will be. The 6 major generals of the Lord of the Demon Cloud have the same strengths as each other. Even if they are the first generals, they are not much stronger than the 6 generals. It can be said that the 6 major generals, it is Her Majesty's strongest combat power. Of course, the Lord of the Clouds is far above the 6 gods themselves. But now, the fourth will be killed by the other party so easily, then in their entire Demon Star camp, I am afraid that only their master can compete with each other? Originally, I wanted to suppress the morale of the opponent a little bit, but I didn't expect it to be a cocoon. The Lord of the Clouds frowned, and Jian Wushuang's killing and eating was so clean and clear, which obviously exceeded his expectations. However, this sword's unparalleled improvement in strength is indeed beyond this seat's expectations. The Magic Cloud Star secretly said, "The Master of the Rules can only kill a third-level master in an instant. The Master of this rule is very powerful. I have been practicing a chaotic era so far, and I have seen many talented men, but the Lord of the Rules against the sky like this, I have never seen it." Shihua Shinjun was also surprised there. No matter how against the sky, dare to block the way of this seat, he has to die as well. But the Lord of the Clouds burst out with a terrifying killing intention. There is no need to waste time anymore. Just go ahead and kill it. The Demon Cloud Star sat on the throne and waved his hands casually. At the moment he waved his hand, the army of 100,000 rulers behind him was moving instantly. Kill! A terrible shout and kill sounded suddenly. 20,000 people spoke at the same time, and the sound they made was just like a single person, and the sound was filled with one of the terrible killings. For a time, the entire universe was shivering. The main army of 100,000 people's rules is like a huge war machine, directly running, and numerous figures are swept out at the same time. And even if they are swept out at the same time, this army is neat and tidy, without any slight disorder. A horrible killing intention has already been flooded in this world, and at the moment when the main army of the rule of 100,000 people was up and running, at the beginning of the camp, countless practitioners his eyes became scarlet, and he even became crazy. At this moment, these practitioners have come up with their own treasures. Each piece is at the top, and even the highest level of treasures appear in their hands, and the breath of God's power of countless rules has also risen into the sky. Battle! With a loud roar, the war was soaring. The next moment, 700,000 rules of the main army spawned 7 huge battle formations, just like the 7 war beasts, also directly rushed out. Compared to the whole of the 100,000 rule lord army of the Demon Star, the 7 war beasts on the one side of the divine realm in the early days did not seem so perfect, but the momentum was not weak at all. The most important thing is that in quantity, after all, it is one of 7 enemies. Even if the quality of the Lord of the Devil Star army rules is higher than that of the gods in the early days, the gods in the early days have no fear at all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 armies collided head-on. This is the ultimate battle that has begun long ago, and has determined the life and death of countless lives and souls in the whole early world of God. From this moment, it finally broke out. When the battle began, the world was angry. Chapter 39:59. The first is more. Pung pung, pung, pung. A terrible roar sounded loudly. The 2 armies all formed a battle array, combining the power of the master of all rules, and the first time they carried out a terrible collision shock. The shock wave was shocking and shocking, causing the surrounding universe to tremble in madness. There was even one cosmic black holes appear out of thin air. In the first round of collision alone, in the early days of the divine realm, 7 war beasts, 2 of them were directly repelled, and the entire war beast trembled wildly and almost collapsed. It is also a battle formation composed of the master of 100,000 rules. A single war beast is not an opponent of Demon Star's army at all. Even if it is 2 or war beast, it may not be able to compete with Demon Star. The army contends, but in the early days, one side of the world was eventually the master of 700,000 rules, consisting of 7 full-fledged monsters of war. Although these 7 war monsters are not opponents, they can be swarmed up. Even if the battlefield of the Demon Star army repelled the 2 in the first place, the remaining 5 will rush wildly and display horror. Assault. The battle line of the army of the Demon Nebula attacked the past. The battlefield of the Demon Star army is like a whole. The 100,000 rule master obviously cooperates for a long time, and it is extremely tacit. Even when facing the 7 war beasts, they are attacking from the surroundings at the same time. While resisting, they also able to fight back and forth again and again. The minimum of 100,000 is the master of the rules of the top of the Void Realm, forming a battle array, perfectly performing, and an arbitrary attack. That power is already above the general master. Simply talking about power, I am afraid that even the master of the 3rd and 4th series cannot be compared with it. This battle formation formed by the Demon Cloud army and the 7 war monsters in the early stage of the Divine Realm collided with each other in a frantic collision, but within a short period of time, they did not fall into the wind. In the surrounding void, many masters of the Divine Realm camp stood in the early days, watching the battlefield in front of them, and their hearts were shocked. I am the first time I have seen hundreds of thousands of rules to form a battle formation and fight and collide again and again. It's not just you, we're all the same. Well, the crazy killing of the master of hundreds of thousands of rules, it is incredible just to think about it. Every one of the masters was secretly admiring. In this star field, although there are many rule masters, there are hundreds of thousands of rule masters. This number is still too large. Usually, when the 2 forces fight, the number of rulers participating in the battle can be tens of thousands, which is considered a super scene. But these scenes, compared with the war in front of them, are little witches. It is indeed Demon Star. Although the Demon Star army has only 100,000 rule masters, the 100,000 rule masters are not only in quality, but also in their proficiency in battle formations and their cooperation with each other. The ruler of these rules must be too strong. Fortunately, the number is 7 to 1. Otherwise, the collision of this army, I was too early in the world side, is not the opponent of the Devil Star. Even now, I am too early the world side. At best, they can barely occupy some advantages. Shin Shinto solemnly. Wu Jinso nodded slightly. He can also see that the masters of the rules of the Demon Star army cooperate very well, and that the masters of these rules have a mastery and proficiency of the battle array one by one, which is far from the masters of the rules of the early gods. Ratio. Although there were 700,000 rulers in the Taijutsu camp, most of these rulers were invited in the past millennium, and they did not come at one time, but came one after another in the millennium. Although the master of these rules immediately began to familiarize themselves with the battlefield, after all, time was limited and there were too many people. Even if the master of the Stone Mars exerted all his strengths in such a short time, it was impossible to achieve. Every ruler has a high degree of mastery of the battlefield. In other words, among the 700,000 rulers of the divine world in the early days, most of the rulers just barely mastered it, and many of them were too late to master it, but with other people, they barely battled it out. Combination formed. Under these conditions, in the early days, the ruler of the one side of the divine realm, I am afraid, will only be able to exert 20 to 30% of his power. This has led to the fact that even if the 7 war monsters join forces, they can only compete with the Demon Star army in a short period of time, and can only take a slight advantage at most. Master, it is my reason that disappoints you. The Lord of Mars said next to Jian Wushuang. This matter, no wonder you. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He is very clear that in such a short period of time, the Lord of Mars can make these 700,000 rulers to form a battle line, which is very good. In the main army of the rules, although I didn't get much advantage in the early days, the God realm had at least the upper hand. Next, I saw the collision of high-level combat power. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, but his eyes were it was directly through the void, and looked at the Lord of the Clouds star at the end of the line of sight. When the magic cloud Xingzhu, still lazily sitting on that throne-towering statue, eyes look unto them from time to time at the battlefield. See when on the battlefield, magic cloud star armies in the collision with the beginning of the spirit world. Even when a little disadvantage, magic cloud Xingzhu his face showing a hint of surprise of color. War? And this war level did not seem low? What a magic cloud Xingzhu vision! He saw immediately that the beginning was the spirit world, one of 7 beasts of war, 700,000 of the main rules of the form of very smart, but those who master the rules of war to a very low degree of mastery, not only the law of war to play it out completely valiant. This is the beginning of the gods, is in the thousands of years began to emerge a large number of the main rules of their army, should also in this nearly 1,000 years before the formation. The formation may be within such a short time army, was able to play this and other combat power? It appears that one side is the spirit world was in the beginning there was a good strong battle formation. Magic Cloud's magic main underground passage. He said good tactical deployment of strong, natural stone Mars is the Lord. Alone under the command of the army, the winner is hard to see high-level combat capability it. Magic Cloud Xingzhu spoke. He slowly raised his right hand is. Standing behind him, from the magic cloud star of hundreds dominate. Their eyes are instantly converge on the magic cloud Xingzhu right hand. With this magic cloud Xingzhu waved his right hand raised. All of a sudden, a road to dominate the levels of the atmosphere directly broke off. Magic Star's arm, dominate hundreds, including many second series, and even digital dominate the third series, at this moment, have direct move. Chapter 3960. Second more. Rumble. The outburst of mastery breath caused the focus of this battlefield to shift from the masters of the rules of both sides to these masters instantly. It's our turn. Dozens of masters gathered together at the beginning of the Tai Kingdom. These masters have already flexed their muscles, and when they see the masters of the Demon Star's side, they are immediately dispatched. I saw that the same atmosphere of dominance erupted, but in the beginning, the master of the world, no matter the quantity or the breadth, could not be compared with the master of the Demon Star. After all, the Lord of the Demon Cloud Star comes from the second-level astral world, including many second-level masters, and even the third-level master. Even if a fourth general is directly killed by Jian Wushuang, there are 3 more. On the other hand, in the early days of the Divine Realm, almost all of them were dominated by the first rank, and even the top ranks of the first rank were very few, and their numbers were far inferior to each other. According to reason, there should be no room for counterattack in this collision of dominating combat power, but in the early days, the side of the gods was also prepared. I saw a series of 6-man star battle formations suddenly rising up, and in the early god camp, a group of rulers suddenly emerged. The number of masters of these rules is not too many. There are only thousands of people, but the thousands of masters of the rules are all in the 6 levels of the void, and the magic treasures they hold in their hands are arrogant. Is the strongest treasure. Yes, it is the strongest treasure. Before the sword Wushuang came out of the eternal dark prison, he brought back thousands of strongest treasures at one time. Most of these strongest treasures were not needed at all, so the mysterious Shinto people were extravagant and gave some stronger rules of the 6 realms of Nether. Lord also used the strongest treasure. The master of these 6 rules of the Void Realm, who had the strongest treasure, did not join the battlefield of 100,000 people, but formed a new battlefield with 18 people together. 28 battlefields composed of the 6 Void Realms with the most powerful treasures. The power of this battlefield is no less powerful than the General Master. At the same time, thousands of rulers of this kind directly formed more than 80 such wars, and 80 extra masters came alive. In addition to the dozens of masters originally owned by the one side of the world in the early days, The number of mastery powers is more than that of Demon Star. However, the large number does not mean everything. After all, the Devil Star side has a lot of second series and even third series dominate. Boom! I saw that the two dominated the strong, and they fought together in a fierce battle. Immediately, there was a fearful roar of cries. In the early days of the Divine Realm, many masters, Shinto, Lord of Time and Space, Lord of Heaven and Earth, Tianzu, and Emperor 13 all shot, including Jian Wushuang's wife Lung Rushuang, who had already shot and directly faced. A master of the second series, cold as frost itself, absorbed the heart of the astral world, has great potential, and got the Mist Supreme's personal biography. After breaking the dominance, the strength is also extraordinary. He can easily compete with the second-level Dominator even if he does not play the whole card. Once the cards are exhausted, you can even reach the top level of the second level. I can say that, in the early days of God's many masters, with the exception of Jian Wushuang and the Stone Mars master who presided over the situation around him, almost all shot. But despite this, the two sides collided, and the situation was still one-sided. In the early days of the Divine Realm, the six-horse star battle array composed of 18 lords of the 6 realms of the void was defeated by dozens of fronts in just a moment of effort, and many rulers were beheaded and killed on the spot. On the other hand, there are already 3 masters, beheaded and killed by the third-level master of Demon Star. It only took a moment. The dominant combat power on the plane side is not the opponent of Demon Star at all. The sword sank without a double-sided color, but followed the message, Xian Shan, almost. After receiving the news from Jian Wushuang, the Shinto man immediately noticed that instead of paying attention to the master in front of him, he waved his hand directly, and an exquisite attic appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The beautiful atmosphere of this loft is very special, but it's just a treasure. With the start of the war, these masters have already come up with a variety of treasures, such as field treasures, flying treasures, repression treasures, and so on. Now, mysterious Shinto took out a loft and it was nothing. No one on the two sides of the original fierce battle paid attention to the mysterious Shinto man who took out this loft, but suddenly, oh! A large group of figures, dozens of them directly attacked from the exquisite loft. Each breath of these figures was so strong that they even reached the third level. Most importantly, their combat power was even more. It is invincible, and almost any one of its combat power can be comparable to the third level high-level master. Lame enough 40 people, assaulted and killed, and those who dominate the magic cloud star as fast as possible. Suddenly, not good. The third level dominates. So much? Do not. A sound of anger rang through the void of the universe. These anger comes from those masters under the demon star. These masters are completely crazy at this moment. The third-rank master, within their magic cloud star, the master of the magic cloud star and his 6 gods will only reach the third-rank level, and before the Lord of the Clouds, he reached the peak of the third level, and in recent years, the retreat strength has reached the 4th level. But those 6 gods are just the third level to count the dominating levels. Suddenly, the 40 people who suddenly appeared in front of him even took out one who was not under the 6 gods. Even their fighting power is even stronger than the 6 major gods. I especially had 2 of them, exhaling a breath of suffocation, and that breath was almost approaching the third peak. I must know that the third series dominates, and the first series and even the second series dominate almost all of them. Even if he is also dominated by the third level, his strength is slightly weaker. In the face of these darkest, strongest from the eternal dark prison, there are only those who can be easily killed. So many third-level masters suddenly rushed out from the middle of the battlefield. This was absolutely catastrophic for the master of His Majesty. I saw these 40 masters who reached the third level, sweeping the battlefield at a horrible speed, and passed by as if they were harvesting wheat, easily killing one master from the magic cloud star. 100 masters, almost just a blink of an eye, were killed directly. The remaining masters are like bowstruck birds. Chapter 39:61. Third more. Escape. Run away. The gap is too big. This can't be beaten at all. Hurry up. So many third-level masters, to kill us is simply slaughter. The surviving masters of the Demon Nebula were scared and almost insane. It took only a moment to work on it. Hundreds of masters have been slaughtered for most of them, and many of them include second-level masters. As for the three generals under the Devil Star, at that moment, a will also play against one of the other masters, and that master is 1,000-killing Emperor. In the end, killing the Emperor with just one axe, the will be hit on the spot. If there are 2 or 3 axes again, the will probably be killed on the spot. It's too strong, it's terrible. This person is not the strongest among these groups. The severely damaged general looked at the 1,000-slayed monarch in front of him in horror, and immediately looked at the surrounding void. Lord Dragonlord and Lord Scorpion. He can see that Lord Dragon and Lord Scorpion are stronger than those who have been hit hard. Escape. These masters who are still alive under His Majesty's star have lost any warfare, and at this moment directly chose to escape. But even if they fled, the slaves under the swordless pair of swords were still chasing wildly. This saw that many of the masters had been beheaded. In the end, there were hundreds of masters. Only fewer than 20 people escaped from the battlefield and returned behind the Lord of the Demon Clouds. The rest, including one of the generals, were directly killed by the slaves of the sword, unparalleled. Fortunately, there were fewer than 20 of them. Although they were lucky to escape their lives, they were still trembling with horror at the moment. 1. As I expected before, as long as all of my servants have shot, they can defeat the Lord of the Demon Star. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, looking at the battlefield ahead, and was very satisfied in his heart. Haha, happy. So many masters, just in one fell swoop, they are all killed, just like cutting wheat. Where did the dozens of powerful men who suddenly appeared come from? Why are they so powerful? The masters of the Taiyuan divine camp were still standing there, and most of them had cyanosis in their heads. Daduasu, most of them don't know where the sudden dozens of powerful dominators came from, and most of them didn't know that there were such a group of dominating levels before. To run when they saw the powerful power of the Lord of the Demon Star burst out. These masters were still terrified, but who could not have thought of blink of an eye, the situation completely reversed. Mysterious God, what is going on? Master of the Zhuanjinggong. At the beginning of the Taiyuan divine camp, the invited masters came to ask one after another. Wu Xin's Shinto man smiled brightly and said, "You. The batch of masters you are seeing now are all blood swords." He brought them back from a special place, all his slaves. Brought back by the blood sword? Slave. Many of the masters of the God Realm camp in Taichu were shocked. All eyes could not help looking at Jian Wushuang behind the battlefield. These eyes became more awe-inspiring. I'm kidding. The slaves are so powerful. How strong is this blood sword lord? Huh. Those masters of the Demon Nebula were defeated by the front, and the masters of the early gods, including the slaves of Jian Wushuang, returned to Jian Wushuang. Master, fortunately shameless. Lord Dragonlord said respectfully. Jian Wushuang nodded his head with a smile on his face. This battle, Jian Wushuang has carefully laid out the layout from the beginning and also began to calculate. What he calculated was the masters of the Devil Star. He wanted to kill as many masters as possible under the Demon Star, and even if possible, destroy all the masters who came with the Demon Star army this time. In this way, even if he could not resist in the end staying at the Lord of the Clouds, he is not worried anymore. Because if Her Majesty's Lord does not have a master who can be transferred, then even if this battle of demon is over, Jian Wushuang and others will retreat to the early divine realm. Yun Xing's plan is also very difficult to achieve. At least it can give Jian Wushuang a lot of time. Therefore, at the beginning, he deliberately showed weakness and only let the local gods in the early stage of the gods fight against the masters invited in this star field in recent years, and a master of the six-rule rule. Let the mysterious Shinto stay in that delicate loft, and in the loft, all his 40 slaves stay inside. Only when the time comes, the mysterious Shinto man takes out the loft at the center of the battlefield. His servants kill many slaves at the same time, and try to kill the Lord of the Demon Star in the shortest time possible, so that the Devil Star on the edge of the battlefield the Lord has no time to rescue. Although the final result is not too perfect, after all, dozens of dominators have escaped, and it is possible to kill more than half of Dominion's masters. This is already an extremely great result. Most of the Lord of the Demon Cloud Star has been beheaded and killed, and the rest has been scared out of mind. In a short period of time, he can't take another shot. As for the ruler of the rule, I also had an advantage in the world. It can be said that in the camp, I was completely crushed by the demon side in the beginning. In this battle, we have already won half. The mysterious Shinto man clasped his hands. His eyes flashed fine. Mango. Next, as long as you find a way to block the Lord of the Demon Cloud and the Lord of Initiation, that's enough. Shihua Shinjun is easy to handle. Jin Wushuang opened his mouth. The information given by Shen Yun will not be false. Although this Shihua Shinjun is in the 4th level, his strength is average. I am composed of 36 slaves. The fairy battlefield should be able to compete with him. The key is the Lord of the Clouds. Wu Jian's peerless eyes stared through the void, staring at the Lord of the Clouds starkly. Information given by the Master Shen Yun is extremely affirmative to the Warlord of Shihua, but the true strength of the Master of the Magic Cloud is very vague. After all, the Lord of the Clouds has long occupied a secondary astral world and has become the master of this secondary astral world, and has not shot it for a long time. Not only that, he has also been retreating in recent years. Now his strength has just achieved a breakthrough to reach the 4th level. Although it is only a breakthrough, after all, he has lost the pre-god world and can use the pre-god world. See how his true strength is? No one can say for sure. Okay. Wu Jianso suddenly looked up, and his pupils shrank sharply, because he has already seen the Lord of the Clouds, who has been sitting lazily on the throne, has slowly stood up. Master Demon Yunqing, it's time to do it yourself. Chapter 39:62. 4 more arrived today. Seeing the Lord of the Clouds standing up, Jian Wushuang's complexion immediately became dignified. Although this battle has continued to the present, in the early days, one side of the divine realm has occupied an absolute advantage, and it can even be said that it has already won half. But Jinshuang is actually very clear. This war until now is just an appetizer. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of rules of the main army collision, there are many masters of crazy killing. But these are appetizers, and this result is also Jin Wushuang they had expected long ago, in their expectations. And the real success factors of this war are all in one person. This person is the Lord of the Clouds. He is the most terrible, strongest combat power of Demon Cloud Star, and the greatest threat to the gods in the early days. In the early days of the divine realm, only if it could defeat the Demon Lord, to be precise, as long as it could resist the Demon Lord and prevent the Demon Lord from killing, then this battle can be said you have to win, otherwise everything is empty talk. After all, as long as no one can stop the Lord of the Clouds, the Lord of the Clouds can kill all the high-level powers in the early god world with one's own strength. The Lord of the Devil Clouds is really so calm, but now he intends to shoot. Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he followed with a sneer. So many masters died, and he was so calm again. Furious. I'm afraid you'll be furious. Jin Wushuang guessed pretty well. Now the Lord of the Clouds is indeed angry. He glanced at the servant behind Jin Wushuang, and his eyes were burning with anger. You know, just now, most of his masters were slaughtered directly, more than 80. With so many dominators, even if it is more than half of the dominance of Demon Star, it has been beheaded here. When this battle ends, after he returns to Demon Star's overall strength is bound to weaken a lot. And the most important thing is that these masters were killed under his eyes. He clearly watched these masters killed, but there was no time to rescue them. It made him even more angry. Sword unparalleled, this seat really despise you. You can find a group of 3rd-level masters in a short period of time, but really have the ability. Devil Star Master said coldly. Yet he also has to admit that even he can't do it with dozens of 3rd-level masters in a short time. After all, here is the edge of the universe, and the nearby star fields have reached the 3rd level of the level. There are very few of them. He may still be invited by 3 or 4 3rd-level dominators. what he can do. But could Jian Wuxuang did it? Demon Lord, don't worry, there are many things you didn't expect, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Perhaps, but I haven't had that patience with you anymore. I just heard that the third-level master behind you is called your master. They are all your slaves, right? So long as I kill you, will they die? Or will they get rid of your control? After hearing this, the eyes of the demon dragon lord and others behind Jian Wuxuang were all bright. In fact, they were forced to surrender before they chose to surrender to Jian Wuxuang. Although Jian Wuxuang took them out of eternal dark prison, and they only needed to surrender for 100,000 years, if there was a chance, who would like to stay and rule the Lord's men, who listened to their dispatch for 100,000 years? If Jian Wuxuang died early, wouldn't they be able to release in advance? Jian Wuxuang also immediately understood the intention of the Lord of the Clouds, but smiled indifferently. Master of the Clouds, you don't have to fight the ideas of my slaves. Don't think that they will pretend to be ineffective in this battle, I tell you. If I am not dead, they can live, but if I die, I will directly kill them before I die. The words of Jian Wuxuang are extremely simple, and there is no room for negotiation. This makes the Dragon Lord and others feel shocked. Although they are angry, they are more afraid. They are now afraid that Jian Wuxuang really died in this battle. Oh, a bit interesting. Then see if these slaves in your hands can block this seat. Devil Star Master smiled slightly, but his figure had slowly floated forward, while at the same time, a terrifying breath that moved the world and trembled from the Devil Star Master slowly rose up. This breath is too strong. It is suffocating. Although there were many masters present, even the second and even third-ranked masters, there was also a strong and powerful breath from these masters, which can rise from the moment of the Lord of the Devil Stars at this moment. Compared with the breath, it is like spark and Haoyue. This breath rises up, and the pressure that sweeps away makes the sword unpaired, and many of the masters of the early gods are out of breath, and some are already sweating. The pressure of breath alone has caused the general first series and even second series dominators to lose the courage to compete with them. Only with the third-level dominance can we barely block the oppression of this breath. The fourth-level master. Is it so terrible just with the breath of divine power? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a low-drink magic flame. Huh. A golden figure appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang in an instant. This is an indifferent golden armor man. It is the magic flame. The magic flame stood in front of the sword without double sides. At this moment, the body also had a strong breath of divine power rising. Although this breath is only the third level of the peak level, there is still a little gap compared to the magic cloud star master, but the magic flame stands. His eyes were cold, but he was not affected by the magical breath of the Lord of the Clouds. Go, kill this demon lord. Jian Wuxuang pointed at the demon lord. Yes. Demon nodded. His body turned into a golden lightning, swept out directly. The next moment has recondensed in the void in front of Demon Lord. The demon nebula glanced at the demon flame in front of him. Disdain. Third series dominate? Funny. Junior, you are too arrogant. When your deity is swaying the universe and massacre the fourth series and even the fifth series dominate, you don't know where it is. The magic flame was low. Junior? Mo Yin stunned. He didn't know that Demon Flame was an ultimate master at first and lived a very long time. If he was at the peak, let alone a fourth-level master like the Lord of the Clouds, and even a fifth-rank master, in front of him, they all had to tremble. The Lord of the Clouds was really just a junior in front of him. Chapter 39:63. The first is more. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Moyen had already shot. I saw him suddenly rising with magnificent golden light. These golden lights were extremely dazzling, like a huge golden sun, and as the golden light shone, the momentum emanating from the magic flame suddenly surged. But in a blink of an eye, the golden light of the sky was condensed into a 10-meter-long, bulky golden condor, and a breathtaking violent breath swept out. This golden condor's wings spread directly across the void. Condor? Golden condor? Many of the strong men who watched the surrounding void seeing the appearance of this golden condor were very surprised. Junior, today I will teach you what it means to be outside the sky. The icy voice of the magic flame came out from the golden condor. This golden condor was extremely fast and condescended like a prey. The horrible power broke out from the golden condor. This power was even more shocking to those who watched the surrounding war. There is no doubt that the mighty power of this golden condor instantly reached the 4th level. Don't say anything. The Lord of the Clouds smiled indifferently. A dark spear appeared in his hand. The dark spear exuded a faint light, and the power of the Lord of the Clouds' right hand pervaded. Chua the dark spear pointed upwards into the void and was a jab. A seemingly simple blow made a huge black hole appear instantly in the void of the universe, devouring everything around him like a mouthful of blood. In a blink of an eye, the golden condor that fell from a high place collided directly with this spear, and the cold golden claws directly grasped the spear and made a sound of metal collision friction. The two sharp claws of the golden condor actually swept directly from the dark spear, and then grasped the head of the Lord of the Clouds. The 4th series dominates the combat power? He was too late to withdraw the spear in his hand to resist the claws of the golden condor, but the other palm of his hand was directly clenched into a fist. A horrifying force condensed in his hand and then exploded. Pong pong. There was a loud noise, the world shook, and the surrounding void was collapsing. The sharp claws of the golden condor were blasted out, but the abrupt golden condor opened his mouth. Wow! A golden thunder burst out suddenly, incredibly fast. The demon Yunqing Lord was also shocked. His body flashed quickly, and he barely avoided the golden thunder. With a hissing noise, your golden condor's momentum has skyrocketed again, and he is madly attacking the demon star. The two pillars of this golden condor, its wings, including its extremely sharp mouth, have become magic weapons at this moment, and the power that erupted is extremely tyrannical, and it has even reached a 4th with a single blow level hierarchy. The key is that this golden condor is extremely flexible, the speed is extremely fast, and the attack method is extremely strange. At this moment, the Lord of the Clouds has also shown a powerful power that is far above the 3rd level master. But in the face of the crazy attack of the golden condor, for a while it was in a disadvantage. So strong. The golden condor is so powerful. Every attack of it is extremely terrifying, even reaching the 4th level of domination. Is this man also the master's slave? His Majesty, when is there such a powerful slave? The dozens of slaves under his sword's warriors all talked about each one, and they were all amazed. Perhaps the masters of the 1st and 2nd ranks around can't see the intensity of this battle, but all of these slaves have the 3rd rank of combat power, so they can naturally see the current battle very much clear. They can see that the magic flame itself may be only the 3rd level, but the golden condor he has revealed is definitely the 4th level, and it is not weak in the 4th level. At least the golden condor he is now transforming into a crazy attack. If the weak 4th level dominate, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. There are still such powerful people in the camp of the gods in the beginning? Zursura, that purple warframe man, also known as Shihua Shinjun, is now attentively watching the battle between the golden condor and the Lord of the Clouds. He can feel the strength of the golden condor and the Lord of the Clouds. Especially the golden condor, the attack method is not only extremely powerful, but also does not give people a chance to breathe. If such a crazy attack is replaced by him, I am afraid it has been completely suppressed, and the power of the Devil Star is obvious. A lot stronger than him. So far, it is only slightly underdog. Magic Cloud, you care? Be careful to capsize in the gutter. Shihua Jun smiled, but still very relaxed in words. Haha, it's only been a long time that I have fought against people, and I want to warm up first. The Devil Star also laughed, but his eyes became cold. Go! With a loud scream, the breath of the Lord of the Demon Cloud skyrocketed, and a large black magic cloud swept up. These demon clouds swelled, and eventually formed a dark and hazy face. This face is so huge that a pair of scarlet eyes pierced directly at this moment, and the dark spear in the hand of the Lord of the Clouds also stunned a burst of stab, and the universe vanished madly in an instant, and the terrible power passed out. The strength of this force completely affected the surrounding the cosmic void and nearby battlefields. Although the golden condor transformed by the demon flame was powerful, under the spear burst, he felt a tremendous impact, forcing him to burst out. Humming, the golden condor dissipated, and the shape of the demon flame appeared in the sight of everyone. Suddenly, the magic flame at the moment had a very solemn complexion. Just hit the golden condor I turned into with a single blow. It seems that your junior's strength is better than I expected, mumbled the flames. Originally, according to the speculation of the magic flame and sword unparalleled, this demon star master just broke through the 4th rank, and its combat power should be relatively weak among the 4th rank master. But it seems that this is not the case. At least, the strength of the Lord of the Devil Stars is much stronger than that of the initiated god who has reached the 4th level for a long time. Although it is much stronger than I expected, it is still within my range. The flames of magic flames turned slightly cold, and the rich golden light rose again in the next moment. Huh. The strange flash of golden light was originally just a golden light, but at this moment it turned into two. At the same time, two huge golden condors were formed at the same time. Chapter 39:64. Second more. Two golden condors? 10. Oh my god. A single golden condor is so scary, but this person can be transformed into two golden condors at the same time? Many practitioners who watched the battle around were shocked. Even if the Lord of the Demon Clouds saw the demon flame turning into two huge golden condors at the same time, his eyes and pupils could not help shrinking. Huh. Two huge golden condors, like two golden lightnings, suddenly swept across the void, one at a time and one at the same time. The Demon Cloud Star Master waved the black spear in one hand, while competing against two golden condors. However, just now is just a golden condor. He can still resist it if he is serious, but he can face two golden condors at the same time. Even if he is more serious, he can still resist very hard. I saw that the two huge golden condors came and attacked again and again, either with claws, or wings, or direct impact. Each attack was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the 4th level master. With a full blow, in the face of this crazy attack, the Lord of the Clouds could only resist passively and could not find a chance to fight back. Suppress. The Demon Cloud Star Master has been completely suppressed by the two golden condors transformed by the demon flame. Great. Good job. Khan, look. The Lord of the Nebula is completely suppressed. Many of the masters at the beginning of Tai Tai's divine realm were overjoyed when they saw the scene ahead. Even if it was Jian Wushuang, he couldn't help but clenched his palm. His eyes flashed a fine light. He knows the origin of Demon Flame, and Demon Flame also told him before. As long as his gold-swallowing body can recover 20%, he will have 90% confidence to defeat the Demon Star Master, and even 50% will be able to defeat the demon. Yun Xing beheaded on the spot. Now it seems that Demon Flame did not lie. He has recovered 20% of the gold-swallowing body. Although he has only recovered to the 3rd level of the highest level in the realm, he can rely on the mysteries of many means during his lifetime. His combat power is completely can override the general 4th grade primary dominate. So even though the Demon Cloud Master is a lot stronger than they expected, the Demon Flame can still suppress it. However, suppression alone is not enough. If it is possible, it is best to be able to wreck this magic cloud star, or even kill it directly. Jian Wushuang secretly said. The two golden condors transformed by the demon flame attacked the Lord of the Clouds madly and completely suppressed the Lord of the Clouds, but the suppression was suppressed, and the Lord of the Clouds has not been really hurt so far. And most importantly, it has been completely suppressed by the magic flame, but the star of the magic cloud has not appeared any anger or anxiety from beginning to end, which makes Jian Wushuang's heart a little worried. This is your full strength, Zura. But that's it. A laugh with evil charm suddenly emanated from the main mouth of Demon Star, and a strange smile appeared on the face of Demon Star. The magic flames sank inside, but the next moment, the two huge golden condors penetrated the void in an instant. Two sizzling hissing sounds at the same time, and the two golden condors burst out at a terrifying speed at this moment, and they attacked the flame at the same time. A monstrous evil spirit permeated. Jin Yin flashes. Imo Yin shouted inside. Jin Yin Yin is the strongest move in the derivative golden condor he is currently performing. This move is a killing move, and the power is naturally overbearing. Huh. The Lord of the Clouds looked up and looked at the golden condor rushing in and out, hesitating in his eyes. The two golden condors, one behind the other, and the speed are incredible. At this terrible speed, he can't dodge at all, and can only forcibly resist the impact of the two golden condors. But he only has time. He waved his spear and resisted the golden condor directly in front of him. But the golden condor struck from behind him was not impeded by any impact, and hit his body heavily. At this moment, the golden light skyrocketed, and the entire dark universe was completely illuminated by this bright golden light. Suddenly, the Lord of the Clouds was completely caught in the golden light of the sky, and was madly impacted by that sky. Ow! The two golden condors dissipate at the same time. The shape of the magic flame is also a sharp retreat, retreating to the surrounding void, and his eyes are staring at the center of the battlefield. At last, the golden light slowly dissipated, and the figure of the Lord of the Demon Clouds appeared again in the sight of everyone. I saw the Lord of the Demon Cloud at this moment. The robe on his body had burst apart, but there was a cyan armor covering his whole body. There was a very clear mark on the cyan armor. Obviously, the mark just left. This mark has begun to dissipate slowly, and the hair of the Lord of the Clouds is a bit messy, and there is even a trace of blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, which looks a little embarrassed. It hurt me? The Demon Lord stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes looked at the demon flame again, but there was a faint icy look in his eyes. Although I have encountered many strong people and have played against many masters, but so far I can hurt me, very few. You should be the only one who has hurt me in this billion years, people, and on the premise that I have reached the 4th level. After I have broken through, I can still hurt me, and that alone is enough to be proud of you. Pride. Imo Yin sneered. It's just sitting on the edge of the universe to watch the sky. If you go to the depths of the universe, no, even if you go to a slightly larger territory, you can have the strength like this. Someone who killed you is here. Perhaps, but you are not qualified for it alone. The Lord of the Clouds stared at Demon Flame coldly, and his voice slowly became cold. You are pretty good, barely qualified to let me do my best now. Exhausted? Moyen frowned. Many of the strong men who watched the battle around were surprised. Did the Lord of the Clouds haven't come up with all their strengths till now? It's impossible. He showed the combat power before. Obviously there is a 4th series, and the 4th series is still a relatively strong one. He has a 4th series that has just broken through. He can have this. The general strength is already very good. How can it still hide the strength? It's hard to tell. It doesn't look like he's lying, he said. I looked at each other, and at this moment they were all condensed on the Lord of the Demon Cloud. Even sword unparalleled, pupils narrowed, staring at the Demon Star Master. Chapter 39-65. Third more. The Demon Cloud Master has not done his best so far. Jin Wushuang does not know. But from the beginning to the end, the relaxed appearance of the Lord of the Clouds is not difficult to see that he should not lie. Suddenly, the Lord of the Clouds took back the black spear that was originally held in his hand, and when he turned it over again, he took out a purple spear. Is also a spear-like magic soldier, but as soon as the purple spear appeared, the horrible breath emanating from it immediately caught everyone's attention. That is, the rule is precious. It's a rule of law, so terrible, it's not wrong. The whole battlefield was suddenly uproar. The rule is precious? The sword has no double-sided color also changed. Zhou Yo, he has the rule of treasure in his own hands, and he has a divine sword suitable for himself. He knows how much a rule of treasure can enhance his strength. Doi for the master who owns the rule of the treasure, and the master who does not have the rule of treasure, the combat power is also completely 2 levels. This Demon Star Master has just revealed his combat power, but it is normal or slightly stronger in the 4th level primary master, but now he has the rule of treasure that is suitable for his own performance. Then his combat power can at least soar. Go to the 4th level higher dominate level. He even has the rule of treasure? Mo Yin also felt a little dreadful at the moment. You know, the rule is precious, and many 4th and 5th series do not have it. Here is at the edge of the universe. The rule is rare and pitiful. Like swords, it is also the opportunity to go against the sky and pass the red cloud realm. Only then did he get the rule of treasure, but to the Lord of the Clouds, the magic flame had never thought that the other party would have the rule of treasure. With the rule of treasures, the combat power of the Demon Star Master can reach a new level, and the magic flame himself, although he was the ultimate level master in his peak, had the rule of treasure and more than 1 or 2. But since he was chased after every hardship, only the soul body escaped. His treasure they all fell into the hands of the strong man who chased and killed him. Even if his soul body regains control of the body, Jian Wushuang will not be able to get him a rule that is suitable for him to perform. After all, Demon Flame is good at claws, and his suitable blade is claw-type magic soldiers. Jian Wushuang can only give him a superb treasure of the highest level for him to perform. But the strongest treasure of the highest level is only 1 step away from the rule of treasure, but the power is far worse. And unlike the shock of the many powerful men in the early Divine Realm camp, the original god who also reached the 4th level has not been surprised at all when he saw the Lord of the Clouds come out with the rule of treasure. Some were just astonished. Some sighed, only Diwu Temple can make such a wealth of money. The magic cloud has not joined the Diwu Temple for a long time, but it has been given a special soldier with restraint effects on special lives, and a rule of attack. Although it's just a rule of thumb, it's very rare. Wu Shihua and the Lord of the Clouds were friends, and he envied him from the beginning. Not only because the Lord of the Clouds has taken away a side of the astral world, but also the chance of the Lord of the Clouds. He has joined the Diwu Temple, but it is a great force in the vast universe that many strong people are eager to join. What can you do? Diwu Temple is extremely powerful overall, but the threshold is also high, and the requirements of the strength and potential of His Majesty are extremely strict. Although he is the 4th level master, he is not eligible to join Diwu Temple. After the rule of the Supreme Treasure appeared in the hands of the Lord of the Clouds, the pressure that the Lord of the Clouds brought to the early gods' camp was even greater. You try again. The Demon Nebula Master held the purple spear with the magical treasure level in one hand. With a smile of evil charm on his face, looked at the magic flame in front of him, and the other hand was still out, hooking his fingers towards the magic flame. The demon flame looks ugly, although it is clear that after the Lord of the Demon Cloud possesses the rule of Arcana, the overall combat power will be greatly improved, but the magic flame has no fear at all, only to see the surging golden light shine again. In just a moment, the 2 flames of the giant golden condors came together again, and the 2 golden condors howled again, and then attacked the demon star again. But this time, facing the attack of the 2 golden condors, the Lord of the Clouds just waved the purple spear in his hands. Wu Mingming is a spear, but at this moment, he is smashed out by the Lord of the Clouds as a growth stick. He smashed casually, and the Lord of the Clouds did not even use his tricks. However, at the moment when the purple spear was smashed, a very unique power burst out. Boom! As if an adult bullies a child, the purple spears were destroyed all the way, and they directly defeated the 2 golden condors transformed by the magic flames. Even the purple spears still had amazing power, and they smashed into the magic flame's body directly. Above, Demon Flame's red gold body is extremely powerful, but after all, it has only recovered 20%. Under the bombardment of this force, it trembled wildly. Demon Flame spit a large mouthful of blood, and the breath of the whole person was weakened. It was a big cut, and his body also bulged out. It took a long time for him to stand still again. Zima, how is it possible? The magic flames widened his eyes, and his face was incredible. The strong men who watched the battle around were also shocked. I smashed the spear like a stick at will, but I still smashed the two golden condors transformed by the magic flame instantly and also made the magic flame wound. This gap is too large. Just now, under the attack of the two golden condors, the Demon Star Master was extremely embarrassed and even injured. Why now? In a blink of an eye, he completely changed it. Law of the Universe. Jian Wushuang stared at the Lord of the Clouds staring ahead. His face was already gloomy to the extreme, and the coldness and frost standing beside Jian Wushuang was startled, and he also noticed the gloom on Jian Wushuang. Law of the Universe. It's the law of the universe. This Demon Star Master realized a little of the law of the universe? Zama, how is it possible? Even the Master, it is extremely difficult to understand a trace of the law of the universe. How could this Demon Star Master? Is it because of this reason that he took away one of the astral planes before? The slaves behind Wu Jianwu also shook one by one. The law of the universe, the supreme force in the vast universe. Even if Jian Wushuang had paid a great deal of energy and price at the beginning, he barely comprehended a little of the law of the universe. But now, no one has thought that the Lord of the Clouds even realized a little bit of the law of the universe. Chapter 39:66. Four more arrived today. Trouble. Wu Jianshou clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling slightly, and his heart was full of anger. He never thought that this Lord of the Clouds not only possessed the rule of treasures, but even realized a bit of the laws of the universe. The law of the universe, even if you are the master, you can understand that a little, its power can change dramatically, and the law of the universe is driven by the law of the universe, and the power of the law of the treasure can be better exerted. Wu Jianwushuang himself realized a little of the law of the universe, and the rule of treasure was also in his hands. He knew very well how much the two helped his strength. The Lord of the Demon Cloud itself is the fourth-level master, and it is at its own level. Although the enhancement of his strength will not be too outrageous, it will also reach a completely new level. At the very least, it must be the ultimate of the fourth series, even barely comparable to the peak of the fourth series. This kind of combat power, in the early days of the divine realm, no one can compete. How to do? The Lord of the Demon Cloud is too strong and completely beyond our expectations. How can this be good? It is the fourth level to dominate the combat power, plus the rule of treasure, and even comprehend a bit of the law of the universe. This kind of combat power can completely kill me all by myself. Do we really only have to retreat to the divine realm? At the beginning of the Tai dynasty, many powerful men in the world were very anxious. Fu Jun, Long Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang. The Jade Hand and Jian Wushou were holding each other in the palms of her hands, and her brows were also a little worried. Relax, give it to me. Jian Wushuang gently rubbed the cold frosty jade hands, but then swept away in front of the void. I saw Jian Wushuang appearing in the battlefield ahead. Many of the powerful men in the Taiji world at the beginning were all stunned, and each one of them immediately ignited a new hope. The power of the demon Yunxing's main show is too arrogant and terrible, which makes them even nearly desperate. However, Jian Wushuang in the eyes of the many powers in the early divine camp, that is also an absolute myth, legend. However, before the outbreak of the war, the ruler of the rule directly killed a third-ranked master by thunder. He is the first-ranked player in this star domain, and so many reach the third-ranked. The strong are all subject to him, even just his slaves. His strength, his means, so that many of the strongest camp in the early world cannot see through. Now he appears on the battlefield. Perhaps, he really has the ability to change the situation in front of him. Although hope is slim, it is also hope. Heavenly friend. The four gods of Xin, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of heaven and earth, and the heavenly ancestors stood side by side. The eyes of the four were completely locked on Jian Wushuang. Through the four of them have been in contact with Jian Wushuang for the longest time. In these years, they have watched Jian Wushuang grow up step by step, until now they have such strength and status. At the same time, in the process of growth, Jian Wushuang also gave them shocks and surprises one after another. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang is simply an outrageous monster, a big metamorphosis, Even more than the original Xin, he is even more up against the sky. Even if the horrible strength is revealed in the main show of the Demon Star, the moment when Sword Wushuang walks out, I don't know why, they suddenly have a little more confidence in their hearts. This confidence is the absolute letter to the sword matchless. Unconsciously, several of them have already regarded Jian Wushuang as the backbone, and they have also regarded Jian Wushuang as the largest pillar that propped up the world in the early days. Now that the entire pre-god camp, if the only one who still hopes to contend with the Lord of the Demon Star, then there should be only sword unparalleled. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, it's up to you. The four of them were meditating in their hearts. Wu Jian's unparalleled figure has now come to the side of the magic flame. Haha, Jian Wushuang, are you finally planning to shoot yourself? The Lord of the Clouds stood in front of the void, and when he saw the arrival of Jian Wushuang, he gave out a hearty laugh, but did not mean to shoot immediately. Wu Jianshou looked at the Lord of the Clouds coldly, but did not speak. Master, the subordinates are incompetent. Mo Yin bowed. Let's get up, this is no wonder you. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He didn't blame the demon flame, and it really can't blame the demon flame's head. Demon Flame previously only based on what he said about some information about Demon Star Master, thus judging the approximate strength of Demon Star Master, thinking that Demon Star Master may have just broken through the 4th rank and did not take long, and the fact is true in this way. Flames just didn't expect that the Demon Star Master not only possessed the rule of treasures, but also realized a bit of the law of the universe. This is simply an incredible thing. Jian Wushuang had never even thought about it before, and of course the magic flame was unexpected. Master, the Lord of the Demon Cloud, is very powerful himself, and he also understands a bit of the laws of the universe. It is even more valuable to him. The combat power is much stronger than we expected, I said before. I can beat him with confidence, but it seems that it is a joke at all. His strength is completely beyond what I can handle now, unless my gold-swallowing body can recover to more than 30%. Otherwise, I cannot kill he. Demon Flame solemnly said. Wu Ji and Wusu glanced at Moyan and nodded slightly. The strength of the magic flame is already very good. Only 20% of the deities are restored. The restoration is only the peak of the 3rd level. However, it can explode the 4th level combat power, and the combat power is extremely powerful. It is very rare. Already. Flame, I ask you, in your current state, if you can show a more powerful killing strategy regardless of everything, at least you must be able to threaten the Lord of the Clouds. Sword Wushuangdo. Well. Moyan frowned, but followed straightly. Master, I still have a trick that is extremely scary, but even this trick, even when I was in my prime, was very difficult, and if I cast it in my current state, I can barely show it, but the price is that the 2% of the gold-swallowing gods I recovered will directly collapse, and I will start to build cohesion in the future. How can you do this trick? Jian Wushuang looked over. Using my current strength, this trick can completely reach the 4th level peak. Although there is no certainty to kill him, at least it can also hurt him. The magic flame solemnly said. Can it be damaged? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately, and at the same time a heavy plan had emerged from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39:67. The first is more. Flames, get ready. Show your strongest tricks. As for the body to collapse again, don't care. After killing the Lord of the Clouds, and after this calamity, there will be a chance to reshape the body for you in the future. Yes. Demon Flame nodded. Magic Dragon. Jian Wushuang again whispered. Keep an eye on that Shihua Lord. Once that Shihua Lord has any action, you will immediately form a fairy battle to entangle him. Remember, what you have to do is not to kill that Prima Prince, you just need to entangle him and keep him from getting in the way. I understand. Lord Dragon responded. After a good explanation, Jian Wushuang's eyes were placed on the Lord of the Clouds staring forward again. Shanran the Demon Star Master obviously has absolute confidence in his own strength, knowing that Jian Wushuang is laying out the means, but he is not in a hurry. Jiang Wushuang, if you have any means, just take it out. Otherwise, you and your early gods will never have the opportunity to stand up again. The Lord of the Clouds smiled. As you wish. Jin Wushuang did not follow the master of the demon Cloud Star, and when he turned his hand, Wu weapon sword immediately appeared in his hand. Is also the rule of treasure, but after the emergence of Wu Weiss Excalibur, the powerful breath of the treasure spread, but the purple spear in the hands of the Lord of the Clouds was steady. After all, Wu Weiss Excalibur is from the Red Cloud Realm, and according to what the Mister in the Red Cloud Realm said, it is a top-class rule arcane treasure, and the purple spear in the hand of the Lord of the Demon Clouds is just a subordinate. The rule is precious. The two are not at one level at all. Huh? You even have the rule of treasure, and this rule of treasure in your hand seems to have a high level of magic sword? The Lord of the Clouds stared at the sword with no hands in the sword, but there was a hint of fiery in his eyes. Qi Jin Wushuang waved his hand again, and for a long time, the world trembled. I saw 3 ancient and vast breaths rising suddenly, 3 golden lights rising, and they were 3 towering stone monuments. Once they appeared, they immediately appeared in 3 different corners of the surrounding void. Fall. Huh? It's a rule again, and it's still 3 things? Demon Star was startled. He can very clearly sense that the 3 towering steels that Jin Wushuang took out are all rules of treasure. However, here is the edge of the universe after all. His Lord of the Clouds is only a 4th-level master. He has limited knowledge and cannot directly recognize the Shentian monument. But even if you CANT recognize it, the 3 rules of the treasure alone have made the Lord of the Clouds extremely excited. Haha, Jin Wushuang, you really prepared a big surprise for this seat. The Lord of the Clouds laughed loudly, and his eyes flashed with a frenzy. In his heart, whether it is the sword of Wu weapon in Jin Wushuang's hands, or the 3 town monuments that Jin Wushuang now takes out, they are already in his pocket. As long as Jin Wushuang is killed, these rules are precious. It is naturally his. Jin Wushuang snorted coldly. His eyes flashed. God and Magic Town Heavenly Formation, Kai. I saw a lot of special handprints padded out one after another. Under the guidance of Jin Wushuang, the 3 shocking heavens were lifted up, and a series of complex golden mysterious patterns flashed and quickly flowed, buzzing. Universe the void shook slightly. The next moment, golden lights radiated from the 3 monuments of the town at the same time. This golden light is connected to each other, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 town monuments have completely intersected, and a large golden law formation has been formed directly. This golden circle is like a huge golden cage, covering the vast world, and the breath of horror is constantly rising in this circle. The sacred magic town Tianfa Array has already taken shape. In a short time, a powerful suppressive force directly acted on the Lord of the Clouds, the most central of the golden circle. The main body shape of the demon cloud star shook slightly, but immediately returned to calmness. Oh, is the rule of repression like a treasure? And these 3 rules are combined to form a special kind of repression, but unfortunately, your own divine power is too weak to seem to be able to show the true power of this law. Mighty power, the repressive force of this circle, has little effect on this seat. The Lord of the Clouds still smiled. He is telling the truth. The demon town Tianfa Array is indeed very strong, but Jin Wushuang's own divine power is too weak. At the beginning of the eternal dark prison, he urged the demon town Tianfa Array to suppress the demon dragon master. The demon dragon lord can do the same. It came out with about 70% of its combat power. Compared to the original, Jin Wushuang in these years is only because of the 3rd important aspect of the cultivation of the supreme immortal mysticism. The power of the gods has improved a little, but the impact on this formation is still not too great, and the magic cloud, the strength of the Star Master, is much stronger than that of the dragon leader. The repressive power of the sacred magic devil's heavenly formation can let the Lord of the Dragons play only 70% of its combat power, but the Lord of the Demon Clouds has not much influence under this repressive force. In this regard, Jin Wushuang was not surprised. When he thought about it, a little cosmic law was integrated into the 3 town monuments at the same time. Suddenly, roar! The deep roar sounded, and the Sanzuan Town monument was trembling violently. Immediately on the surface of the Sanzuan Town monument, the endless golden secrets condensed, but they were condensed into 3 towering tall golden ghosts. Jinsura, the golden demon remnant hidden in the town's monument, has been awakened directly by Jian Wushuang. With the appearance of these 3 golden gods, the repressive power of this and the magic of the heavenly formation increased instantly. Lord Ma Yun frowned slightly. The repressive force just had little effect on him, but now, the repressive force is enough to affect him, but the impact is still small. Is there only such a degree? Demon Lord still smiled slightly. Qi Jian Wushuang did not speak. He had known for a long time that this level of repression alone had a great impact on the strength of Demon Star. Alas, this is just the beginning. Mystery, dragon extermination. The sharp sword flashes in Wu Jian's eyes, and the dragon-destroying mystery works, and the immense power in his body is burning madly at this moment. The burning of divine power increased the sword divinity's basic divine power by 100-fold in an instant. It should be known that the God Magic Town magic circle he is currently performing, the reason why the power is not enough to have too much influence on the Lord of the Clouds, is because his own divine power is too weak. As soon as he performed the mystery of dragon extermination, his divine power surged, and the repressive power of this magical devil's heavenly formation naturally increased instantly. Buzzing. The horrible repressive force is at least several times, or even dozens of times stronger than before. Madness acts on the Lord of the Clouds. Even the Lord of the Clouds feels an extremely heavy pressure at this moment. Chapter 39-68. Second more. Suppress the strength of this seat by nearly 20%. The main look of Demon Star finally changed a little. After the execution of the Mystic Dragon technique, it is not the end. I saw Jian Wushuang waving again. The void in the universe shook slightly. He followed a large amount of black air, swept up abruptly, and in a blink of an eye he covered the vast cosmic void around him. Here is the cosmic void, which is already dark, but at this moment, it is even darker. There was no light at all, and the entire universe was in absolute darkness. Silent. The whole universe is a silence. Primitive universe. The law of the universe personally gave Jian Wushuang the strongest talented supernatural power, and also Jian Wushuang's strongest whole card for killing tricks, and at this moment it was directly cast out. And the burning of the magic power of the dragon mystery, plus the blessing of the primitive universe. This made the sword unparalleled power reach a new level in an instant, and the repressive power of the magic town Tianfa array also surged again. Buzz. The Lord of the Demon Clouds is trapped in the heavenly magic circle of the Devil Town. At this moment, I also feel a terrifying force suppressing him. Even if he is under this terrible suppressive force, he can only play at most out of 70%. Great, Jian Wushuang. Is this your strongest hole card? The Lord of the Stars stared at Jian Wushuang, his eyes burning. The ruler of the rules, using the treasure array method, can burst into such terrible repression, really, but as long as you kill your cards and these treasures will be yours. Wu Jianwushuang looked dignified. He knows that he can't last this long. I don't mention how great the burning of divine power is to the depletion of divine power. The talented primitive universe alone can only last for 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, even if he can't kill him, he must consume his power to the greatest extent. Jian Wu's eyes exploded sharply. French array, kill. Sword array, wave light. Hurrah! The mighty sword-like waves swept up directly. These sword-like waves overlapped, and the power was shocking. At the same time as the sword waves swept up, from the 3 town monuments, there were also a large number of blades of gold-like sweeping out. These golden lights are perfectly combined with that sword-like wave. Time. I saw a large number of sword-like waves permeated with golden light, like a tsunami, and madly rushed towards the Lord of the Nebula. Sun Bo lightsaber array, and the strongest killing trick in the magic town of Heaven Law formation, the two perfectly combined. In addition, under the sword Wushuang's simultaneous execution of the dragon extermination technique and the blessing of the primitive universe, The heavy golden light sword wave coming from the crazy shock. The power is too strong. Almost every heavy golden lightsaber wave, the power can match the full strike of the 4th level master. The Lord of the Clouds is at the very center of the magic town of heaven and magic. Under that powerful suppression, the strength can only play 70%, but the strength of 70% is still horrible. I saw him waving his boss. Spears, either sweeping or stabbing directly, can easily crush the waves of waves sweeping around. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Clouds has defeated dozens of waves of golden light swords. However, the golden light sword wave, but endlessly vulgar, is still a crazy shock attack. Sword formation, terrible sword formation. The face of the Lord of the Clouds finally changed completely, and there was no such relaxed and comfortable appearance as before. No way, he was caught in this wave of lightsabers at the moment, and he could only bear the shock of the surrounding golden lightsaber. Although those golden lightsaber impacts did not threaten him at all, there were dozens, hundreds, even thousands of consecutive shocks coming in this way. It is troublesome. After all, the sword-like wave can be compared with the 4th level master to do a full blow. Even if he is suppressed by strength, he must use the rules of the universe to make a full shot, so that he can easily defeat this heavy sword-like wave. But while crushing these sword-like waves, his own divine power was rapidly being consumed. The speed of this consumption is also terrible. Break me! The demon Nebula was angry. He held the purple spear with one hand and smashed a stab, and the purple spear turned into a huge purple thunderbolt in an attempt to completely defeat the sword-like ocean in front. However, hundreds of thousands of years of research in the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang has promoted his 3 major sword arrays to the extreme, especially the Wave Lightsaber Array, which can be combined with the Magic Town and Heavenly Array. After all, it is his strongest killing trick, so he perfected the sword formation as much as possible. After hundreds of thousands of years, the Wave Lightsaber formation has been extremely tough. The most important thing is that he is still performing the sword array under the Dragon Demystification and Primal Universe and the blessing of the surrounding gods and magic towns. Even if he is powerful, even if he casts his best the strong tricks, they did not want to defeat the lightsaber. I can't defeat it directly, then he can only fall into the Wave Lightsaber Array and constantly endure the impact of the golden lightsaber ocean and continue to be consumed. Boom, 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 boom. I only heard a low impact sound, which rang continuously in the sword array. This sound continued for a long time and never stopped. Within the sword array, the Lord of the Clouds has withstood the impact of the golden light sword wave thousands of times, thousands of shocks. He has to fully resist each time. Accumulate when he got up. His divine power had been consumed very much, and it was estimated that he was already close to 40%. But at this time, the special force that had been covering the void of the surrounding universe suddenly dissipated. In the sword array, the power of the golden light sword wave that was madly hitting again and again was greatly weakened at this moment. The repression effect suffered has also weakened a lot. No way, 10 breaths, it's already here. Primitive universe, naturally stopped. Huh. The Lord of the Clouds looked up, but followed with a big laugh. Ha ha, Jian Wushuang. I thought that your sword formation can be maintained like this forever. It can really be endless, but now it seems at most, you can only continue for 10 breaths. Unfortunately, if you can really continue to maintain this, maybe it is really possible to kill this seat. But now, without the blessing of the primitive universe, the power of the magic town of Tiamphagon weakened, and the power of the demon star master could be stronger, and it was obviously much easier to resist the impact of the sword waves around it. 10 breaths, it is enough to consume nearly 40% of the magic power of the Lord of the Clouds. Wu Jianshuang did not feel unfortunate. After all, he had never thought of relying on this sword array to kill the demon star master. This was just the first killing move in his plan. And then, the second killing trick. Alas. Chapter 3969. Third More. Magic Flame. Jian Wushuang whispered quietly. In the surrounding void, the already prepared flame of magic. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes, followed by the endless golden light rising. Ha, 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 ha. 9 golden phantoms flickered at the same time, and these 9 golden phantoms condensed into the void into 9 huge golden condors in the blink of an eye. The golden condors transformed by the demon flame have long been seen by everyone before the scene. The single golden condor is the 4th level to dominate the combat power, and the magic flame is transformed into 2 golden condors. Killing Jin Yenshin also hurt the Lord of the Clouds before, but now it is full of 9 golden condors, and most importantly, the 9 golden condors are even stronger than before. When I heard Jian Wushuang drinking, the 9 golden condors turned directly into 9 golden lights, like a golden flame burning, and instantly penetrated through the void, with an immortal momentum. Crazy towards the demon, the Lord of the Stars crashed away. I was too fast. The speed of these 9 golden lights was really scary. And the Lord of the Demon Clouds is still within the range of the gods and magic squares, and still bears the repressive force and the long surrounding golden light sword wave impact. Although there is no blessing from the primitive universe, these two the power has weakened a lot, but the sword unparalleled is still fully exerting the dragon extinction technique, burning the divine power. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also desperately. I saw that in the majestic sword-like ocean, there were dozens of sword-like waves rising wildly at the same time, forming a heavy and tsunami-like golden tsunami, and it turned under the cover of the demon star. The demon star master quickly rushed to resist, directly smashing the dozens of sword-like waves directly, but the 9 golden lights that struck and killed instantly, but the demon star master failed to block. Pong pong, 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 pong. The 9 golden lights transformed by the golden condor hit the body of the Lord of the Clouds almost at the same time, and the power of time terror broke out at the same time. Even though he is the master of the magic cloud, his face has changed greatly at this moment. He can feel the horrible impact of these 9 golden lights. Any one of these 9 golden lights is better than the strongest hit of the 4th level High Master, and the 9 hits at the same time. The power is no less than that of the 4th level peak. This level of attack cannot afford the Lord of the Clouds. Humming. After 9 golden rays, the power was exhausted and finally dissipated. As for the magic flame, at the moment when the 9 golden powers were exhausted, his body immediately collapsed, but his soul body left the battlefield at the fastest speed, fled to the side of Jian Wushuang, and was retaken by Jian Wushuang. Got that gourd inside. In front of the void, a huge cosmic black hole appeared there, a large swath of space crazily crisscrossing, and at the very center of the cosmic black hole, the Lord of the Clouds still stands there. But at this moment, the Lord of the Demon Clouds has an extremely pale complexion, and the original breath of his body has weakened a lot. His body trembled, as if there was a blazing flame burning in his eyes. Oh! The demon Nebula opened his mouth and a large mouthful of scarlet blood spewed out. In vain. Ha ha ha. The Lord of the Clouds laughed wildly, but the laughter was extremely insane. The breath of death, in this small star field, even made this seat feel the breath of death. For a long time, this seat has not felt this kind of death. Sword unparalleled, this seat swears that you will be ashamed of your bones, as well as the slave you just had, and all the practitioners in the early world of God. This seat will make you unable to survive, not to die. The insane laughter of the demon Cloud Master resounded throughout the battlefield and remained for a long time. I was staying around the battlefield, and many powerful men from the Taiji Divine camp heard this, and they couldn't help panic. Kang Wushuang, who was standing in front of the Lord of the Clouds, suddenly burst out, "Master of the Clouds, you have no chance." The trembling sound of the sky made the universe trembled. He followed the sword Wushuang's figure and stepped on his palm, but he had already taken out a thing. It is a bamboo leaf that looks very ordinary. The many practitioners who can be present here have amazing eyesight. Naturally, one can see the shocking power hidden in the bamboo leaves. What? The Lord of the Clouds stared in surprise. looking at the bamboo leaf in Jian Wu's hands. I saw Jian Wushuang's right hand suddenly and forcefully. Under his guidance, among the bamboo leaves, a terrible power that everyone felt suffocated suddenly rose up. This breath is far superior to the third-level master, even the fourth-level master. It is vast, like the might of the universe. Not good. The main face of the demon Nebula changed greatly, and his eyes were as wide as a copper bell. He felt it, felt the rising power of the bamboo leaves. This power, just rising, has made him feel very palpitated. Thleja, as this mighty power became more and more arrogant, the Demon Star Master was even more frightened. Fifth series, this is the power of the fifth series. The Demon Star Master shuddered, and his face finally showed a hint of panic. Thoiron, although he was the fourth-level master, and because he lost the relationship between the early world of the gods, he realized a little of the law of the universe, and even joined the Diwu Temple, and obtained a treasure that is suitable for him to perform. In addition, he also practiced the mystery in the Diwu Temple. He is also very good at asking his own life. Among the fourth-ranked masters, even if he encounters the fourth-ranked peak master, he is not an enemy. Not too afraid. Like the moment, Jian Wushuang's double-killing tricks successively performed by Demon Flames brought him a great threat. Demon Flames' tricks even severely damaged him, but he couldn't really scare him. But now, the power rising from the bamboo leaves really scared him. Triple kill. The first killing trick is that I fully exert Mystery of Dragon Extermination, ignite the primitive universe, and use the Wave and Light Sword Array to cooperate with the Demon Town of Heaven Magic Array Crazy Impact Strangulation. The purpose is just to consume his divine power. The second killing trick is that the magic flame re-leads the body to collapse, and the strongest blow it has done is to hurt it. The next killing trick is really the deadly killing trick. This bamboo leaf was handed to me by the predecessor of the Wind Demon. It was refined by the master of the fifth rank personally. It contains some of the power of the master of the fifth rank. It was guided by me enough to instantly kill the master of the fourth rank. Lord of the Demon Cloud, I don't believe that you can survive this heavy killing trick on the premise that your divine power has been consumed more than half, and it has already been seriously damaged. Jian's eyes are cold, and the murder is unlimited. Chapter 3970. The first is more. No. The Demon Star Master was horrified. The power rising from the bamboo leaves shook him physically and mentally, and that mighty energy gathered in a frenzy, and it turned out to be a knife. A huge, domineering knife that can cut the sky. Obviously, the fifth-level master of the bamboo leaf refining at the time was a strong man who was good at knife path, and his sword skills should be extremely domineering. The knife now appearing in front of the Lord of the Demon Clouds, even though it has only part of the power of the fifth-level master, can still have the power of slaying magic. Lord of the Clouds, you die. The sword has no intention of killing the sky, and above the void of the universe, the arrogant knife is directly and fiercely chopped down towards the Demon Star Master. Stronger than the Lord of the Clouds, under this sword, there is no courage to resist at all. Too strong, this knife. If I am in the peak period, I may still be able to survive fortunately, but I am in this state. If I bear this knife, I will die. Demon Star Master stared with eyes wide. At this moment, he did sense an unprecedented crisis of life and death. This life and death crisis is so intense that it has appeared for the first time since he took over the early divine realm and became the Lord of the Clouds. There is no doubt that this knife is enough to kill him. No, my magic cloud has just broken through to reach the fourth level and has just received the approval of the Diwu Temple. I have not yet crossed the universe, and I have not even had time to go to the depths of the universe to see how it is possible to die like this. I can't die. I can't die. The Lord of the Clouds growled wildly, his voice hysterical. His face had also been completely twisted. His eyes were even more red, and just as the tyrannous sword was about to be cut off, a violent power on the Lord of the Nebula suddenly emerged. Buzzing. Lord Mayun has become crazy at this moment. Burning soul. It's the soul burning. The Lord of the Devil Clouds has actually performed a soul burning? Many powerful men standing in the surrounding void watching the scene were surprised. Even the sword Wushuang, who guided that dagger, was stunned. Soul burning. In general, it is the end to death, and without any chance of surviving, the burning soul will desperately want to make the other party pay as much as possible. Once the practitioner has burned the soul, under normal circumstances, he cannot stop until the soul is completely burned and clean. In other words, this method is a means of death. Like Jian Wushuang, in the eternal dark prison, he relied on a vein of red clouds to suppress a powerful man. After being suppressed by him, because he was unwilling to submit to him, he directly chose to burn his soul to commit suicide. However, what Jian Wushuang did not expect is that this demon star master chose to burn his soul at this moment. Could it be that he felt that under this sword, he would be dead before he made such a choice? But Naha's sword hasn't really been cut off, and the power has not been fully revealed. It's too early to burn the soul now? Although Jian Wushuang was puzzled, he could guide the speed and power of Naha's sword, but he did not weaken at all. Wow! Dao Guang fought mercilessly, and the entire void of the universe was directly split in half, and a huge space fissure hangs like a galaxy. The Lord of the Clouds has been completely submerged by the blade of light, and the terrifying power has completely covered the Lord of the Clouds. Huh! I only heard the sound of divine squeezing and crashing, and the power of the half-sword was completely exhausted and dissipated. This universe of emptiness gradually restored its calmness. Jian Wushuang has also stopped the burning of divine power in his body and appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Although he only had a dozen breaths from his shot to the present, it was extremely short. However, during this time, he had shown all his whole cards, like Dragon Mystery, as well as the former Magic Square Town Magic Law team, in conjunction with their own Wave Lightsaber Array, crazy consumption of Magic Cloud Star Master's divine power. Although the magic power of the Lord of the Clouds was consumed by nearly 40%, his own power was also consumed a lot. Until now, Jian Wushuang's breath has also weakened a lot. The remaining divine power is less than 50%, but he doesn't care about his state at all, but raises his head, staring at the void in front of him. Master Ma Yun, are you dead? Jian Wushuang murmured softly. Not only him, but also many of the masters from the Taiji Divine Realm who watched the surrounding battles, as well as the master of the Demon Star, all stared at the void. They are also waiting for a result. The energy remaining in that void is completely dissipated, and the broken cosmic void is restored again. When everything calmed down, a figure slowly appeared in the sight of everyone. The appearance of this figure made all the strong men in the Taiji Divine side shrink their eyes and pupils. Not dead. All the souls are being burned, but the Lord of the Clouds is not dead yet? How is that possible? How could he not be dead yet? Impossible. In the early days, many of the masters of the world screamed. Just like the mysterious God, the master of space and time, the Lord of the sky and the ancestor of the heaven, the ancestors were just very excited. When they saw the magic cloud star burning the soul, they almost thought that the magic cloud star was dead, but now this figure appears, but they almost collapsed. Isn't this dead? Even Jian Shuangshuang was unbelievable at this moment. All the souls have been burned, and the Lord of the Clouds is not like a perfect level of life. The soul can be restored by divine power. Once he has burned the soul, he must die according to reason. But it turned out. Survived, huh? I really survived. With the insane laughter, it spread freely from the Lord of the Clouds master. I have to thank Diwu Temple. If it weren't for the unique soul-burning mystery of Diwu Temple, I would definitely have died just after that. But now, I survived, haha, my demon cloud. Surely I shouldn't die. I won't die here. The Lord of the Clouds laughed, just like a living lunatic. When hearing the words of the Lord of the Clouds, Jian Wushuang was silent. Diwu Temple? Unique soul-burning mystery? Jian Wushuang understood instantly. The reason why the Demon Star Master did not die just now is that he has a unique soul-burning mystery, which can be used to burn the soul when it is cast, so that it can burst into a terrible power in a short time, but can also stop the soul burning midway and make sure that the Demon Star Master soul will not be completely annihilated. Chapter 39-71. Second More. The triple killing moves were extremely well prepared, but the result still failed to really kill the Demon Star Master, which made Jian Wushuang very unwilling. Fortunately, although the Lord of the Clouds is not dead, he can be hit by successive triple kills, but he has also suffered unprecedented damage. In addition, he previously burned the soul frantically to resist the tyrannical sword, causing most of the soul to be destroyed. Now he, even if he is alive, is miserable. I saw that in the cosmic void, although the main body of this demon star is still standing, its body is shaking slightly, and the breath emanating from his body has already lost its grandness and strength as before, but it gives people this feeling of incomparable weakness. This weakness is really not pretended, but it is indeed weak to the extreme. At this moment, the Lord of the Demons and Clouds is afraid that even a single Chengdu combat power cannot be exerted, and there is little divine power left on his body. In this state, let alone the sword unparalleled, I am afraid to come to a third-level master to casually crush him easily. The Lord of the Clouds, you must die. He was very clear that as long as the Lord of the Clouds was still alive, even if this war was his early victory in the God realm, and the army of the Lord of the Clouds was defeated by the front, as long as the Lord of the Clouds was given some time. The Lord of the Clouds, you will be able to restore your strength to its peak, and you will be able to kill your army again. And if there is another war, the sword has no hands to resist the capital of the Demon Star Master. You know, this time he drove the Demon Star Master to a terrible 3 major killing moves. Only the first one was performed by himself, in order to consume the Demon King Master's divine power as much as possible. But the second heavy killing trick, the strongest blow from the magic flame, can't be displayed again, because the flame-swallowing body of the magic flame has collapsed again. Want to re-repair? Repair 20 to 30%? How difficult? As for the final third killing trick, the one who really pushed the flame into desperation was a special treasure given by the Wind Demon. This treasure is only one, and it has already been used, and naturally it can no longer be used. In other words, if the Lord of the Clouds is killed again next time, he may only have swallowed that special blood pill, and he will have to fight against this Lord of the Clouds. It took me a long time to push the Demon Star to such a field today. I can never give him a chance to make a comeback and kill. At all costs, I must kill him. Jian Wushuang is crazy and incomparable, which has always existed throughout the battlefield. The magical town of heaven and magic has always evoked a terrible suppressive force, suppressing the Demon Star Master. At this moment, the sword unparalleled was holding Wu Crying Sword with one hand and attacked directly. Not good. Seeing Jian Wushuang killing, Demon Star's complexion changed dramatically. In his current state, he can't fight against Jian Wushuang directly. Sihua, come and help me quickly. The Lord of the Clouds yelled. The Shihua King, who has been standing on the edge of the battlefield, has been watching this battle, but he saw Jian Wushuang teaming up with the Demon Flame to perform a triple killing move, and even forced the Demon Flame into desperation and nearly killed the Demon Flame. At the same time, his heart was also shaken. The means revealed by the sword, unparalleled sword, were all scared by him. But now he heard the Lord of the Clouds cry for help, but his brows frowned. But he did not hesitate. No matter how good Sword Wushuang is, it's just the ruler. Although the several successive killing moves have been overwhelming, it is estimated that it is already his strongest whole card. It should not be stronger in his hands. He did not rely on his whole cards, and his combat power was at least equal to me. I don't need to be afraid of him. Seeing that the Lord of the Clouds was in trouble, he shot directly. But I have been instructed by Jian Wushuang for a long time, and I have been standing in the surrounding void watching the Demon Dragon Lord and other people who acted every time. At the moment when he saw the departure of the Emperor, hey, huh, huh, huh. Immediately those slaves of the sword unparalleled moved. 36 slaves, including the Lord of the Dragons and Lord of the Scorpions, were dispatched this time, and they immediately formed a towering battle array. This battle array was extremely powerful. Under the joint operation of 36 third-ranking masters, the power of terror broke out. The first time, he rushed to the front of Shihua Lord and stopped him. Damn! The Shihua Lord sweared, and he wanted to fight the battle array in front of him, but he didn't have to fight. As soon as he met the Shihua Lord, he immediately discovered that the battle force in front of him could reach the 4th level, dominate the hierarchy. And simply talking about the power of power is obviously better than him. Although he shot with all his strength, he could only fight for this battle array for a while, but he couldn't get out of this battle array and help the Lord of the Clouds on the other side. And the Dragon Lords have long been given the command of the sword unparalleled, never thought of defeating or killing the Shihua King. Just relying on this battle line to entangle with the Shihua King. Do and T give Shihua King made up his hand. Shihua Shinjun was completely stopped and could not find any chance to shoot. The Lord of the Clouds, who was madly fleeing, saw this scene and could not help but change his face. How to do? The Lord of the Demon Clouds growled madly in the heart, thinking about getting away. But he is now in the repression range of the gods and magic squares. Even if they are at their peak, they may not be able to defeat them, let alone now. He can hardly find the possibility of escaping in the magic circles. And the only initiating prince who could save his life was also blocked from the law formation and could not enter at all. It seems that he has fallen into a real desperation. He pondered desperately, but couldn't find any solution for a while. Suddenly, the Lord of the Clouds saw the outside of the battlefield, and the remaining more than 10 masters came from the Lord of the Clouds. You guys, don't hurry up to rescue this seat. The Lord of the Clouds gave a loud drink. Outside the battlefield, more than a dozen masters from Demon Star, because in the previous war, were scared by the servants of His Majesty Jin, and their moods have not completely calmed down. But later they saw their invincible the Lord of the Clouds was forced to be so miserable that he even fell into a desperate situation. One by one, he was so shocked that he was trapped there. These masters did not return to God until they heard this savory drink from the Lord of the Clouds. But after returning to God, it was you who looked at me and I looked at you, but no one came forward for a while. You can't come, you can't find it. The Demon Star Master burst into a blast again, and there was a terrible killing in the blast. Chapter 39-72. Third more. Detecting the killing intention of Demon Star Master, those masters under Demon Star are shivering. They have been attached to the Lord of the Clouds for many years, and for a long time, they have had an almost instinctive fear of the Lord of the Clouds. Immediately, among the more than 10 masters, the 2 strongest gods will leave immediately. The speed of these 2 gods was extremely fast, and they directly swept across the void, and swept towards the heavenly array of gods and demons. In the early days, the side of the gods also immediately responded. If His Majesty's sword is not a magic flame, there are a total of 41 slaves, all of whom are 3rd-level strong men brought back from eternal dark prison, of which 36 are the formation of a mortal battle array to stop the first emperor, while the Lord of Mars is responsible for the coordination of the 2 sides of the battlefield. But there are still 4 slaves, the first time they were looted. However, because the Demon Lord fled to the Demon Star camp and will be closer to the 2 gods in distance, the 2 gods will have already stepped into the Demon Town Tianfa array first, and the first time was blocked in front of Jian Wu. Court death. Jian Wu's eyes were cold and stunned with an astonishing killing intention. In his hand, Wu weapon sword was cut out directly, and the hazy sword formation immediately formed. Just before the start of the war, Jian Wu Shuang cast a hazy sword array and directly killed a general under the Lord of the Clouds. At that time, he had not used the magic town of Tianfa array. Now there is the blessing of the magic town heavenly formation. Even if he is 1 enemy and 2, to kill the 2 generals, it is very easy. It can be easy, more or less. It takes some time, and the Lord of the Clouds has fled to the very edge of the magic circle of heaven and magic with this extremely short time. And the Shihua Lord is also communicating with the fairy. At the same time as the battlefields were fighting, they kept approaching the Lord of the Clouds. Beginning fast, hurry up. Demon Star was anxious. He knew that as long as he was able to drag the Shihua King to this circle, with the help of Shihua King, he could escape. But Shihua Shunjun was entangled in the battlefield of Xinyu. Although approaching him, the speed was very slow. At this time, the Lord of the Clouds. A strange voice suddenly sounded. In the void in front of the Lord of the Clouds, a figure emerged out of thin air. This figure appeared too suddenly. It can be said that there are no signs. There are many strong players. Jin Wushuang has been using the magic town of Tianfazan to suppress this void. But even he did not find this figure. When did you enter the circle? It's the witch god. It's him? When did this witch break into the circle? In the early days of the divine realm, the Shinto and the Lord of Time and Space immediately recognized the sudden figure, but they were all surprised at this moment. From the beginning of the war, when they found the witch from the Dominion-dominated camp, they always kept an eye on it. But then the war broke out, and the two camps dominated the crazy fight. The Demon Star side dominated and retreated, leaving only a dozen people who fled back. Of these, more than 10 people obviously no witch existed. This made the Shinto people, several of them, think that the witch died with the Lord of many demon stars. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case. This witch has used special means to hide in this cosmic void in the early morning, and there are so many strong people present, but no one has found his existence. Until now, he appeared in the circle. If they did not take the initiative to reveal their figure, they would still have no idea what this witch wanted to do. Mysterious Shinto and others are puzzled. Which god? Even the Lord of the Clouds stared at the witch who suddenly appeared at this moment. Not even he knew how the witch appeared in the circle. He didn't know why the witch suddenly appeared in front of him under such circumstances. Does this witch want to save himself from the swordless hands? Is it possible? Hey, Lord of the Demon Cloud, the master of the 4th series, but also master the rule of the treasure, but also understand a bit of the law of the universe. Even the Diwu Temple recognizes your strength and grants you a number of mysteries. It would be so embarrassing to be forced by a ruler. Really shame for the Diwu Temple behind you. The evil spirit of Wu laughed with a hint of irony in his words. Which god? How dare you talk to this seat? It is impossible to find death. The voice of the Lord of the Clouds was cold. Even though the situation is extremely miserable now, after all, the Demon Star Master has always been in a high position for a long time and has long been domineering. The witch is just a first-level master. In his eyes, such masters are no different from ants. If it was not for the witch before, he would have slapped him directly. Haha, Lord of the Clouds, you really don't know your situation at all, let me tell you. The witch laughed, and the laughter converged. He looked back at the Lord of the Clouds, but it was a word and a word. Master Demon Star, you listen well. From today on, your body, your cultivation, your Majesty Demon Star, including yours in the beginning, the world of God, everything you have, will be mine. What are you talking about? Demon Lord stared. But before the Lord of the Clouds had any reaction, the witch who had stood in front of him had become empty, and his body had begun to wither, and only a momentary effort had turned into a dead body, weakly fell down into the void below. In this scene, all the strong people in the scene were astray, but they immediately discovered that the body of the witch withered and fell, but a majestic soul body was left. This soul body was extremely arrogant, as if burning. The flames were ordinary and rushed to the Lord of the Clouds instantly. At the moment when he saw the soul body rushing towards him, the Lord of the Clouds had already reacted and understood what the witch was planning to do. I was furious and wanted to stop this soul body. But this soul body was not affected in any way, and was directly submerged into the body of the Lord of the Clouds. Next moment, what? A hysterical roar from the Lord of the Demon Star. If the Lord of the Devil Star's face is crazy, the whole person will squat down in pain. No. Get out, get out. There were screams of snarling sound from the main mouth of Demon Star. The sound was full of pain. However, the sound became weaker and weaker. Excuse me, witch god, let me go. Please. In the end, a terrifying cry for mercy was made in the main mouth of Demon Star, but the voice was getting lower and lower. Eventually, the sound completely disappeared, and at this moment, the master of the cloud has also calmed down again. Chapter 39:73. The first is more. The whole universe was empty, and at this moment it was quiet. Even in another nearby battlefield, the main force of the rule that has been frantically colliding and fighting has stopped his actions at this moment. The battlefield of fairy tales, composed of 36 slaves under the command of Sword Master Muzu, was also fighting fiercely with Shihua Shinjun, but now it has stopped. As for Jian Wushuang, in the extremely short period of time, the two great generals who were standing in front of him have been beheaded. Now they are also standing there, and their eyes are staring at the Devil Star Master staring at the void in front of them. Although Jian Wushuang was just fighting the two gods, his attention has always been on the Lord of the Clouds. The emergence of the natural witch god, including the changes that happened to the Lord of the Clouds, can be seen clearly. Chu. His intuition told him that a huge change had taken place in the Lord of the Clouds, and it was the witch who caused it all. Suddenly, the Lord of the Demon Cloud, who had calmed down, raised his head directly, and a strange, weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master of the Demon Cloud. No, this feeling, you should be. Witch god. Jian Wushuang said coldly. His eyes were extremely solemn. Well, Swordmaster, you have a good vision. The Magic Cloud Master, at that moment laughed strangely, but it is clear that the Magic Cloud Master is no longer alone. Although it is still the deity of the Lord of the Clouds, Jian Wushuang understands that it is the witch god that now controls the deity of the Lord of the Clouds. Do you win? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Looting? Well, I didn't him. I just swallowed his soul. Wu Shinto. Swallowed his soul? Jian Wushuang stunned. Well, if it's just a looting, the soul of the Lord of the Demon Clouds will be completely wiped out by me, and I will only dominate his body. As for other things, I can't get them, but I will swallow them with his soul. Not only can he dominate his deity, but he can even get his full memory, including all the means he knows, such as the mastery of that cosmic law, and now I also master it, as well as the primal he dominates. The heavenly will of the world has now changed over to me. Wu Wu laughed. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was startled. After directly swallowing the other person's soul, you can get the other person's memory, including many feelings and means? How can that be? How could there be such an incredible method in this universe? You know, under normal circumstances, two different souls cannot be integrated, so the so-called soul devourer. If a soul wants to devour another soul, it can at most swallow some of the other soul, the extremely pure soul origin, but if a soul is swallowed up intact, it will be extremely damaging to its own soul. Not to mention that we now need to get the other party's complete memory and many means of perception. At least in the view of Jian Wushuang, the witch god is now like this. After swallowing the soul of the Lord of the Clouds, he will get all the memories and feelings of the Lord of the Clouds. This is simply incomprehensible. But the meaning of watching Witch Myth is obviously not like lying. As if seeing the incomprehension of Jian Wushuang's heart, the witch laughed again. Sword Wushuang, you are born at the extreme edge of the universe, and you are not qualified to actually go through the depths of the universe. You have no idea what the universe is. The vastness of the universe, how many innumerable practitioners have in the universe, how to directly devour the souls of the practitioners, and to obtain the memory of the other party, including many means of perception, is indeed incredible, but for me, it can be done. Of course, there are also many restrictions on my means of devouring the soul. For example, if I am just a master, then there is a supreme level soul in front of me, and I can't devour it. As for this magic cloud star lord, I couldn't have devoured his soul directly, but didn't it help you? Jian Wushuang, I really want to thank you very much. If you have used many killing methods to force the demon star so miserable, and even caused him to burn most of his soul, then in my current state, I really can't help him. The sword did not sink. He also understood that this witch does have the ability to devour the soul, so as to obtain the other party's memory and even the means of perception, but this means of soul devouring is not omnipotent. Before the power of the Lord of the Clouds was at its peak, To be precise, when the soul was not damaged, why couldn't he, this which God, be the Lord of the clouds? But because of his threefold method, he forced the Lord of the clouds to burn most of his soul and fell into the weakest. The state of the gave the witch god a great opportunity, which allowed the witch god to devour the soul of the Lord of the clouds. It can be said that he really helped this witch god. Now, this witch god not only occupies the Lord's body, but also masters everything, including the heavenly will of the early world. Wu god, where are you from? Sword Muzu stared at the witch god. He doesn't know much about this witch god. Not only him, the whole world of the early gods knew little about this witch god. All I know is that this witch is a master and comes from other star domains. I do and know why he came to the early world of God a long time ago. In these years the witch god has created the witch god religion in the early world of the gods. This which has been secretly capturing some special lives in the early world of the gods, or some higher-level special ethnic practitioners. But the purpose of the witch to capture these high-level practitioners has never been known. Before the sword unparalleled, including the many powerful men in the early world, all the attention was paid to the Lord of the Clouds, but the witch was ignored instead. But now, this witch does not act, but the shot is amazing. He even swallowed the soul of the Lord of the Clouds and mastered everything of the Lord of the Clouds. At this step, Jin Wushuang treated the witch seriously, and he was also curious about the origin and identity of the witch god. This witch is such a means. If there is no huge origin, Jin Wushuang will certainly not believe it. On hearing Wu Jianshuang's words, a weird smile appeared on the face of the witch god. Jin Wushuang, do you really not recognize who I am? Huh. Jin Wushuang stunned. Does the word witch god mean that they knew each other before? But he and the of witches have never met each other. Does he have any other identity besides the witch god? Jin Wushuang frowned. Haha. Suddenly the witch burst into laughter, and the laughter was full of torture. Jin Wushuang, I haven't told you before, will we meet again soon? Chapter 39-74. Second more. Jin Wushuang, I haven't told you before, will we meet again soon? The words of the witch god were introduced into Jin Wushuang's ears, but they were astonished. You are. Jin Wushuang stared at the witch god in front of his face in disbelief, and a person was already in his mind. Haha, it looks like you changed me, you recognize me, let alone I change my appearance, you should know it. The witch smiled, but his body shape started directly at this moment. Change. He was originally the master of the Devil Star, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into a man in a white robe with long flowing white hair and a handsome face. Joan, at first glance, this handsome man looks very elegant, like a fairy in the middle. After seeing this handsome man, Jin Wushuang couldn't calm down anymore. He is not only him, but also the servants of His Majesty. At this moment, his eyes are widened, and he looks at this handsome man with an incredible face. There is no way. They are all powerful men from the Eternal Dark Prison. As one of the 10 kings of the Eternal Dark Prison, and recognized by countless strong people as the first demon of the Eternal Dark Prison, how can they not know? Star Demon Patriarch, he is Star Demon Patriarch. It is impossible. The ancestor of the Star Devil is dead. I saw him burn his soul in front of his master and died. After his death, those who were turned into livestock and animals by him were recovered immediately. Hey, what the is going on here? Why is the dead star demon ancestor appearing here? Ooh, no, he can never be the ancestor of the Star Devil. I have seen him. Even the soul breath is different, just look the same. The servants of his sword master Wushuang completely shaken. This is also normal, after all. The star demon ancestor was a super existence who was scared and terrified by their long years. Such a super existence now appears in front of them and swallows the soul of the Lord of the Clouds. How can they accept it? Even for Jin Wushuang, I couldn't believe it for a while. You are the ancestor of the Star Devil. It is impossible. Your soul breath is obviously different from the ancestor of the Star Demon. Jin Wushuang yelled. Soul breath? Which god smiled dumbly, sword unparalleled. You have been in the eternal dark prison for some time. Don't you know what my ancestors are best at? I am best at all kinds of things means, and such a means to change the breath of the soul. Of course, I also have, if I am willing, I can naturally change the breath of the soul. After saying that, the spirit breath emanating from the witch changed, and soon became exactly the same as when he saw the star demon ancestor in the eternal dark prison. Until this moment, Jin Wushuang really believed that the person in front of him was really the ancestor of the star devil. This witch, who has been in the world for a long time and has been searching for high-level cultivators, has turned out to be the star demon ancestor in the eternal dark prison. That is to say, this star demon ancestor has actually escaped from the eternal dark prison many years ago. As for the star demon ancestor who remained in the eternal dark prison, what is the sword unparalleled? Guess. Jin Wushuang. You should be very puzzled now? Which god, the ancestor of Star Devil, was watching Jin Wushuang with great interest at the moment. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I will lift the doubt in your heart. I am indeed the ancestor of the Star Devil. You don't have to doubt this. As for the witch god, it is just a temporary name I used after I escaped from the eternal dark prison. The star ancestors of the stars began to talk slowly. It has to be said, from the eternal dark prison. Eternal dark prison was the place where Hongyunyi was originally used to detain prisoners. Although most of the detainees in it were sinners who committed heinous sins in the god of red clouds, there were also some people for special reasons. Those who were detained, such as me, were caught in the vein of Hongyun because they had mastered that very special power. After a long period of time, Hongyun wanted to know the source of this power from my mouth, but unfortunately they couldn't get the answer from my mouth. Until later, Hongyun's vein was destroyed. After a pause, the star demon ancestor continued. I was detained in the vein of Hongyun. I did not know that the vein of red cloud was destroyed. But before the hundreds of chaos ages, the eternal dark prison was subjected to a fierce bombardment. The bombardment caused the eternal dark prison to shake it. After that, the practitioners in the vein of Hongyun never came to the eternal dark prison and did not detain other prisoners to come in. Sir, I have therefore concluded that the pulse of Hongyun has been destroyed. The impact of the eternal dark prison in the beginning should be the impact of the battle of the destruction of Hongyun Imai. The red cloud is completely destroyed, but the eternal dark prison has been left unattended for a long time. I guessed at the time that the eternal dark prison should have been lost. A lost prison, a prisoner like me who was detained in the dark prison. Who knows how long it takes to be able to see the sun again? I don't want to wait that long. So from a long time ago, I have started to find out how to leave the eternal dark prison. I spent dozens of chaos ages traveling all corners of the first level of eternal dark prison, seeking the way to leave, and finally when I passed a dark area of the magic dragon realm, I found this eternal dark prison method a gap. This gap is small, very subtle, and no accident. It should have been caused by the fierce bombardment of the eternal dark prison when the red cloud burst. The appearance of this gap made me find an opportunity to leave the eternal dark prison. The sword has no double-sided color. There is indeed a gap in eternal dark prison, and this sword is unparalleled. But this gap is very subtle. It is impossible to find under normal circumstances, and even if it is found, it is still very difficult to escape from this gap. But this star magic ancestor. From that day, I began to study how to use this gap to leave the eternal dark prison. Star demon ancestors continued to recount. This research is another dozens of times of chaos, and I barely researched. There is a path to leave, and this path has a very important point. It is impossible for the divine body to pass, and it can only pass through the way of the soul body, and no one has tried in this path. Can you successfully leave? Fallen on the way, no one knows. I dare not bet. Thoyi, so, I can only try again and again. Star demon ancestor said. Chapter 39:75. Third more. Try. Jin Wushuang frowned. He can only try with the soul body, but the soul is the root of the cultivator. This ancestor of the star devil is not his perfect life. How can he try with the soul body? I am afraid that if you are a little careless, the soul body of this star demon ancestor will collapse and die directly. If it's an ordinary practitioner, a normal soul body can't try it at all, but I'm different. My soul body is inherently differentiated. I can divide my soul into two, one stays in the body, and the other is directly based on after trying that path. The soul that was differentiated was not long after it was first tried, and it was directly annihilated. As soon as the soul died, my soul of the body immediately felt, and the memory of that soul would also return to the body. Although I lost some of the soul, I accumulated some experience and lost the soul. It only takes me a while to recover and then differentiate again. In this way, I have tried hundreds of times in the dozens of chaotic eras in the long years, and finally, I succeeded. The soul that differentiated me escaped from the eternal dark prison. Zhu smiled. Qi Jian Wushuang has been silent. He did not expect that this ancestor of the star devil had such a special ability that he could differentiate his soul into one and two, and even if one of them was annihilated, his memory could immediately return to the body. Relying on this method, the ancestral ancestor made hundreds of attempts in the eternal dark prison and was successful. Of course, this ancestral ancestor was able to escape, but it was not a fluke, but the efforts of hundreds of chaos eras and the attempts and soul restoration after the soul differentiation. If you change to someone else, even if you find the gap, you may not escape from the eternal dark prison. Wu sighed lightly. Jian Wushuang continued to listen to the narrative of the star demon ancestor. After my differentiated soul escaped from the eternal dark prison, I came to this star field, and then I directly snatched a ruler and spent some time in this star field against this star. After the domain has enough understanding, my differentiated soul directly exerts burning and annihilation. Star demon ancestor said, soul burning? Jian Wushuang stunned. That divided soul has already escaped. Why choose the soul to burn again? Jia Jia. The ancestor of Star Devil laughed strangely. No way. Because the soul that I differentiated and used to try to escape only accounts for 20% of my own soul, and there is nothing in my hand. With the existence of treasures, I naturally will not replace this soul with my own body. So this differentiated soul will perish, and after the memory returns to the body, I will begin to really prepare. This time, I was fully prepared to restore my soul to its peak state, but there will be exceptions to everything, and I dare not gamble everything on this time. So I still divide the soul and divide it into a soul. Stay on top of the divine body, and my core soul body is abandoning the divine body and taking my many treasures into that path. My prudence is not wrong. Although there are hundreds of previous attempts, I also have a chance to succeed. The danger that can be entered along the last path along that path is too great. My soul body, even though I was careful everywhere, I still encountered a calamity in that passage. As a result, many of my treasures were lost in the turbulent space, and my own soul body, although fortunate to escape, was also severely damaged. Hearing this, Jian Wu's pupils could not help shrinking. No wonder he didn't get any high-value treasure from Star Demon ancestors after he killed the Star Demon ancestors in Eternal Dark Prison. It turned out that the Star Demon ancestor he met in Eternal Hell at that time was just a differentiated soul carrying a body. As for his treasure, he was taken away by his own soul body, and when he escaped from Eternal Hell, these treasures are all lost. Those lost treasures are okay. Although there are a few rules and treasures, there are also some extremely precious things, but as long as I can escape, there will be opportunities to recover the treasures later, but the key is that the soul body has been seriously damaged. The soul body of my deity is not differentiated, and the cost of such soul damage was very difficult for me at the time. And more importantly, this star field is at the extreme edge of the universe, with scarce resources and pitiful practitioners of the same low quality. My soul suffered such heavy damage and could not be recovered for a while. I first lost one of the rules, Lord, and later took away a master who came from another star domain. This master is the witch god. Later, I temporarily survived in this star domain as a witch god, and at the same time I was looking for the opportunity to restore my soul body. With such scarce resources, even if it took millions of years or even tens of millions of years, My soul body just recovered a little bit. I know that it is impossible to restore the soul body by normal means, so I can only find a way to devour others' soul. Depends on devouring the soul, but restores his own soul. Speaking of which, the star demon ancestor's eyes flashed with fierceness. Jian Wushuang is staring closely at the star demon ancestor. In the surrounding battlefield, many strong men from both sides are also watching the star demon ancestor. No one came to interrupt the star demon ancestor. Narrative. Actually, restoring and even improving my soul by devouring the souls of others is the method I am best at. In the eternal dark prison, when I performed soul differentiation time and time again, I relied on the souls of those prisoners to recover. But unlike eternal dark prison, this level of star practitioners is really too low, and even the first level masters are few and few. Most of them are just rulers. I am afraid that the souls of the Lord of the Rules must add thousands, or even tens of thousands together to be comparable to a third-level soul dominated by the eternal dark prison. This is far from enough for me who has already been hit by the soul. So I looked at those high-level life, especially the special life. Star Demon Ancestor smiled. Those high-level ethnic groups or lives, or even special lives, their souls are completely different from normal human cultivators. For me, a soul that devours a high-level life is more than 100 gods. The soul of the ruler is more useful, and devouring a particular life is better than swallowing a master of the second and third series. Chapter 39:76. The first is more. Is this why you took control of the witch god religion, arrested special lives, and practiced with special ethnic groups? Jian Wushuang stared at the star demon ancestor in front of him, and then asked, I'm curious, since you are here it's so difficult to restore the soul of a star field. Why not choose to go to other star fields? Haha, other star domains? Star demon ancestor smiled and said, First of all, the universe is full of endless danger. Besides, let alone the large number of star thefts that flow through the universe in all year round is a big trouble. If my strength is at its peak, there is no problem in going to other star domains. But the key is that my soul has been hit hard, and my strength is very low. In this case, I will go to other star domains alone. With a little care, I am afraid I will die. Risk, too much. Of course, the most important point is that I know the existence of the primordial realm, and I know that the Demon Star Master has taken away the primal realm. From that moment, I have already started to count the Demon Star Master. Now, I took the initiative to find the Lord of the Clouds, and told him how to maximize the value of the beginning of the world as soon as possible. After listening to this Lord of the Clouds, he was really excited. After all, he also hoped that his strength can increase at the fastest speed. So, I came to the early divine realm and joined forces with the three sacred realms of the beginning to arrange them together, but the Lord of the Clouds didn't know it at all. The method I proposed can indeed bring the early divine realm within the shortest time. It's not him, but me, who has the potential to squeeze it out. If everything goes according to plan, after the plan is completely completed, I can use the power of the early divine realm to fully recover my soul power, and even stronger than before, but unfortunately, because of your appearance, the Great Sanctuary was directly destroyed, and even I could not continue to stay in the world in the early days. The Lord of the Clouds had to come in person, and my previous plan could only be changed. However, what I never expected was that you have severely damaged the Lord of the Clouds in this battle, and even pushed him to a desperate situation, forcing him to burn most of his soul. This has created a for me golden opportunity. I know, I can't wait any longer, so I shot straight and devoured the soul of the Lord of the Clouds, until now. Jian Wushuang, I really have to thank you. If you have forced the Lord of the Clouds so miserably, I do indeed know when that plan will be realized. But now, it's unnecessary, everything is unnecessary. Consume the soul of the Lord of the Demon Clouds. My own soul has been restored for the most part, and the rest will be restored, and it will be too easy. Star Devil Ancestor laughed heartily. After listening to the Star Demon Ancestor, Jian Wu's eyes dimmed. He already fully understood that the star demon ancestor had already begun to calculate the Lord of the Clouds long ago. The funny thing is that the Lord of the Clouds really thought that the plan proposed by the star demon ancestor was to make him better, bring into play the value of the early gods. But I do and T know that all the efforts of the Lord of the demon clouds have made a wedding dress for the ancestor of the devil in vain. Until now, even his own soul, his own deity, and everything he owns have been taken by the demon the ancestors took it. Star demon ancestor, you have counted for so long. It has indeed succeeded in occupying everything of the demon star master. But one thing, you are afraid to forget. Jin Wushuang suddenly said. Forgot what? Star demon ancestor looked over. You forgot the status of the Lord of the demon cloud. Before you devoured his soul, he was already hit hard. He is afraid that he will not be able to play 10% of his strength. Although you now occupy his body again, you can still play his peak. What is the strength of the period? Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold. I don't care if you are a witch god, an ancestor of the star demon, or a master of the demon cloud. As long as I am here to kill you, everything can be over. Qi Jin Wushuang's body burst into murderous intentions, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand also trembled slightly, and an astonishing evil swept out. Well, do you want to kill me? Star Demon Ancestor looked at Jin Wushuang with great interest. Jin Wushuang, in eternal dark prison before, all you see is just a soul that I differentiated to control the deities. And at that time you have a red cloud of tokens, which is already invincible. No matter how I use it, there is no use for it. But today, I will let you see the true means of this ancestor. As soon as the voice of the star ancestor fell, his body moved directly. There is no sign of this. The ancestor of this star demon has already appeared in a cosmic void outside the circle, just not far behind the Prince of Shihua. The speed is fast, like a teleportation. The star ancestor's ancestor stared at the Sihua Shinjun in front of him, but there was a flash of enthusiasm in his eyes, followed by a rush. Wow! Wow! A chain of transparent chains exuding a special breath erupted directly from the star demon ancestors. These chains are soul chains, and there are 9 of them, each of which contains a strong soul breath. These 9 chains are covering the past as soon as possible, towards the beginning of the emperor. What? Shihua Jun was surprised. He didn't even think that this ancestor of Star Devil suddenly shot not only, but also the target he was looking at turned out to be himself. Wu Mingming is Jin Wushuang trying to kill him, but this ancestor of the Star Devil killed himself at first? Shihua Jun snorted coldly. After all, he was the master of the 4th series, and his strength was not weak. He wanted to destroy the 9 souls in the first place. Then, the 9 soul chains emanating from the star demon ancestors were not affected by material attacks at all, and even passed directly through the material attacks. In the blink of an eye, they were already covered on the body of the Shihua king. Shi's prince wanted to struggle, but the moment the 9 soul chains touched his body, the phobia of Shi's stature was shocked, and a little terror appeared in his eyes. He followed the many strong men in the surrounding battlefield to be able to see that the soul body of the Shihua Shinjun was actually extracted from the body by the 9 soul chains. 9 soul chains completely restrained the soul body of Shihua Shinjun, and then swept away in the direction of the star demon ancestor. Suddenly, the ancestor of Star Devil opened his mouth, and a huge black vortex appeared immediately. Do not! The Emperor Shihua sent a hysterical roar, but under the shackles of the 9 soul chains, he had no room for struggle at all, and the Blinker family had fallen into the black vortex and was swallowed relentlessly. After swallowing the soul of Shihua King, the god body of Shihua King also swept towards the black vortex, and was also directly swallowed by the black vortex. Chapter 39:77. Second more. Silent. The entire universe is empty and silent, and needle drops are audible. In the depths of the universe, no matter whether they are from the Taiji Divine Camp or the Demon Star Camp, Many of the strong are now widening their eyes and looking at the scene in front of them with incredible faces. Shihua King, that is a real fourth-order master. This kind of master can easily become a second-level astral star master at the very edge of the universe. Although there are many strong players in the field, but in addition to the sword unparalleled, in the early days of the divine realm, only the 36 slave warriors formed an immortal battle line before they could contend with this original prince. Yiku is such a powerful master, but in just a moment, he was swallowed up by the star demon ancestor, even the soul and the body. There is no room for struggle. The Shihua King has not even had time to resist, and he has already become the ration of the star demon ancestors. This? Jian Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment at the moment. After swallowing the soul and body of Shihua King, the black vortex dissipated, and the figure of the star demon ancestor reappeared. But the sword is unparalleled at this moment, but it is extremely clear that the breath emanating from the ancestor of the demon, including the breath of soul, is stronger than before. A lot of injuries have been recovered from his body? Jian Wushuang was startled. He relied on devouring the soul and body of Shihua God, and restored his soul and body? Jian Wushuang immediately got angry. Just now the ancestor of Star Demon himself said that he can rely on devouring the soul of others to restore and enhance his soul, but what Jian Wushuang did not know is that this ancestor of Star Devil can also devour the body of others to restore their own body. That's right, the ancestor of the Star Demon now occupies the demon body of the Lord of the Demon Cloud. This body is too badly damaged, and there is little divine power left. He can't exert any combat power. After he devours the soul of the Prince of Shihua, this ancestor's deity recovered a lot instantly, and even the divine power had been restored by about 20%. The star ancestor of the Xingmao sent out wanton weird laughter. After devouring the soul and body of Shihua Shenjun, he turned his eyes to the 36 strong men who formed the battlefield of Xianhua. The 36 slaves of Jian Wushuang, who had previously formed the battlefield of Xianhua and were entangled with Shihua Lord, were the closest to Shihua Lord. After the star demon ancestors devoured Shihua Lord, they naturally began to fight again. Their attention. See you wow. 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 Ming, the transparent soul chains are extended again. Each of these soul chains is extremely fast and unstoppable. Even Shihua Shenjun couldn't stop these souls from expecting directly. The slaves under the sword of Wu Shou could not stop, even if relying on the power of the battle line. I saw 9 huge soul chains that directly extended into the battlefield, and almost 9 touched the slaves in the battlefield. Thuiran, although all of these 9 slaves are dominated by the 3rd rank, and they are still the strongest in the dark when they are in eternal dark prison, there is no room for struggle in the face of this soul chain. I saw that for a moment, the 9 souls were pumped out and uncontrollably looted towards the star demon ancestors. In just a moment, they were swallowed up by the star demon ancestors relentlessly. Oh my! What kind of means is this? Whether it is the 3rd level master or the 4th level master, there is no room for struggle? Tall escape, rush away, or you will be swallowed up by this ancestor of the star devil. Suddenly, 9 strong men were swallowed up by the star demon ancestors, and the rest of the slaves naturally panicked, and all of them fled away at the fastest speed. Escape, don't let everyone approach this star demon ancestor. Jian Wushuang also gave a loud drink, and the huge wings behind him stretched out, bursting out at the fastest speed, and wanted to rush to the star demon ancestor and bring the star demon ancestor stopped. However, the ancestors of the star demon knew that Jian Wushuang was perfect life and invincible in soul. Ling Huan, the method of detaching the soul he is using now, is useful for the 3rd and 4th series masters, and the other party can hardly resist it. This method is useless to swords, but is useless. And now that his body has not fully recovered, naturally he does not want to waste time on Jian Wushuang. I saw that the ancestors of the star demon fluttered strangely, like a teleportation in the cosmic void, and in the blink of an eye came to the remaining masters of the demon star. Then a chain of souls was taken out, and a famous master under the demon star immediately became his ration. He followed the ancestor of the demon and went to other places, and thus appeared in one corner after another. The soul chain extended out, devouring the soul and body of a strong man. No one could stop him at all. Even if it is Jin Wushuang, he can only watch it. There is no way. In a blink of an eye, this ancestor of the Star Devil has devoured thousands of practitioners, including many masters of the rules, and those slaves under the sword unparalleled sword have been devoured by him more than 10. 2. There are also a lot of factions in the camp, which were swallowed up by the ancestors of the Star Devil. Escape. Flee in the direction of Taichu Divine Realm. Fly fast. As long as you escape to the early world of God, this star ancestor can't take us. Don't come together and run away. Taika's high-level powers roared desperately, and Jian Wushuang no longer went after the star demon ancestor, but instead helped the powers of Taika's power to escape at the fastest speed. Fortunately, the battlefield they chose previously was in the void of the universe around Taichu God Realm, leaving a retreat for their own camp. Now when they meet the star demon ancestors, they can escape back to Taichu God Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences, it's really unthinkable. Jiban, but even so, there are still a lot of powerful people who have eaten up the soul and the body by the ancestors of the Star Devil. The vast universe was full of countless practitioners, but now it's empty. Only the Star Demon ancestor is still standing there. As for the many strong men in the early gods camp and the demon star camp, except for those who were swallowed up, most of them fled to the early divine realm, and a small part of them fled to other places. In the beginning, the world was next to the extreme edge of the void in the universe. Many of the top powers in the Taiyuan Divine Realm camp are gathered here, but their looks at this moment are extremely ugly. How about the loss? Jian Wushuang looked down at the nearby Martian master and asked lowly. It's miserable. His master has 41 slaves. Now there are only 25 people alive, and nearly half have died. As for the masters of the divine camp in the early days, more than 10 have also died, and on the ruler, fortunately, only hundreds of people were swallowed. Stone Mars said. Chapter 3978. Third more. The reason why there are so many slaves who died under the sword of the sword, mainly because the slaves are very close to the ancestors of the Star Devil, and those slaves are the third-level masters, which is obviously more attractive to the Star Demon ancestors. As for the masters of the early gods camp, they are far away from the Star Demon ancestors, but even so, they have been swallowed by a dozen people. On the contrary, they are the rulers. Although they have been swallowed up by hundreds of people, in the eyes of the high-level powers of the early gods, these hundreds of rulers are far less important than those who dominate. There are 700,000. Fortunately, although the ancestral means of the Star Devil is against the sky, it should not dare to break directly into the early world of the gods. Jian Wushuang muttered. The universe is empty, and only the solitary ancestor of the Star Demon is still standing there at this moment. He is standing outside Taichu Divine Realm, and can sense Jian Wushuang and others who are at the extreme edge of Taichu Divine Realm, but as Jian Wushuang said, his deity is afraid to break into Taichu Divine Realm. Once invaded into the early Divine Realm, even if he now replaces the Demon Star Master to control the heavenly will power of the early Divine Realm, he still has to be limited by the laws of the universe in the underworld, but the restriction is not so big. Well, did you choose to hide in the beginning of the world? The strange laughter of the Star Demon ancestor resounded again. Just the others, sword unparalleled. You are a perfect practitioner of life. But in terms of soul, invincible. Why didn't you dare face me? Couldn't you be afraid that it would be impossible for me to swallow my soul and devour it? Qi Jin Wushuang was standing at the very edge of the world in the early days. He could clearly hear the words of the ancestor of the Star Demon. His face sank slightly, and his hands were clenched tightly. Heavenly friend, do and be impulsive? The ancestors of the Star Demon are strange and unpredictable. Although only the soul means have just been revealed, he has devoured so many strong people. His current strength does not know how much he has recovered. Whether the combat power can be comparable to the Demon Star Master, or should it be stronger, if you go out now, it is likely to be in the middle of him. Yes, This star demon ancestor obviously wants to provoke your master to go out. Stone Mars also said, "My dear friend, you are the hope of my early gods. Only when you break through and become the master of the early gods again, will my early gods be able to escape the crisis. And now, although we are forced to escape to the early gods' world, but it's okay, this star demon ancestor is only one person no matter how strong, and his deity does not dare to enter the kingdom of the early gods. Naturally it can't help us. Be careful to be killed by him. Then my world was really over in the beginning." The Lord of Time and Space also solemnly said. Fu Jun, Lung Rushuang also looked over. "I know all of what you said." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his hands slowly relaxed. "Relax, I'm not stupid. I wouldn't be in the middle of such a simple challenge. In this battle, Magic Yun Xing's army has been completely defeated. The ancestor of the Star Devil alone is not a great threat to my deity. From the beginning, the expected results of the early god side were more sought after, which was to defeat the army of His Majesty and make it impossible for the army of His Majesty to enter the early gods. This is also a type they can accept. Victory. Now the Demon Star army has long been defeated. Only the Demon Star Master is left. Even if he is in control of the heavenly will of the early gods, if there is no help in the early gods, he should not be able to get the early gods. How is the world? At this time, Jin Wushuang will not be stupid enough to take risks. The universe is empty. After the star demon ancestors finished speaking, there was no reply in the early gods, and their brows were raised. "Well, it seems that I really don't plan to come out. I intend to keep hiding in the early gods." "Then you have been hiding like this, but you can only live another 10 years. Live a decade longer?" Many of the powerful men in Tychus divine realm were shocked to hear this. What do the ancestors of the Star Devil mean? Live a decade more? Can we all die in 10 years? Kernung, it's impossible. In the beginning, the realm of the gods was a single astral realm. The ancestor of the demon was alone and borrowed his 2 guts. He didn't dare to come in. How can we kill us? Many of the strongest in the camp of the gods in the early days, Star Devil ancestors sneered. Wu Kejin has no two-sided color but is very dignified. He faintly feels that the words of the ancestors of the Star Devil do not seem to scare them. Jin Wushuang, do you really think that as long as you hide in the early world of God, I have nothing to do with you? Haha, it's a joke. You also look down upon my ancestors too. I am not the lord of the demon cloud. Even if he has lost the power of the early gods and controlled the power of the heavenly will of the early gods, he can only slowly benefit from the evolution of the early gods, but I different. My star demon ancestor's most powerful is devouring means. I can devour the soul of the practitioner, devour the body of the practitioner, devour the many geniuses and treasures in the heavens and the earth, and even the treasures. Similarly, when I replace Lord of the Demon Cloud, after occupying the heavenly will of the early gods, I can devour the whole gods too. What? Many of the strong men in the realm of God in the early days of the universe, close to the void of the universe, were frightened by the words of the ancestors of the Star Devil. Swallowing the early world of God? Jin Wushuang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Impossible. How could this be possible? One side of the astral world, this star demon ancestor can also devour? What a joke. Fake. This star demon ancestor must be lying to us. He just wants to cheat us out to die. Doi, yes, Lord of the Blood Sword, don't be fooled. At the beginning of the Divine Realm camp, many of the masters spoke. No one believes what the ancestor of the Star Devil said and directly devours an astral world. What a joke. Who in this universe can directly devour an astral world? Qi Jin Wushuang was also full of doubt. But the ancestral ancestor soon spoke again. I know, you definitely don't believe it, but it doesn't matter, you will believe it soon. The ancestor of the Star Devil did not say more, but directly came to the critical point of the primordial world and the void of the universe, and saw the corner of his mouth slightly tilted, followed by a rumbling black vortex emerged out of thin air. Cursor, the diameter of this black vortex is less than tens of meters at first, but with its continuous rotation, it has expanded to hundreds of meters, 1 mile, 100 miles, 10,000 miles, 1 million miles in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3979. The first is more. Rumble. The huge black vortex, which has a diameter of more than 10 million miles, is spinning wildly, and an incredible engulfing power bursts out. This engulfing force directly acts on the early world. Suddenly, many powerful men in the early divine realm, including Jian Wushuang and others, could feel very clearly at this moment that the vitality of the early divine realm was passing. This lapse is not just a short lapse, but a continuous flow with the devouring power of the black vortex. This scene made many of the powerful men in the Taiji divine camp embarrassed. He is he really devouring the early world? The whole vitality of the early divine realm is being devoured, and the speed is very fast. Impossible. How could this happen? Before I spoke of the devouring ancestors of the star demon ancestors, I also felt that many powerful people who sneered at them were shocked. None of them thought that the ancestor of the star devil could really devour one side of the world, as he said. Life is swallowed up too fast. If it has been swallowed at this rate, for at least 10 years, the vitality of the early gods, including everything in the early gods, will be completely swallowed up by this star demon ancestor. Pure. Mysterious man looks extremely ugly. Disaster. This is the biggest disaster in the world of my God. Even if the demon lord of the clouds, he just wanted to speed up the evolution process of the early world, so that the early world would end its life in the shortest time. But now, the ancestor of the star devil is going to devour the entire Taichu divine realm directly, and let the whole Taichu divine realm become his ration. This is naturally an unprecedented catastrophe for the Taichu divine realm. It's over. I'm over in the beginning. No way. There is no way. We can only watch the world in the early days being devoured by this ancestor of the star devil. What we can do, we have already done it, but in the end, can't we change the end of the destruction of the gods in the beginning? Many practitioners who originally belonged to the early world of the gods were mourning at this moment. To prepare for this battle, they prepared too much. They thought that as long as they defeated the demon star army, the world would be spared in the early days. However, they did not expect the sudden appearance of this star demon ancestor, but they let the early gods. The world is in a bigger disaster. Moreover, this disaster is almost irreversible. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also clenched his hands and looked up at the black vortex whose diameter was more than 10 million miles, and his figure was shaking slightly. Fu Jun, the cold frost next to the uncle, looked over, but with a smile on her face. You have tried your best. The end is like this. You don't need to blame yourself. Yes. Mysterious Shinto nodded slightly. You have done your best, but the appearance of the ancestor of the star devil, no one had thought of it. It seems that it is destined that I will be suffering from this calamity in the early days. Tianho Xiaoyu. Your talent, Wuju. The potential is unlimited. There is no need to stay in the early gods like me. If you can, you take your wife and leave. Leave. Jian Wushuang glanced at Xin Shinto. What about you? I am waiting for a few people to be different from you. We have lived long enough, and we have already reached the end of our journey. Even if we are given the opportunity to travel to the depths of the universe, I am afraid it will be difficult to make any further progress. We might as well stay in Taichu Divine Realm and live and die with Taichu Divine Realm. Xin Shinto laughed. Haha, Xin Shun is right. Our potential has been exhausted long ago. It is also luck that we can live to this day. But Xiaoho Yuyu, if you travel to the depths of the universe, you can achieve greater success, even in the future. It is possible to ask the Supreme Master. At that time, you will take revenge for my early gods and kill the star demon ancestor, and I have no regrets. The Master of Time and Space also laughed. It is difficult to take the lead in the scourge, but these local masters in the early days of the world looked a little indifferent. They don't care about their own lives, but they are still full of expectations for the sword unparalleled. After all, Jian Wushuang's talent potential is too incredible, even to them. They have been dragged down by Jian Wushuang, which has caused Jian Wushuang to never go deep into the universe. Shannon now, If the realm of the gods really collapsed in the beginning, if all of them died, it might be a relief for Jian Wushuang. The gods of Xin Xin and the Lord of Time and Space all think so. However, Jian Wushuang did not think so. In the early days, the realm of God was his hometown. It was the place where his master Junyi also had to fight to protect his life. He was the second perfect practitioner of life in the early world of God. 2. Early world. Although it seems that the devastation of the world was unavoidable at the beginning, Jian Wushuang is still not too pessimistic, and he is still thinking about countermeasures. Is there really no way out? Jian Wushuang frowned, but his hands were clenched tightly. No, there is still a glimmer of hope. Fan Jianwu doubled his right hand, and a scarlet elixir suddenly appeared in his hand. This elixir is exactly one of the special treasures given to him by Wind Demon in that special time and space. The Wind Demon gave him 2 treasures in total, of which the bamboo leaf has been used when dealing with the Demon Star Master, and the power of the bamboo leaf did not disappoint him, which contains some of the power of the 5th series. The Demon Star Master was forced into a desperate situation directly. If the Demon King Master knew a special method of burning the soul, he would have died directly before fear. The bamboo leaves only need Jian Wushuang to guide with their own divine power to exert their power, but this blood-colored elixir is different. According to Feng Yimo, this scarlet panacea is a trivial matter. Although it can make him stronger in a short period of time, the cost is extremely high, and he may even die directly. Because of the high cost, Jian Wushuang had reservations before. He used this scarlet elixir as his strongest hole card and never used it. But now, the calamity is at the head. When he uses all means to fold his cards, he can't stop the ancestor of Star Demon. Jian Wushuang can only pin all hope on this blood-colored potion. Tianho Xiaoyu, what is the elixir in your hand? Xian Shindao looked at the elixir in Jian Wu's hands in surprise, and felt that his elixir was extraordinary. I don't know the specific elixir, but this elixir will be the last hope of the world. Qi Jian Wushuang clenched his blood-colored elixir with his hands, but in his eyes there was a sharp explosion. Chapter 3980. Second more. Last hope. Wu Xian Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, and the many strong men in the surrounding Taiji divine camp all looked at Jian Wushuang in succession. Frost. At the moment, Wu Jianshuang looked at his wife tenderly with a slight smile. I really want to walk with you to the world, and to travel all corners of the universe, but I'm sorry. Fu Jun, Long Rushwang's eyes were wet immediately, looking at the blood dan taken out by Jian Wushuang. And what Jian Wushuang said, she had guessed something faintly, only to see her smile slightly. These, in fact, I am very satisfied. You can rest assured. Don't worry about me. If you die, I will never live one more day than you. Qi Jian Wushuang stunned. He took a deep look at his wife, and he could see the decisiveness in his breath. He nodded, and Jian Wushuang swept directly into the void of the universe. At the beginning of the Taiyuan deity camp, many practitioners were almost desperate, but suddenly they all saw the figure swept away from the void of the universe. I am the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Will you go out and fight the Star Demon Patriarch? I don't know why. When they saw the swordless twins rushing out, these practitioners who had been desperate had suddenly a little hope in their hearts. Yes, Jian Wushuang is their only hope. Star Demon Patriarch. With a loud blast, he exploded in the cosmic void, and Jian Wushuang had left the early divine realm and returned to the cosmic void. Previously, because the demon star army had been defeated, and only the Star Demon Patriarch was left, everyone felt that the Star Demon Patriarch alone could hardly really threaten the early gods. Therefore, Sword Wushuang did not need to take risks. It was not necessary. Spell. I now know that after the Star Demon Ancestor can directly devour the primordial world within 10 years, Jian Wushuang will have to fight desperately with the Star Demon Ancestor. Buzzing humming. The huge black vortex suddenly stopped, followed by convergence at an alarming rate. Soon, the black vortex completely disappeared, and the figure of the star demon ancestor gradually emerged. Haha, Jian Wushuang, now finally can you let it go? Star demon ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang, but with a strange smile on his face. Wu Jian has no double-sided color, is cold, and never speaks, and in his two hands, he holds the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand, and the other hand holds the blood-colored elixir. The elixir was his only chance, but he did not plan to swallow the elixir immediately. Although this star demon ancestor devoured the Sihua Lord before, and many masters still have a lot of rules, but his combat power should not have recovered to the highest level. Jian Wushuang stared at the star demon ancestor. He can feel that the deity occupied by the ancestor of the star demon originally from the Lord of the Clouds has not yet reached the peak state, and there is still a large gap from the peak state. First try his current fighting power. Sword Wu's eyes flickered, and immediately the three towering town monuments rose directly. A burst of gold light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the magic town Tianfa array was already formed. There was a strong repressive force acting on the ancestors of Xingma, but the ancestors of Xingma still smiled, as if they had not been affected in any way. French array, kill, sword formation, wave light, booming rumbling. The endless golden light sword is swept out by the ocean, and the mighty madness rushes towards the star demon ancestor. The star ancestor of the star only casually glanced at the golden light in front of the ocean, but the corner of his mouth showed a slight disdain. Joke. I saw the star demon ancestor waved at will, and suddenly, a black divine power swept directly out. Hey sir, this black divine power is extremely special, completely different from the divine power of ordinary practitioners, and much more powerful than the divine power of ordinary practitioners. It's this kind of power again. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed sharply. He remembered very well that in the eternal dark prison, he had used the vein of red clouds to suppress this star demon ancestor, but the star demon ancestor could still mobilize a very special power, which was not only special, weird, and it's amazing. The ancestral ancestor himself also said at the time that the reason why Hongyan Imai would suppress him was because he had mastered this special power. Now, the ancestor of the Star Devil uses the special body of the Lord of the Clouds to use this special power again. Although the body of the Lord of the Clouds has not yet recovered to its peak, the strength of the ancestor of the star is not at its peak. But when this black divine power diffuses, crashed Quickalaxiu, round after round golden sword intended to be ruthless strangling wave off, or even directly to the final collapse of the gold sword intended to integrate directly impact the ocean are open. Sun just waved his hands at will, and the swordsman and the magic sword town Tianfa array, combined with the light sword array, has been directly defeated. Although Jian Wushuang at the moment did not perform Dragon Mystery, nor could it trigger the primitive universe, as long as it is displayed in conjunction with the Shinma town Tianfa formation, even if it encounters the ordinary 4th level master, it can barely entangle one or two, but this ancestral ancestor, very strong. Even if he hasn't reached its peak yet, his combat power is still far more powerful than the previous Demon Star, and he swallowed the soul of Demon Star, mastering everything about the Lord of the Clouds, naturally also includes the trace of the universe's rules, but when the ancestor of the stars and the Celtics first shot, he never used the rules of the universe. The sword has no double-sided gloom. Simple confrontation, he has understood that, even with his own strength, even if he can perform the dragon extinction technique, even if he can also perform the primitive universe, he still can't compete with this star demon ancestor. He could only pin all hope on the blood-stained panacea in the palm of his hand. Fengma Sr., you elixir, don't let me down. The double-sided sword of Wu Jian has been completely twisted and became extremely embarrassed. He knows that the elixir is likely to die once he swallows himself, and at this moment, he is ready to die. I didn't hesitate. Jian Wushuang swallowed the panacea clenched in the left palm directly. When the panacea was inserted into the body, Jian Wushuang only felt that his throat was dry, and at first there was nothing strange. But after the syringa really swallowed in the belly, bang! An unexpected power broke out suddenly. This mighty power, with an ancient will, swept directly in all directions. Rumbling, rumbling. At this moment, the entire universe is trembling madly. At this moment, The vast universe is under the control of that ancient will. Year, Sir, at the same time, a vast message suddenly surged towards the sword, unparalleled like a tide. Chapter 3981. Third more. This, the sword is unparalleled at this moment, but his head is a little cyanotic. He thought that the blood-stained elixir was the pure elixir that could increase his strength in a short period of time. But now that he actually swallows it, he finds that the result is not the case. At least this hemochromic medicine contains more than just that kind of medicine power. It also carries an ancient will power and a vast message. This vast message is, first of all, about the use and history of this elixir. Hongling Baodan. Wu Jianwushuang didn't know the real name of this blood-colored elixir until now. Who about the origins and uses of this Hongling Baodan, but surprised Jian Wushuang. Hongling Baodan, the supreme level of elixir, after taking it, whether it is the ruler, the chaos master, or the supreme, you can directly fall into the state of epiphany. In this state of epiphany, both the speed of cultivation and the speed of enlightenment can be directly increased 100 times. This elixir is one of the most desirable and enthusiastic elixir in the vast universe. Even the supreme level of the elixir is extremely eager for this elixir. A brief introduction made Jian Wushuang startled. This elixir is completely different from what Fengma predecessors said. When in the special time and space, Fengmo gave him the scarlet elixir, the Wind Devil clearly said that the elixir was the kind of elixir that could increase his power in a short time, but the side effect of this elixir was extremely great. Once swallowed, he might even die. Wu Jinshuang remembered it clearly. Fengma did say so, so he always regarded the elixir as the strongest whole card. Until the last moment, he was unwilling to swallow the elixir and fight for his own life. But now, when the elixir is actually swallowed, the elixir information available is not the same at all. Shua, this blood-colored elixir, called Hongling Baodan, is a kind of elixir that can be used to help people to practice enlightenment in a short period of time. It is also very high level. If this elixir is usually obtained, Jian Wushuang will certainly be ecstatic. After all, how rare is epiphany? But now, he swallowed this elixir to fight desperately with the star demon ancestor. At this time, what was the epiphany? Wu Jian's heart was bitter, and he didn't know why the wind demon had to make such a big oolong. But the message that came to his mind made Jian Wushuang completely understand. The following messages were left to him by the wind demon. Jian Wushuang, since you can see this message, you should have swallowed the elixir I gave you. How about it? Did you not think of it? Is it a little dumbfounded? Haha. Fengma is obvious this was done deliberately, and the message left was full of jokes. Let's get back to the truth. I must first tell you, indeed, I lied to you. The elixir I gave you is nothing at all that can increase your strength in a short time, but the price is extremely high, and it will even directly affect you. Dead elixir, I can't give you such an elixir. After all, your kid understands a bit of the law of the universe at the level of the rule master. Such a super genius, even if I'm Ling Yunxing, must be regarded as a treasure, and how could I give you this kind of elixir? Of course, the reason why I would lie to you is mainly to hone you. If I tell you the true use of this elixir, you swallowed it earlier, the strength increased, and the trouble was easily solved. What is it? The sword is not bizarre. He now understands that the Wind Devil has lied to himself from the beginning. Obviously, he has such a great elixir, but told him that this elixir is used desperately at a critical time. And he did not even think of Feng Mo's identity at that time. He would lie to himself and did not expect to go up there. Of course, Feng Mo deceived him like this, and the starting point was also for his good. Wu Jianso continued to listen. Jiang Wushuang, you listen well. This Hongling Baodan you swallowed now is one of the top elixirs in the vast universe, but it has made countless supreme eyes and even scramble for it. Of course, this although the elixir itself is precious, in this elixir, the Star Master has left a trace of will. This will is truly the most precious and most important. It is even more rare than the Hongling Baodan. Many more. Fengma said again. Will? Jian Wushuang stunned. He swallowed Hongling Baodan, and instantly an ancient and majestic will rose up, and now completely covered the entire void of the universe. Is this ancient will left by Master Ling Yun? No wonder it was so arrogant. This elixir was originally prepared by the Star Master for his own personal disciples, but unfortunately, the war came too suddenly, and the Star Master has not had time to collect a self-disciplined disciple, and this elixir has been with us all the time. In the special time and space of the film, until you passed the test of the 18th set by the Lord of the Stars, at that time we felt that you were qualified to become the disciple of the Lord of the Stars, but it was just barely qualified, plus yours the saint did not die at that time, and the strength was too weak. If this elixir was given to you at that time, it would be too wasteful. So instead of giving it directly to you at that time, you were asked to choose an inner star secret technique, but then when you come to that special time and space again, not only did you break through and become the ruler of the rule, but you also unbelievably comprehended a trace of the law of the universe. Alas, the ruler comprehended a trace of the law of the universe. And you are perfect the practitioner of life level. With this talent, I am afraid that the entire vast universe cannot find a second person. So at that time we decided that you must be a star disciple. Here you come to us to save time. I will discuss with several other brothers. Was Lingbao gold medal and Hung Dan to you? Jin Wushuang, I lied to you, letting you swallow this Hongling Baodan at the moment of life and death. Then you must be in a very crisis situation now. But it doesn't matter, in a crisis situation, as long as the Master's will is awakened, no one will can hurt you. And this Hongling Baodan not only gives you to enter the state of epiphany, the most important thing is that after the Master's will is awakened, it will give you great chance fortune. This chance fortune is actually many guidelines left by the Master. It is his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, the understanding of the laws of the universe, as well as various aspects of refining, alchemy, and formation, as well as various taos, such as knife, sword, and gundo. He is an invincible supreme. He has unique insights in all aspects. After you swallow the Hongling Baodan, you can come into contact with the Master's will, and the Master's will teach you a full 100 years. Of course, this is 100 years in a special state, but it is only one day outside. Chapter 3982. The first is more. 100 years? The will of the Lord Ling Yun taught me 100 years in person, and he is still swallowing Hongling Baodan in an epiphany state. Jian Wushuang's mind was a little dazed. Jian Wushuang, although it is only 100 years old, it is an incredible creation for any master, and you are just the master of the rules, and you get this opportunity in a desperate situation. Your harvest will be it's going to be bigger. So rare this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Do and live up to my hard work. Here, the message is completely interrupted. Wu Kejian's heart was completely unable to calm down. At this moment, he can clearly sense the existence of that ancient will. Gulal, this ancient will is left by the invincible and supreme level Lord Ling Yun. Even if it is only a trace of will, it can still make the laws of the universe retreat. And this ancient will now covers the entire universe. The ancestor of the star demon standing in front of Jian Wu's face was full of teasing smiles, but now he can't laugh at all, because he also felt Jian Wushuang. That will. This will covers everything in the void of the universe, and he is also covered by this ancient will. At this moment, he only feels that his thoughts are completely frozen. He stood there with his eyes wide. He wanted to open his mouth, but found that he couldn't move at all. I can't even move my mouth, let alone shoot against the sword. What the is this, anyway? Star Demon Ancestor was furious, and his heart was screaming frantically. He didn't know what happened to Jian Wushuang. He only knew that he was unable to move under that will now. He stood in front of Jian Wushuang like a sculpture like this. At the moment, Jian Wushuang sat down in the cosmic void and even closed his eyes. Wu Hongling Baodan has been swallowed by him, and the power of the elixir has been exerted, allowing Jian Wushuang to quickly enter a state of mystery, which is the state of epiphany that countless practitioners have dreamed of. In the state of epiphany, the speed of the practitioner's realization will be multiplied exponentially. At this time, a hazy figure had appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. This figure is extremely tall and magnificent, but at the same time it gives a very intimate feeling. Wu Jianwushuang understood that this dim figure was the master of Lingyun. This Lingyun star is a will at this moment, and penetrates into his mind, preaching directly in his mind. Master Ling Yunxing began to preach. Because Jian Wushuang is only the master of rules, and he is good at the relationship between the universe and the laws of the universe. This Ling Yunxing mostly teaches about the rules, the disciplines of Kendo, and the laws of the universe. Wu Jinshuang is listening carefully. He has a very high level of understanding. With the help of Hongling Baodan, the speed of understanding is even more incredible. What Ling Yunxing almost said, Jin Wushuang understood everything. Wu Jianwushuang also knows that this opportunity is rare. He has no waste at all and has been listening, understanding, and understanding. But Lingyun's Star Master, that is a supreme person who has reached the level of invincibility, even in the vast universe, he is also a supreme figure of a hegemon. He talks about everything from shallow to deep, and it is useful to the sword unparalleled and very helpful. Time began to slowly pass, and in the cosmic void, less than half an hour had passed. But in the world of consciousness of sword unparalleled, it had been a full 3 years. In just 3 years, Jian Wushuang has realized the fifth rule, the rule of gold. At the time, Jian Wushuang had tested his affinity with the rules of heaven and earth. Among them, the rule of gold and his affinity were no less than the rules of earth. Zhuqian, before he fully understood the rules of the earth and the 4 rules were merged, he began to explore the fifth rule. This fifth rule is the rule of gold. Zhuqian, before the start of this war, Jian Wushuang's rules on gold were somewhat enlightened, but the level of perception was not high. But now, with the help of Hongling Baodan, Jian Wushuang listened to Ling Yunxing's introduction to the rules of gold. From shallow to deep, it contained everything of the rules of gold. In just 3 years, Jian Wushuang changed the rules of gold, completely enlightened. And this is just the beginning. In the 13th year of the Epiphany, the 6th rule, the dark rule, is fully enlightened. In the 31st year, Jian Wushuang's Kendo made great progress, reaching the first major achievement of the Kendo universe. At this level, many of the 4th-level masters who are good at Kendo did not reach. In the 45th year, Jian Wushuang made another breakthrough in Kendo, reaching the first completeness of the origin of Kendo universe. Simply understanding of Kendo's understanding is already comparable to the 5th-level master. In the 78th year, Jian Wushuang's understanding of the laws of the universe increased greatly, from barely grasping a trace to the threshold of truly entering the laws of the universe. In the 82nd year, the 5th rule of gold, which was learned by Jian Wushuang, was combined with the other 4 rules. Since then, the 5 rules have merged. In the 99th year, Jian Wushuang's confrontation together reached a new level, and it was already comparable to some masters in the universe who are better at array, such as Blood Rain Demon. I finally reached the 100th and final year. Zuiho, this last year, the effect of the Hongling Baodan has already been consumed. This year, the sword is unparalleled and has not made much progress. Instead, it integrates the previous 99 years' experience. The vast universe is in the void. Buzzing. The ancient will that existed for a day and night finally dissipated slowly. Roa, the vast cosmic void, has also restored peace, and the ancestor of the Star Devil has finally restored his ability to move at this moment. Did it finally dissipate? The Star Ancestor clenched his teeth, looking extremely ugly, even though it was urgent and lasted for a day and night. But on this day and night, he was full of pride and was deterred by that will. He could not move at all. He could always feel the arrogance and terrible of that ancient will. Supreme, it must be the will of the Supreme Strong, and I am afraid that it is not the ordinary Supreme. The ancestor of the Xingxing demon has an extraordinary origin, and his knowledge is not low. He can naturally perceive the mastery of the master of the will. A single wire of will is strong enough to deter the void of the entire universe, and even to avoid the laws of the universe. Such a strong man, even in the deepest part of the universe, must be a hegemonic level of existence. What does this sword have? What did you do? What happened to that will just now? How many secrets are there in this kid? The Star Ancestor's ancestor narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3983. Second more. He is not only the ancestor of the Star Devil, but also the many powerful men in the early Divine Realm camp, which are close to the edge of the universe at the moment. None of them understand what happened to Jian Wushuang. They are as full of doubts and puzzles as Star Demon ancestors. What is going on with the Lord of the Blood Sword? I don't know, but looking at it like this, seems to be practicing? Cultivation? What a joke. Many of the strong men in the Taiyuan Divine Realm camp looked strange. Neither of them can believe that at this moment of life and death, the Lord of the Blood Sword still has the mood to cultivate. But looking at him sitting cross-legged in the void of the universe, it is indeed a cultivation practice, and it seems that the ancestor of the Star Devil has not disturbed his cultivation. Girl Frost, you are the wife of Tian Ho Xiaoyu. Do you know what this is? The Xian Shinto man looked at Lung Rushuang. I don't know. Lung Rushuang shook his head slightly. Fu Jun took out a blood-stained elixir and said something like that. As far as I know him, he should want to use the blood-stained elixir. It's right to be desperate with this Star Demon ancestor, but this result. Cold and frosty, my heart was very puzzled. In fact, I don't blame them. Even if Jian Wushuang himself, I had never expected that this would be the situation. Shannon now, 1 day and 1 night has passed, and a full 100 years have passed in the space of consciousness. The training of Jian Wushuang has finally come to an end. Even though cultivation has stopped, Jian Wushuang still hasn't opened his eyes, and his body has a majestic divine power gathered wildly. Boom! Suddenly, the entire void of the universe was shocked, and then a new breath of divine power began to emerge from Jian Wushuang's body. This is the breath of divine power that dominates the level. The star ancestor's face changed suddenly. Dominate the breath. At the moment, many powerful men in Taiji's divine realm were felt, and all of them were shocked. Master, you can't be wrong. This is indeed the atmosphere of the master level. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, could it have broken through to become master? Xian Shinto man stared with wide eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang with incredible face, and deep in that eye at the same time. He also carried an unprecedented excitement. Breakthrough? He sat in that cosmic void and practiced for a while, then broke through? At the moment, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens, the King of Heaven, the Emperor 13, and all the powerful men in the early divine realm are somewhat unbelievable at this moment. But in addition to being incredible, more is an unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. You must know that Jian Wushuang is a practitioner of perfect life level. Once he breaks through and reaches the dominion, he can easily retake the primordial divine realm, and naturally, the primordial divine realm can turn into danger. However, the practitioners of the perfect level of life have to break from the master of the rules to reach the master. The difficulty is too great. They have asked Jian Wushuang before. Jian Wushuang himself said that he is far from the master. Breakthrough. Just because Jian Wushuang couldn't break through the master, they had to choose to fight against the Devil Star as a last resort. Until now, the ancestor of the devil was drawn. But whoever thought that Jian Wushuang broke through at this time? Is it really a breakthrough? Or is it because of that blood-colored elixir that it has temporarily risen to the level of dominance? The Lord of the Martians said suddenly. When he said this, the hearts of the many powerful men in the Taiji divine camp were tight again, and all eyes immediately looked at them. Breakthrough dominated? This is impossible. Star Demon Ancestor stared at the sword Wushuang in front of him, unwilling to believe it all. I can just now. Boom! The universe was empty, and there was a loud roar. The ancestors of the Star Demon and the countless strong men in the Taiji divine camp were all shocked by this roar, and everyone looked up at the same moment. I saw the top of the cosmic void, rumbling that dark and boundless cosmic space as if forcibly penetrated by people. A huge, boundless cosmic void appeared out of thin air. Yurjo, this cosmic black hole is too big, occupying almost half of the cosmic void. He followed closely, and from that cosmic void, there was a loud noise. The dazzling rays of light lit up, and a supreme rule came suddenly. This rule is superb and supreme. As soon as he appeared, the entire void of the universe was completely condensed. I was in the starry ancestor of this universe, staring at this scene with wide eyes. This is the law of the universe? The law of the universe is coming? In the Taijo divine realm, countless strong men in the Taijo divine realm were also stunned. It is the law of the universe, and the law of the universe comes down in person. It's really the legendary law of the universe. What's going on? The law of the universe was attracted by the Lord of the Blood Sword? I screamed in exclamation, ringing out. The Shin Shinto, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of the heavens and the heaven, and the heavenly ancestor looked at each other, and the eyes of the four were filled with unprecedented shock. The law of the universe is coming, and they are no stranger to this scene. At the beginning of the divine realm, Jian Wushuang refining the ancient chaotic world into his own secret world, also caused the law of the universe to come down in person. It's just that the magnitude of that advent was relatively small, and the law of the universe came through the beginning of the divine realm, but this time it descended directly into the cosmic void, and the law of the universe that came down was significantly more extensive, more majestic. Shangtong and the same is that the last time the universe law came because of the sword warriors, this time the universe law came, or because the sword warriors. It's Tianho Xiaoyu. It must be that he broke through the master, which led to the coming of the law of the universe himself. Shin Shinto shouted in surprise. Is it really the Lord of the Blood Sword that breaks through? A breakthrough from the ruler of the rule leads to the coming of the laws of the universe? Many of the strong men in the divine realm camp face each other, and the shock in their hearts cannot be described in words. In fact, what the mysterious Shinto people say is not wrong. Wusong is a breakthrough. Before the start of the war, he was really far from the master level. After all, he only just realized the fifth rule, and the perfect life level must break through the rule's master. I am afraid that even the 5 rules are not necessarily integrated. Enough. Qi Jian Wushuang had never thought of breaking through the Dominion before the war. However, the appearance of the Hongling Baodan has completely changed all this. Wu Hongling Baodan let him enter the state of epiphany, and the will of Ling Yunqing Master contained in the period taught him a full 100 years in the space of consciousness. In this century, his progress has been too great. Chapter 3984. The first is more. From the beginning of understanding the 5th rule to the direct fusion of the 5 rules, she has even realized the 6th rule. As for Kendo, he has achieved the first completeness of the origin of the universe of the sword, and his perception of the laws of the universe has also been greatly improved. I can say that this century has been a qualitative leap for him, and his original understanding of the rules was still not enough to let him break through to dominate. But the key is that Jian Wushuang's perception of Kendo and the laws of the universe is too high, which has greatly promoted him. Until now, he was finally the master of the rules. The breakthrough reached the master, and the breakthrough, the law of the universe immediately came. The law of the universe came, and Jian Wushuang encountered it before. The law of the universe came, and the momentum was not as great as this time. But the law of the universe still gave him a gift of supernatural power and a mighty will. And this time the advent of the universe law did not give Jian Wushuang the talented supernatural power, but also gave Jian Wushuang a willpower. And this willpower is much stronger than the willpower he first obtained. When the first law of the universe came down, the willpower given to him would double his attack power directly. And now this willpower, but let his attack power directly increase 10 times. Not only that, Jian Wushuang also faintly noticed the willpower given by the laws of the universe this time, and also carried some incomparable special powers. This kind of power is beyond the reach of Jian Wushuang. Sung in the cosmic void, Jian Wushuang still sat there with his eyes closed slightly. He is feeling his change. Tu Pua from the breakthrough of the rule to the master. This is a qualitative transformation for ordinary practitioners, not to mention the sword unparalleled. The perfect life-level practitioner, at the moment when he broke through his dominance, both the divine body and soul have been unprecedentedly improved, and his divine power has also undergone transformation. Finally, everything calmed down. The transformation of Wu Jian Wushuang has been completed, and the law of the universe that came down slowly converges and dissipates. The cosmic void has once again restored its former darkness and tranquility. What's different is that the star demon ancestor at this moment has long lost the former randomness and calmness. On the contrary, his look is still extremely dignified. The star ancestor stared at the sword Wushuang in front of him. Although Jin Wushuang still sat there with no intention of shooting, but the star ancestors could feel a tremendous pressure from Jin Wushuang. This kind of pressure has never been experienced in previous wars. How come? His previous combat power was also the highest in the third rank. Relying on the sword array and the rule of treasure, he barely competed with the fourth rank. Only by performing the magic of burning magic and many whole cards can he threaten the ordinary fourth. The level dominates, and even now, even if he has broken through to reach the domination, it should only be a transformation of divine power and soul. The improvement of this divine power should be too outrageous for his overall strength. Why? Why is the pressure he is putting on now so great? The ancestor of Xingmo is a little confused. However, he did not know that Jin Wushuang only broke through from the master of the rule to dominate. The overall improvement of the strength was really small, but the key was the day he had learned before, and he spent a full 100 years in the conscious space. He made great progress in the year. Now when he breaks through the domination, he can make up for his divine power. Compared with the previous strength, he is completely different from the world. Buzz. Sword Wushuang, who was sitting in the void of the universe, opened his eyes suddenly, and his figure slowly stood up. On him, a powerful dominating breath condensed, and the magnificent power swept away. Divine power is determined by the strength of the divine power. Before the sword, Wushuang was only the master of the rules. Because of the special life level, the divine power is comparable to the general master, and the divine power is naturally the general master. But now he breaks through the domination, and because the 5 rules have been merged, a breakthrough is the second level master, plus the speciality of perfect life, which makes him instantly comparable to the third level in the basic divine power. Dominate the hierarchy. That supernatural power is naturally at the third level. But this is just the basic divine power. The many mysteries and techniques of Wu shows unparalleled have not yet been cast. Dominate. It took so many years and put in so much effort. Until now, it has finally broken through to dominate. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands tightly, and now he was exuding a strong light. In the Taizhou Divine Realm, the many powerful men in the Taizhou Divine Realm have already been amazed. Haha, it really broke through, the Lord of the Blood Sword. He really broke through and reached the domination. It's not that you swallowed the elixir and reached the level of dominance in a short period of time, but it is real. It broke through and became the dominator. Seeing this might, it is by no means ordinary. Well, before the master breaks through, the combat power can already rival the 4th level master. Now that he breaks through, how strong is his strength? In the early days, there was a salvation. Many of the strong men in the Taiyuan divine camp were extremely excited, especially the Xinshan Taoist and the Lord of Time and Space. They are very few, but they are very clear how significant the significance of the whole Taichu world after Jin Wushuang broke through the domination. After all, only by breaking through the dominance of Jin Wushuang can he regain the kingdom of Taichu Divine, and then he can truly get rid of the crisis of Taichu Divine Realm. Now, Jin Wushuang has finally achieved it. Jisha then, the only trouble is that Star Demon Ancestor. Star Demon Patriarch. Yin Jianwushuang's eyes resemble electricity, and a heartbreaking limong erupts, staring at the ancestor of the Star Demon. Deep in the eyes, there is an astonishing killing intention condensing there. I won't go in. Just break from the rule master to reach the master. Where can your strength go? Star Demon Ancestor hummed. I will let you see it. Jin Wushuang did not have any nonsense. Wu Wei's Excalibur has already appeared in his hands, followed him, and shot directly. Buzzing. The astounding mighty power erupted from the 3 town monuments, forming a huge town of gods and magic. With the same magic array, with the sharp improvement of Jin Wushuang's divine power at this moment, and his improvement of the laws of the universe, The power of this magic town Tianfa array has also been improved several times, or even 10 times more than before. In the huge town monument, 3 towering golden gods are condensed together. These 3 towering golden gods are obviously more towering and powerful than before, and the golden light on their body is more intense. End of this chapter. Chapter 3985. Second more. Boom. The entire universe, which is covered by the magic circle of the magic town, shivered wildly. The star demon ancestor in the center of the French array was also under the force of suppression for the first time, and his complexion couldn't help sinking. Same law formation. But now the power has suddenly improved so much? Star devil ancestor frowned. If it was said that Jian Wushuang used to cast the magical magic circle of heaven and earth at full strength, it would be very difficult for him to influence him. Even he could break into the magic circle silently and could leave the magic circle of the magic circle at any time, but now, standing in the magic circle of the magic town, the ancestor of the star devil can feel that he is enduring the tremendous force of repression all the time. This force of repression is so powerful that he cannot get rid of it at all. Naturally, there is no way to move freely in this heavy circle. The sword is unparalleled. I saw the sky full of sword-like oceans swept up again, and the sword-shaped ocean was permeated with a thick layer of golden light. Wow! The horrible power burst out, and this golden light sword-shaped ocean frantically formed a shock. This terrible and violent wave came from all directions towards the star demon ancestors. Is also a golden light sword wave, but whether it is powerful, it is much stronger than before. Humph! The star ancestor murmured with a cold voice, still shaking his hand, and the unique black divine power swept out again. Before the sword Wushuang also fully exerted the wave lightsaber array. As a result, the star demon ancestor simply waved his sword array, and his sword array collapsed directly. But now, pong pong, the first heavy golden light sword wave collided directly with the black divine power, but it produced a fierce roar, and immediately the golden light sword wave broke, and the black divine power also dissipated directly. What? Star demon ancestor was startled. With the same move, he directly destroyed the sword array that defeated Jian Wushuang directly, but this time, it was just the first heavy sword wave of this sword sea? You know, this sword means ocean, but it is endless. Howling. I saw the sky full of golden light swords and waves rising wildly, forming a heavy tsunami, slamming insanely. The star ancestor's face changed drastically. He had to take out a black sickle. The black sickle waved wildly and chopped out a dark knife light. Each of these dark knife lights carried that special black divine power. Pong pong, 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 pong. The dense sound of clashes continued to sound. The ancestor of the star devil waved a sickle and collided with the waves. But the waves were endless, one after the other, and never-ending. How come? How can these sword-like waves of power suddenly improve so much at once? Too strong, these sword-like waves. I am afraid that any one of them reached the level of the 4th grade, even if I have to go all out to resist it. The star ancestor horrified. After the strength reaches the 4th level, the improvement of each level is very difficult. Like the Lord of the Clouds, he just broke through to reach the 4th rank shortly, but relying on a rule that is suitable for his own use, and with a glimpse of a universe of laws, he broke out with all his strength, and he could barely break out the 4th rank peak force. But this outbreak is really reluctant. The ancestor of Star Demon, after taking away everything from the Lord of the Clouds, is stronger than the Lord of the Clouds, and because he has mastered the relationship of that unique power, his combat power is definitely 4th. The top of the series is even the extreme of the 4th series. But there are 2 points. First of all, the Star Ancestor's combat power has not reached its peak, because when he occupied the main body of the Demon Star can't be miserable anymore. Although he later swallowed a large number of practitioners, his state recovered. Less, but at most, only 70% of the fighting force was restored. What's more, Jian Wushuang now controls the three town monuments, and the effect of performing the magic and magic town Tianfa array on his suppression is extremely amazing, allowing his strength to once again diminish. Daljur this resulted in the face of a heavy sword-like wave from Jian Wushuang, and he had to go all out, not only to use the special power he possessed, but also to use the laws of the universe to barely block it. But it only came to resist the impact of that sword-like wave. The ancestor of Xingma is very clear that the sword wave in the sword array is endless. He can only resist for a while, but if it is a long time, it will be difficult for him to resist. In addition, there is another important point, that is, Jian Wushuang has not yet performed the mystery of burning power. Yes, Jian Wushuang did not perform the mystery of dragon extermination, but only relied on his own power to greatly increase after breaking through the domination, plus his own awareness of Kendo, the laws of the universe, and the magic of heaven and magic and wave of swords. The combination has completely suppressed the ancestor of the Star Devil. In the ocean of swords, the waves of swords and violent impacts that went crazy and violent did indeed reach the 4th level peak level. Although it was barely reached, it was still outrageous. Just by using the wave of lightsaber array in a normal way, can you already suppress this star demon ancestor? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the star demon ancestor with a hint of coldness. Hajiwara thought that even if he broke through, he would have to fight hard against the star demon ancestors, but now it seems that this is not the case. He doesn't need to cast his strongest card Primitive Universe at all, even he doesn't need to cast Dragon Demystifying Burning Power anymore now. Wu Jian Wushuang stared indifferently at the star demon ancestor, but the Wu Wei Excalibur in his hand was slowly raised. The entire universe is void, and Jian Wushuang has become the absolute focus. Everyone is staring at Jian Wushuang, staring at the sword in his hand. He closed his eyes. Before he was in that consciousness space for 100 years, he felt a lot of thoughts on Kendo. Instantly, a new type of swordsmanship had taken shape. This sword, I am named Nirvana. After this sword, in the beginning of my life, the world of God will completely shake off the crisis and welcome the new life of Nirvana. From now on, in the beginning, the world will sit back and relax. Wu Jianshuang's eyes opened sharply. His eyes seemed to have the power of thunder flash away. And the Wu Cry Excalibur held high in his hands, it fell coldly. Suddenly, a terrible sword light came down. This sword not only carries Jian Wushuang's awareness of Kendo in that conscious space for a full 100 years, but also carries extremely strong cosmic laws. The most important thing is that in this sword, there is also a brand new will power given by the laws of the universe. This sword is called Nirvana. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.